roses, and we are going to raise a toast to our most charming host, and that is Tony Crowell. Here's Tony.
Thank you, Franny. Thank you, Franny. Welcome, everyone, to Roses and Raises. If you can't fly, if you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving. These words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. inspired youth and a nation in 1967 to work hard to create a desegregated future. In 2021, we step into a new global workplace that demands we value diversity as the inclusion and collaboration of all. Toastmasters models this environment so that we may practice working with cross-cultural awareness and enhance active listening. In this session, we will explore the ways we can adjust our blueprint for success to get the work we desire and help each other keep moving forward. Please help me welcome AJ Heron. Moving forward, AJ Heron.
Thank you, Tony, and welcome to Roses and Raises. I'm AJ Heron, and I'm greeting you from the beautiful Rocky Mountains of District 26, the new home of Toastmasters International. And I am so honored to be here with the original home of Toastmasters International and to come to you today regarding a matter that we have lived with all of our lives. Tony spoke about the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He also spoke of a world that he dreamed of, that his children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That was 1968. 4 years earlier, young women and girls were writing John Glenn, wanting to know how they could become astronauts, only to receive a letter from John Glenn saying, "Thank you for your kind letter, but right now we're not permitting young women in the astronaut world. But here are some brochures that you can read." Prior to that, in 1942, the original Rosies were a series of female computers that were brought in to actually crack the code during World War II. We enter a world where we have gone from a situation of hearing, it's not quite right, it's not quite your time, to a 2021 world where we are required, no word demanded, to work collaboratively in multicultural environments that value every voice, that raise every idea. And that is why we come here today. We might start with concepts like my why. What brings you to Toastmasters? What brings you to this session of Toastmasters focused on a future that includes us all? But today, I'm going to ask you to change your my why to why not? It wasn't that long ago that I was walking down a street, Broad Street in Philadelphia, visiting every single recruiter on Broad Street, walking in saying, I'd like to join the military. What can I do for the military? How can I serve my country? At that time, what I received back was, women are not permitted to be in combat positions, but we will be able to use your typing skills. I looked at the recruiter and said, why not? Sign me up. And with that, I joined the military, part of the last of what was called the Women's Army Corps. Unbeknownst to me, the Women's Army Corps started much, much earlier when we recruited women to actually run mail services and support the military in a variety of ways, only to find at the end of their service that they would be sent home without any type of compensation for the time they had served in the military. I didn't know what I didn't know. So I joined the military and wound up working with a typewriter in the middle of a field. And I would say, well, if the balloon goes up, I guess we throw the typewriters at them. Luckily, our world moved forward. And even though in 1964, we are telling young women that they cannot be an astronaut, still it was these three women, Dorothy, Catherine, and Mary Jackson, that were part of the computing background that did the calculations for John Glenn to ensure that he would be able to safely return to Earth. No, Roses and Raises is not a woman's session today. This is about everyone coming together, everyone pulling our talents together to make a better world. It wasn't that long ago that, coming back from the military, where I had worked on some of the first computers, punch cards. I don't know if you remember them. You used to have to sort them using something that looked like a knitting needle to put them all together. I was part of the Standard Installation Division Personnel Services System, otherwise known as SIDPERS, though internally we called it Stupid Individuals Desperately Pretending Everything's Running Smoothly. So we worked the computer and we actually fixed the same computer bug across the country. Flying, 7 of us. I came from Pennsylvania. I had another colleague that came from the Pentagon, and we traveled across the country and actually outside of the United States, fixing the exact same computer bug with our punch cards, putting them into the computer to reset the computer. Little did I know that I would come back to a United States that still had issues. I remember being in front of a drafting supervisor. I was now at American Electronics Labs, and I was going for a position in their engineering department. I would be taking their engineering men off of the draft board and onto the first computer-aided engineering systems. So we're at the interview. I'm interviewing with the head of the drafting department. He looks at me and he says, you know, women are good at boring, monotonous, repetitive work. That's why women are good at needlepoint. You know, I start all my girls on Leroy lettering. It was an engineering lettering that was used in blueprints and engineering lines for the notes. Today, we bang that out in nanoseconds by computer. But back then, yes, women are good at boring, monotonous, repetitive work. I looked around and I said, sir, I'm sorry, but I don't know needlepoint. I've never taken a needlepoint course. I have no background in needlepoint, but if it will help me get this job, I am more than happy to take a needlepoint course to be able to help you and to be able to serve American Electronics Labs. Why not? Yes, why not? I went on to take that job. Unfortunately, I wound up replacing that drafting supervisor because he refused to go and transition his skills to the computer, saying that he was faster with a pencil than any computer could ever do. Why not? We're now in a world that demands that we recognize every possible person of contribution in our world. We need to look at the fact that in 2021, we will be entering the fourth industrial revolution. This is the time period of the digital twin. The ability to conceptualize an item on the computer from its original concept to testing, to development, to manufacturing, to actually releasing in the market. And as that item continues on, it will send back information to the great computer. It's going to take all of us and all of our energies to create this world that we are just on the precipice of entering. And to do that, it means that we have to see beyond something called gender bias, age bias, racial bias, or what's called in general unconscious bias. When you hear things like, oh, that must be a women's session, you need to say, no, it's a world session. When you hear yourself saying, perhaps I'm not the right person for the job, you need to look at yourself and say, this is the job that is calling for me to say, why not? Because you don't know what stands in front of you. You don't know what you don't know. And that's a good thing. What we will be looking at today are ways of taking your skill set so that even though you might have finished with a degree in communication, that communication skill and that ability to see the future and to use your words, to paint with words, are part of what will be needed in a 2021 world. You will be looking at ways to interview using this square box that we're in, because that is the future. We'll be looking at stories of people who started thinking that they would simply be a typist, like I did in the military, to wind up taking the first men off of drafting boards and onto computer-aided engineering, and then going forward to take women, people of all backgrounds, onto computer-aided engineering and design. Why? Because we are beyond this box that we're in. We are one world united that looks, as Dr. King said, beyond the color, beyond whether or not your eyes are round or oval, beyond your nationality, to a one world that says all of us, whether it's gender, whether it's weight, whether it's disability, all of us have the opportunity to contribute. And only when we contribute this way does our world become richer. Do we start seeing things like drones? Whoever thought that we would wind up in a world where suddenly something, it's not Santa Claus coming down the chimney, it's the drone coming over your house with your package. Who thought? I was lucky if I could get the garage door to open. I had no idea that our world was going to push us forward in such a way that we would be looking into the future. So I'm going to ask you to think that we are now in 2030. Someone has come up to you and said, you have 5 seconds to decide on this opportunity. Are you going to take it or not? Put in the chat and Tony will take a look at tallying this all up. But you've got 5 seconds to say yes or no. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tony, what have we got?
All yeses.
Fantastic. That is the world I want to look at. I want to look at a world that says we have a light inside. We have the opportunity to help each other raise up. Within District 100, they use as their phrase this year, raise up. I personally have said within District 26, let's have a great year where every voice is heard. The only way to hear every voice is to be an ally to each other. When Mary Berg approached me about Roses and Raises and what had brought this project along, I was inspired because it is time for us to look at not just the roses for good work, but the raises that come with them. We are all more than aware of the inequity that continues to exist in places of salary. But there is also an inequity that exists in terms of selection. When I speak of unconscious bias, many times it's something as simple as you're in a meeting, you have a great idea, but for some reason, your idea is not heard. You need to be able to work with others to come back and bring up your idea again, to make sure that your voice is heard. Only in doing so, with the sessions that you will see today, will you feel stronger and will you realize that the future that stands before you is not necessarily the one that you envisioned while you were in university. The future that stands before you is endless. Have a wonderful day at Roses and Raises. And all the way through, continue to say yes and continue to say, why not?
Thank you so much, AJ. I think you are not the only person inspired by Mary at this point. We are inspired by you. Recently, the LACE keynote speaker, Jerry Rosen, founder and CEO of Working Wardrobe, spoke on the power of one in a nonprofit organization. Roses and Raises organizers asked our two speakers today to talk about the power of one and how it served 30/30 communicators, the Toastmasters Club at Working Wardrobes. Jean Cassidy and Dinah Suparnovich understand the unique culture and help to resurrect the struggling club after a devastating fire and in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. Please welcome Dinah and Jean as they share their thoughts about the power of one and the comeback story.
Thank you for that introduction, Tony. It is a privilege to be able to speak to you today with my dear friend, Dinah. To our audience, since this presentation is more of an interview format, please ensure that your Zoom view is set to speaker view, so you'll be able to see both of us easily. After all, we don't want to get lost in that Zoom room. John C. Maxwell said, "Leadership is the power of one, harnessing the power of many." We will address Jerry Rosen's belief in the power of one as we discuss her vision for a Toastmaster Club within Working Wardrobes 6 years ago and how it continues to apply today. Dinah, please share our intended lessons learned or takeaways.
Thank you, Jean. It's really so good to be here with you today, and to our audience in Roses and Raises, just thank you so much for having us. Yes, our objectives for today are twofold. Number one, we want to share with you the 30/30 Communicators Club at Working Wardrobes comeback story. And with that, our second objective is to share with you 3 lessons that Jean and I learned through this experience. Those lessons being, number one, always strive to put your best foot forward. Number 2, share your vision. And number 3, which is threefold, dig deep, pray often, and never give up. You know, it's our hope that these lessons will help you to achieve your own objectives, whether they be taking a journey to improvement, or maybe you want to take your career to a second level or another level. Or finally, maybe you want to make an impact in your organization or your community. So those are our objectives for today. Now, with those being stated, we'll move on to what we're going to do is an interview. And I get to ask the first question. So Jean, throughout your life, the adage of always strive to put your best foot forward, or always strive to do your best, has been a part of your life. Can you share with us how you use that in chartering the 30/30 Communicators Club at Working Wardrobes?
Yes, Dinah, I'd love to. Always strive to put your best foot forward. Over 6 years ago, the staff at Working Wardrobes attended and presented at a weekly lunch and learn session. Essentially, it was our staff meeting. It often, I hate to say it, it often lacked luster, as hosts would seem to get a little panicky and maybe fumble and stumble in front of the entire team. And I watched coworkers take their turn hosting this meeting. Then it was my turn to host. So I decided to do it, well, my own way. I used my Toastmaster skills to elevate the meeting. In addition to an agenda, I included a theme with related fun facts, slides, and pictures. It was animated. It was an engaging meeting with smooth transitions between speakers. And then we had a fun little wrap up. On the way back to our staff area, Jerry tapped me on the shoulder and said, I want you to start a club at Working Wardrobes. Now, when Jerry says she wants something, we figure out a way to make it happen. We chartered within a few months. This experience taught me an important lesson. Always put your best foot forward. You never know who's watching. I don't mean that in a creepy way, but you should always do your best and project your best self and project yourself in the most positive light. Someone might see something in you, pick up a new skill, or come up with a new idea because of you, even if you never know that you were the one that inspired him or her.
Yes, thank you, Jean. And I remember so clearly that meeting and how it took our future meetings all to another level. Absolutely. So there's a tremendous lesson there. Always strive to put your best foot forward. So let's move forward. Let's take a look at the year 2020 and the events that led to the 30-30 comeback. If you could share that with our audience.
Yes, Dinah. As many of you may already know, that on this last Tuesday, we commemorated the 1-year anniversary since that devastating fire that completely destroyed the Career Center, the building, all the client clothing, all donations, our teaching materials and equipment. Thank God no one was hurt since it happened on a Sunday, but it also impacted Working Wardrobes operations and the staff's ability to help clients. Jerry and her team fought off shock and distress at this total loss. Over the next few weeks, just as they started to get their bearings to figure out what was next, what was needed next, they were hit square between the eyes with yet another obstacle. You may have heard of it. It was COVID and the worldwide pandemic. This forced the team to make very difficult personnel decisions. They had to lay off over 75% of their staff. How could I help? What could I do to help this group that I have regarded as my family? 30-30 Communicators was not able to meet. There was no energy. There were no members. There was no meeting space. There were so many moving parts and not enough people to direct those parts. The reduced staff was overwhelmed with immediate business-related priorities and decisions. They didn't have the bandwidth to take on another project. Yet 30-30 Communicators had brought the Working Wardrobes team together over the last 5 years. Regular meetings offered a safe place to meet and practice various communication and leadership techniques. Co-workers bonded, resulting in better working relationships. So what could I do? As so often it happens, the thought came to me in the middle of the night. Offered Jerry a way to rebuild the club in conjunction with rebuilding the business. Jerry was so gracious and open, and she readily agreed to let me take the lead. And just as Jerry had shared her vision in 2015, now I needed to extend the power of one. I needed to find someone as passionate, driven, and compassionate as I was, who understood the culture of a nonprofit, specifically Working Wardrobes. So Dinah, what were your first thoughts when you got my call?
Yes, I remember that phone call. And I must say that this leads into our second objective, or our second lesson, which is share your vision. And that's exactly what Jean did with me. It became very clear in that phone call. I could hear her passion. I could hear her enthusiasm, her determination to take this club back to what it once was, and that was distinguished. And I knew I wanted to help her along with this. I just wasn't sure I was ready to be the VP of education. That's really where I needed to dig deep and determine if I was committed to move along with her on this journey in that particular role. So I asked Jean if I could have 24 hours to think about it. And I did. I dug deep, I prayed for wisdom, and this is what came to me. How could I not do this? For the past 6 years, Toastmasters had been a part of my life in such a way that it had helped me to grow my leadership skills, helped me to enhance my facilitation skills as a trainer. While I was at Working Wardrobes, it helped me to be a better team member. We got to know each other, the staff, on a much higher level that helped collaboration to really move forward and to work. So I was ready. I called Jean and I said, yes, you know what? I want this new staff to have that same opportunity, those same opportunities to grow and to benefit from what Toastmasters had to share. So Jerry shared with Jean, Jean shared with me. Here we are, we're harnessing the power of more than many. And then I needed to think about, how do I harness this new group?
I was delighted, by the way, when you said yes. I was really hopeful, but I still wasn't sure. So when I got the call back that you said you were in, I was thrilled to the moon and back. So tell us, so how you decided to take that challenge of Vice President of Education. How were you willing to tackle that one?
The only role that I had had in leadership up to that point was the VP of membership. So as far as the VP of education role was concerned, I had a couple of previous role models, but that was it. So 3 things happened that really got me prepared. And the first one was that Eugene had shared with me the Toastmaster website. I went there immediately and found an abundance of materials, videos, tutorials, checklists that made it very clear what my role was. And I thought, okay, I can do this, and I know exactly what my first lesson of the day was going to be. Secondly, the LACE training. Now, it didn't happen immediately for me, but as the LACE training became available, it was such a pleasure for me to learn from other VPs of education. And in 2019, it was David Moore who facilitated that. And just this year, I guess it's 2020 and 2021, it was Kathy Hughes. To have these as role models and examples, these individuals help me to understand more and to become a better VP of education. And then finally, but so importantly, was the leadership at the Founders District level. And I have to call out Lori Shapiro, because I don't know if she knows this, but she sent me a personal note, and that really, I was just overwhelmed by that. And I don't know if she realizes, but that's a really good example of, you never know who's watching. Her note made me feel like I belonged. It gave me a sense of appreciation for what we were doing, and I knew that we had her total support. So I knew my first order of the day was to do something similar. To harness the energy of the staff, I needed to send out some personal notes, so that these individuals, these new members of not only the Working Wardrobe staff, but also Toastmasters, 30/30 communicators, they would know that they had somebody who was available to them to help them in this journey, to understand pathways and everything that it means to be a Toastmaster member. Another thing that I thought was important was to make sure that each member had a success, an immediate success at their first meeting. So I gave them roles like pledge, leading the pledge, giving an inspiration, tutored them on how to be an odd counter, grammarian. And before you know it, they were taking on table topics and having a great time. So these little successes then led them to, of course, want to give their icebreaker speech. And then finally, Jean and I committed to making sure that we would do our meetings every week. They wanted to meet every week. And regardless of who showed up, whether it was just one other person, because with a membership of 10 and they had so many other demands on them, we knew that we could have small meetings. But you know what? They were there. I think maybe once or twice we had just 2 or 3 other people, but they showed up. So as all this energy was being harnessed through Jerry and Jean and myself, and then to take it with the staff, it brought back that club. And it was not the power of one, but the power of many that took us to resurrection of the club.
Yes.
So Jean, I know I kind of shared a lot there. Can you take us to the final lesson for today?
Yes, thanks, Dinah. Our final lesson, something that I really am passionate about. 8 little words: dig deep, pray often, and never give up. Even before I was able to articulate that, I found that this was a belief system that I had developed and used throughout my entire life. When my son entered a military academy, he was miserable, especially during the swab summer and the 4th class year. His time suddenly was not his own, and he was often asked to do things that were quite outside of his comfort zone. I started writing these 8 words in my letters to him. I hoped it would encourage him to see beyond the immediate hazing and the petty obstacles, to remind him of his ultimate objective. He wanted to become a Coast Guard helicopter pilot. He knew that since he was in 4th grade. He couldn't even spell pilot right. He spelled it as P-I-O-L-T, but he knew that that's what he wanted. So first, dig deep. What's that mean? Well, think about your goals and what you want to accomplish. Consider potential outcomes and decide what lower priority things you're willing to give up doing in order to make this happen. What are you willing to do? What are you willing to risk to succeed? Next, pray often. As far as I'm concerned, I can never pray enough. In addition to praying for people, I often pray for wisdom, insight, and perseverance. I pray for an outcome even better than I could possibly have envisioned. And finally, never give up. It takes persistence, it takes grit and determination to keep reaching for those goals. As Roy T. Bennett said, it doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down. All that matters is you get up one more time than you were knocked down. It is this belief system that keeps me moving forward. And by the way, my son is now a lieutenant commander in the Coast Guard. Oh, and a helicopter pilot. With that, Dinah, would you please recap our session and offer some final thoughts?
Thank you, Jean. I love that story. I never get tired of hearing it. It's so encouraging and motivational. Let me remind our audience of our quote from the very beginning. Leadership is the power of one harnessing the power of many. And again, that's from John C. Maxwell. And I think the 30-30 comeback story is a really good illustration of this quote in action. And that was our first objective, was to share that story with you. And secondly, our lessons learned. Always, number 1, always to put your best foot forward. Number 2, find someone, 2, 3 people you can share your vision with. And then number 3, to dig deep, pray often, and never give up. You know, no matter what your goals are, whether, again, it's taking a journey to improvement or taking your career to another level, or impacting your community or your organization in a very significant way. It is our hope, Jean and I, that these lessons learned today will help you to achieve those goals and also to become all that you want to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean and Dinah. And I believe it is possible for everyone participating to send our speakers messages. You can send them direct messages. So go ahead and feel free to say something. Now, please welcome our next speaker, Sherry Thomas Sulak. Sherry understands that money can be scary and overwhelming subject for people, but ignoring money problems doesn't make them go away. Having worked in corporate and private financial sectors for over 30 years, Sherry decided it was time to flip the script and make money fun. That's when she launched her business, the Happy Money Mentor, helping individuals, families, and businesses take control of their finances and be less stressed doing it. Sherry often reminds her clients that budgeting is 20% mechanics and 80% mindset. Today, Sherry will share with us ways to help us recognize why there are often disconnects in our budget, how to overcome them, and finally to apply it. This isn't your normal numbers crunching class, so grab a pen and paper, and please help me welcome Sherry Tomasula with Magic Money Mindset.
Good morning, everyone. There's so much to cover. I never thought I would say that I need more than 20 minutes when I became a Toastmaster, but I really do need more than 20 minutes, but I'll keep it quick and short. So let's just jump right in. Let's see. We're gonna, okay. As a financial coach, I cannot even tell you how often I'm approached by women for help with understanding their finances, particularly with regards to spending and debt. Women make up a whopping 95% of my inquiries. I've heard it said, you educate a man, you educate a man. You educate a woman, you educate a generation. The reasons that women approach me vary, but the number one reason I hear most often is that they were just never taught how to handle their money, and they're at a point that they just don't know what to do. And age does not discriminate. I hear from women right out of college, just entering the workforce, and I hear from the widow whose husband has taken care of their finances their entire marriage. And how we handle our money and treat our money goes beyond just creating a budget. This morning, we're going to explore how our beliefs around money are formed, how to shift your mindset, craft a new vision, and apply it. If your family was anything like mine growing up, you might recall hearing the proverbial, money doesn't grow on trees, as a response to something you wanted or needed as a child growing up. Maybe you still hear that. There are plenty of negative money beliefs, and maybe you've heard some. Money can't buy happiness. Money is the root of all evil. Money invites jealousy. Or perhaps you were raised in a family with a much different outlook surrounding money, and your family provided you with positive money stories or narratives, such as money brings happiness. Money brings people together, and money makes dreams a reality. These beliefs, both positive and negative, are often handed down from our families and communicated to us both verbally as well as emotionally. And while I don't believe that our parents meant any harm with any of these statements, these money narratives have long-lasting implications and can be strong predictors of everything from your level of income, your net worth, financial behaviors, even your credit card debt. Thankfully, you don't have to spend years in therapy to uncover your narrative. There are two types of personality tests that I like to look at when helping people uncover their personal money narrative. My favorite's the Enneagram, followed by money scripts. Here's a quick look at an individual's money script breakdown. The scale ranges from 1 to 6, with the lower score meaning you don't exhibit any of that particular money story or script, and the higher meaning you're more likely to exhibit characteristics of that particular narrative. So this individual scored about a 3.8, almost 4 in vigilance. So vigilance is great. It means that you encourage saving, you're frugal, but the downside of being super vigilant with your money is that it can lead to anxiety because you never feel secure enough. And so you want to have a good balance in that area. They scored about a 2.5 in avoidance, and scores in avoidance are usually individuals who believe on some level that money is bad, or they believe they don't deserve it. And these individuals often sabotage their own financial success. The status score of 2, high status narrative people are ones that tie their, getting a little ahead of myself, ones that tie their self-worth to their net worth. So we want to make sure, again, that you have a really great balance. And then money worship, this person scored a 3.5. And high scores in worship category are often linked to never feeling like you have enough money. And they're more prone to put family or work ahead of family. So these quizzes can help you narrow down areas that you may need to work on to assist you in reaching your financial goals. And once you think you've identified a few of these narratives you may have been unconsciously living, it's time to face the music. The best way to do this is through a reflective journal. So grab a pen and paper, glass of tea, glass of wine. It's a little early, so we can forgo the wine. But really what you want to do is sit down and ask yourself a few questions and really determine where you're at. Your brain's a hard drive, and occasionally we need to reboot and just clean out the junk. And this is your opportunity to do just that. So ask yourself some of those questions. And now we don't really have time to go into it, but there's a handout for later, so you can go back and think on those on your own. But honestly, once you've had the time to really sit down, journal, take the time to review your budget and your spending habits, and have the decisions that you've been making helped or hurt your progress. After this exercise, you should be able to recognize places where your family's narratives have come into play. For some people, it impacts several areas, and others, oftentimes just one. If the narrative you've been utilizing has been hurting you, now's the time to start to change things up. As Wayne Dyer said, change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change. Obviously, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, it's all about perspective. So how do we reprogram our narratives? A few quick ways I like to accomplish this with clients is to challenge their assumptions. If you have a negative narrative that comes up for you regarding your expectations around money, whether it's about having it or making more, challenge that thought and look for examples from other people who have overcome similar circumstances. They're great sources of inspiration. You're not alone. And if you look around you, you are bound to find other great people that can help you out. Be mindful. Once you're aware of your money narrative, be mindful of how and when you are utilizing that, and don't let those thoughts worm their way into your day. And it can be directed at yourself, but it can often be directed at other people as well. So it depends on what your particular narrative is. So just be mindful of that. And absolutely cultivate gratitude. Take a few minutes out of your day and think of 3 to 5 things that you're grateful for. It's hard to be negative when you're stating positive beliefs. I know this might be a bit woo-woo for some of you, but it really works fabulously. And I challenge you to give it a try. You'll be amazed at how far a little gratitude goes. So the hard work's over. Congratulations. It truly is not easy to look at ourselves under a microscope. Being accepting of where you currently are helps free up much needed brain space to take the next step and begin crafting a new vision. To me, this is one of the most helpful areas when it comes to developing the actual written budget and sticking to it. Crafting a very deeply personal, meaningful vision helps us to identify where disconnects occur and helps us to be prepared for them when they happen. And trust me, they do happen. Remember, 20% mechanics, 80% mindset. So grab a quick pen, paper, and just ask yourself, what is it that you want to accomplish? What is your goal or your vision for yourself? And how can your money help you achieve that? If your life vision is to pay off debt as quickly as possible and save for fill in the blank, whatever that is for you, a house, college, family, travel, then perhaps eating out several times a week and blowing your budget consistently isn't going to serve that goal or vision. If you want to take that big world trip, but you're not seeing how that fits into your current budget, review your budget and begin prioritizing, making that your main priority. Are there areas where you can cut costs and save instead? What about increasing your income? There are many ways to make your money work better for you, whatever your goal, and having a solid vision to lead you through the process is key. Dream big, don't hold back. This is your vision. What works? There's absolutely no sense in jotting down numbers or typing things up into a spreadsheet if you are not going to follow or use it. You need a system that fits your lifestyle. Is it an Excel sheet or the latest app, or just going old school and using a pen and paper? If it's not clear and straightforward, chances are you are never going to stick to it. There's just as many options out there as there are personalities, trust me. Pick one that you feel will work for you and stick with it, and make sure to give yourself time to work out the kinks as you're working through that. Now for the 20%, the written budget. To coin financial guru Dave Ramsey, this is where you tell your money what to do. The concept of a budget is simply income minus expenses, no more, no less. Of course, everybody's a little bit different. If you have irregular income or you're trying to save or accumulate cash for different things, yes, it'll be a different structure, but pretty simple and straightforward. This is where you take complete control and go back and revisit your vision. As you begin crafting your plan, keep your priorities in mind. Is the daily Starbucks stop worth missing the special vacation? Maybe or maybe not. It depends what your priority is. I do know that keeping your priorities top of mind really helps to bring into focus your spending habits. And I'll caution you that it does take time to actually develop a solid written budget. They always say 3 to 6 months. And oftentimes with my clients, I feel like around month 4 it really starts clicking in and they seem to get it and they're able to kind of take those training wheels off and not utilize me as much. So give yourself time and give yourself some grace. If you misstep and forget an item, don't worry about it. Just keep moving forward. Now that you have the mechanics down, take a moment to scrutinize what you've planned. This is your opportunity to maximize those numbers. Have you ever contacted a service provider about something and you realize that you've been paying an outdated rate for a subpar plan? I have, and boy, was I upset. But you know what? Shame on me, because it's the consumer's responsibility to stay checked in with what I'm paying for. Everything from cell service to your insurances are fair game. So make sure to price it out and check around and make sure you're not overpaying for some of those things. And I'm not going to lie, it can sometimes take a bit of legwork, but if it yields you a gain, that's more money in your pocket. So check them out. Which leads me to the final piece of the puzzle, my personal challenge to you. I always encourage people, dream bigger dreams. Remember your vision. Stop sleepwalking through life and see how you can make your daily money habits work better for you. I challenge you to think about making your initial vision even bigger. It's thinking of new ways to create that cash flow, finally taking that dream trip, or giving back even more to a local charity or organization more than you can ever imagine. So really try to maximize that. So what's holding you back? Let's face it, folks, many of our friends and family have struggled this past year, and perhaps even you. I want to see you design the life you imagined for yourself. You get to decide what that looks like. Dreaming big, but planning small will help you get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry. That was a very good presentation. Congratulations. I want to remind everyone you can send our speakers chat messages asking for more information or sending compliments or questions. Please feel free to do that. I have sent out a question to our tech master just for everyone's information. An inquiry was made about possibly recording this event, and I believe it is recording. I see the recording button going on in the corner. So one of our attendees asked if that recording will be available later. I have asked our tech master to follow up or let us know. I suspect it will be. But for those of you who have asked me, I'm just waiting to hear back from Sean Murphy, and he will let us know, I'm sure. And with that, there are a couple of moments before our next speaker. I don't know if we have any questions for Sherry. If you want to send one directly to her, if you want to send, I'm not going to ask you to send something to me. I'm going to exit stage left in a moment here. But somebody just said that Julie Murphy will be the person to contact about recordings. So just to let everyone know. Yes, thank you, Sean. So Sean says, talk to Julie later on about acquiring a copy of this recording. I will simply thank all of our speakers so far this morning. They have all been wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yes, Cassandra, I agree. Wonderful speakers, AJ, absolutely inspiring, as well as Jean and Dinah. And you have provided so much tantalizing knowledge, Sherry. I will probably be following up with you personally. I really, really like your approach. I very much like your approach. And with that, it is absolutely fine for our next moderator to slide in here. Please feel free. Is that Erica? Erica, are you going to be our next moderator? If you are, you can share the stage with me as I hear exit music, and I prepare to.
Hi, Tony. This is Krista Lake. I am the next moderator.
Well, excellent. Well, welcome, Krista.
Thank you so much. You did a wonderful job. And thank you to all of our speakers so far.
Well, the trick to it is just remembering that our speakers are what this is all about.
It is, yes.
And our audience. So with that, I will leave things in your capable hands, Krista.
Yes.
And we'll see everyone later.
Yes.
Toodles for now.
Toodles. Thank you so much. And on to our next speaker. All right. Thank you everyone so much for attending. Our next speaker is Tristan Tucker. She has a title of The Adjacent Possible Everyday Innovation. And Tristan is a speech and communication consultant who specializes in working with emerging companies, also known as startup companies. She is a facilitator for 1 Million Cups Irvine and has heard pitches for hundreds of entrepreneurs from a wide variety of industries. Tristan is currently working with a local female entrepreneur who recently had a successful IPO on the Hong Kong Exchange and is getting ready to spearhead an innovation group for that entrepreneur. She has improved her virtual presentation skills and during the pandemic has made really good sourdough bread. I'd really like to try that, Tristan. In this presentation, the audience will get exposure to some tools, to some of the tools entrepreneurs use to get themselves unstuck from problems. They will learn about how to apply these tools and go through the process as a group to get hands-on experience with identifying ways they can use the innovative process to use these in everyday environments. So everybody, please welcome Tristan.
Shh. I've got a secret. I try not to let it show, but I spend most of my life trying to get unstuck, out of the problems, out of the quagmire, out of the confusion that I feel every single day. I don't want people to know that I have these kinds of problems because, well, I look around and everyone else looks so put together. On the inside, I'm always a mess. So I try to make the outside look as good as I can so that I can make sure that nobody else knows. This is still how I feel every day. But it was especially true when I got laid off from my job 8 years ago. I knew I didn't want to continue working for that company. I could see the layoff coming a mile away. But I didn't know quite what I wanted to do. I had to get kind of innovative with my career because I knew that, like AJ, I didn't want to be stuck in a typing pool forever. I wanted something different. That was a major turning point for me because it allowed me to start exploring a part of Orange County that I had no idea existed: entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are those amazing people who start businesses around us all the time, and they do a huge amount for our economy. Since 8 years ago, I've not only found that Orange County has a remarkably robust and vibrant entrepreneurial community, I've become a part of it. 1 Million Cups is one of the organizations that I am a facilitator for, and we support our entrepreneurial community primarily by giving them feedback, advice, and ideas. And one of the things that I've learned a lot about is how entrepreneurs get unstuck. Because maybe I'm not the only one who gets stuck like that. Entrepreneurs have a variety of tools that they use to get themselves unstuck out of that quagmire of uncertainty. But how does that affect you? Entrepreneurs are people who are building businesses, maybe even changing the world. But the secret is there's actually things that you get to do for yourself, whether you want to be an entrepreneur or somebody who works for someone else. Those are both great options. And both of them are areas in which sometimes being a woman can have a disadvantage. You might see today, I'm wearing my roses on my sweater because I don't want anybody to give me roses, except for my romantic partner, but he's an exception. As far as the workplace is concerned, I want to be taken on my own merits. And that was actually one of the problems, the challenges that I tried to cover up for a really long time. And there were three big things that were kind of holding me back. Three big things that I've seen mirrored in entrepreneurs over 100 times. Hubris, what arena you're in, and your perspective. To begin with hubris, that is the old word for pride. Some of us might remember it from our days in high school English class. Hubris is, for me, when I fail to ask for help. I'm pretty sure that I've got all the tools. I know how to use them, and I know what's best. Unfortunately, what experience has taught me is that 99% of the time, that's wrong. The 1%, okay, 1% of the time, I do know my stuff. But the other 99%, if I have somebody else's suggestion and feedback and input, I can take a good idea and make it better. As far as the arena, the area in which you're doing things, for me, that always comes down to look at the playing field, look at the circumstances that are surrounding your efforts and endeavors. If you're playing on an uneven playing field, you then get to ask yourself, well, can I balance it out? Or do I need to leave that playing field and find something better? And finally, the perspective. We all have the tendency to give ourselves credit for our motivations. But other people like you, incidentally, we judge you by your actions. Did it help me or did it hurt me? Unfortunately, that perspective is super self-limiting as well as other limiting. And as a woman, I don't want to have any limits at all. Today, what we're going to be doing is going through my deck here today. And can you all see my screen? Do I have head nods? Yeah, head nods. I like to talk about it as the adjacent possible. Adjacent meaning next to or adjoining something else, having a common border with, and possible, which is something that may or may not be so. That's broad. And it's something that in innovation, we get to work with all the time. We have the what is right now, which for me is a cup of coffee. This is true. What is possible is that it may or may not, sadly, be empty. What is adjacent is my coffee pot right in the other room. So these are all things that are part of the adjacent possible in terms of, I already know it's possible that my coffee pot may actually be empty because my new office mate, also known as my partner, may have emptied it while I was in here getting ready to give this presentation. In innovation, we like to think of the adjacent possible as the things that are the next in innovation on an idea or a concept. AJ was a great example of how she worked in the adjacent possible, because when she was hired, she was just a typist. But by the end, she was doing so much more practical work with teaching other people new ways of doing things, innovative ways of doing things. So now comes the interactive part of our presentation today. I would like for you all to grab something to write on. For some of you, that may be a phone, if you are tech savvy and prefer taking notes that way. If you're more like me, you may grab some Post-it notes or even some index cards. As you can see, mine are very well used. And a pen. Think of a problem and write it down. It may be a professional problem, a challenge that you're running into at work. It can be a personal problem. And I use the word problem very purposefully. In the popular media, problems are something to be avoided. We have challenges, we have issues, we have things to consider. We have bugs that may actually be a feature for those of you who are involved in the technology space. But problems, by calling them what they are, we actually start reclaiming some of our power with solving those problems. Additionally, I'd like to take just a quick time out now that you've written those problems down and talk about problems. For most of us, failure is bad. It is actually the other F word. Just as bad as the first one, but far more acceptable to say in polite company. To call somebody a failure is an insult. And to fail ourselves, that's unimaginable. For just a moment, I want you to step outside of that perspective. Take one step to the right. Failure is not the end. Failure is you discovering one way that didn't work. Most of our big technology startups that have really had a lot of success started from that perspective. Every fail is an opportunity to discover that something didn't work and to move on. Whether or not the exact details of the story are accurate or not, with regards to Thomas Edison, is actually a great example of this. Because according to the story, which like I said, may be more or less accurate, on his way to discovering the light bulb, he had 10,000 failures. Can you imagine trying to do something and failing 10,000 times? I'm just thankful that on my way to finding a great sourdough bread recipe, I only failed 5 times. Hey, I'm better than Edison. So when we look at what is possible, we want to think about, well, what are the problems that you're having? I talked a little bit about that hubris. And I think that most of us do have a moment where we feel like we know it all, or we can't go outside of ourselves. The arena where something is taking place, and the perspective, the point of view. We're going to go ahead and break it down a little bit further to make sure that we understand what this is. I actually like to put these things into big buckets. Hubris is internal. That's what I'm bringing to the problem. The arena is external. What's the situation bringing to the problem? And the perspective is the shared space between myself and the other people who are part of that problem. Because let's face it, very few problems happen without other people being in them. So with hubris, look at your problem. What are you bringing to that challenge? And do you think that it helps? I run into this a lot. With 1 Million Cups, when I first started as an organizer, I wanted to be Superwoman. I wanted to do it all. I wanted to be a success with no failures, nothing that I can do. And one of the very first problems that I ran into was that it's a lot of work. And the first couple of weeks, I busted my butt making sure that everything got done. I talked to the entrepreneurs that were presenting. I onboarded them with regards to they knew what they were supposed to do and what they were supposed to have ready. And then I would also recruit somebody to MC for the event if I wasn't doing it myself. The first few weeks went fine. But about the one month mark, I started struggling. And by week 6, I had to ask for help. At which point in time, the veteran organizer said, well, why didn't you ask for help earlier? We'd be happy to help. My own hubris, my own pride, my own wanting to appear that I had everything under control really did me some disservices. So that's one of the things that you may be bringing to your own problem. The next one is the arena. What is the area in which you are functioning? Not that long ago, I worked with a company that was providing after-school enrichment classes for youth on debate. I got to do a lot of things like creating curriculum and teaching the teachers, actually, as well as doing some teaching myself. And one of the challenges that we had, one of the problems that we had, was that because we weren't affiliated with a public school or charter school, our kids couldn't go to any debate tournaments. This is such an important part of public speaking and debate both, is to get your message, your ideas out in front of new audiences and get feedback. And our kids didn't have that available to them. I analyzed the environment, which is that these tournaments were only open to public schools and charter schools. As far as what was changeable, gosh, in that situation, not a lot. We could petition for them to change things. We could ask nicely, and we did, only to be told no over and over again. It was so disheartening because our kids were putting in so much effort and they were doing so well, but they needed that real world experience against people they didn't know. The immovable object was the structure of debate tournaments. The answer ended up being, well, if we can't change that, maybe we build our own. We started hosting our own debate tournaments. So in addition to everything else that I did, I learned how to run and organize a debate tournament. It was a lot of fun, but it really took understanding what the arena was, whether we could change it, and whether it was worth it to just build our own. Finally, we have the perspective. When you have people that are involved in a situation, there is a huge amount of differentiation on what people do and why they do it. By understanding who the other players are, it can really help understand what's going on. And by trying to step out of our own shoes and put ourselves into their shoes just for a moment, it can help us understand what their motivations were. One of the best examples of this happened to me just over the last week because, yay, side note, I am officially retired from being taxi mom. My daughter just got her license. She is my youngest. And I no longer have to be available for lacrosse practice, orchestra practice, school things, volunteer things, tests for SAT and ACT. These are off my list. But while we were practicing for her driving test, which was last Thursday, we pulled out of a parking spot on the curb, and there was somebody just a couple of cars back who did the same thing. And we turned right and we turned left, and that car behind us stayed there. And my daughter was like, "Are they following us, Mom?" No. As it happened, they were one of our neighbors. We got home and they went half a block further and parked on the other side of the street. Just because somebody looks like they're following you doesn't mean that they are. And just because somebody at work looks like they are blocking you, it doesn't mean that it's personal. Sometimes it's their perspective on how best to solve a problem. Sometimes it's because they want to enhance their own career. If you can try to figure out what their motivations are, it'll actually help you in working with them to come up with a final solution. Now we get to go to the interactive part, because guess what? 40 minutes is a long time. And I can talk for 40 minutes, but you'll get super bored. In the ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom, right about here, right under my hand actually, there is a reactions button. This will give you the opportunity to raise your hand because I want to hear from somebody in the audience today who has taken a look at their problem and maybe gotten themselves a little bit unstuck. So, is there anybody out there who feels like they've made a little bit of progress on their problem? Because if not, I'll just keep talking. Actually,
I can volunteer.
oh, please do, Mary. Tell us about your problem and what insight you've had.
Jerry Thomasula will love this one. I belong to a church, and I started out by just helping with the coffee, cleaning up. I'm pretty much of an expert about cleaning up. I cleaned up for about 5 years. I got involved in a Toastmasters club. I started paying attention to what was going on in the church, started vacuuming after meetings, started doing some stuff. Now, guess what? I'm the 3rd year on the trustees, but we are running out of money. We have spent $30,000 on carpeting. We have reconstructed, we have painted, we have added, and at the same time, we have lost our income. We kicked out, before COVID, the school that was giving us money, substantial money, and the maintenance has been kicked down the road, the kicking can, and now we're faced with a duct, D-U-C-T, problem at the sanctuary, and it's going to cost us $30,000. We are that close to spending everything we have and not having enough mortgage problem. So Sherry Thomasula, how do I get out of this?
Sherry, do you have any ideas? And everybody else, honestly, start thinking innovatively, because this is one of the things that entrepreneurs do. If you can't solve a problem, holy cow, all 23 of us in this room together are definitely smarter than I am. Maybe not smarter than Mary, but definitely smarter than I am together. So let's see if we can give Mary some ideas for that. Sherry, do you have anything?
Honestly, you have to look at where you're outlaying cash. That's going to be the main thing. To me, that's low hanging fruit. Are there things that you can eliminate to then save that money to bring in extra cash? That would be the immediate starting point. So do you have any low hanging fruit would be my question. So look over those finances as the board, go through everything and see, are there things that you don't necessarily need that you're outlaying cash for, and start there. And then start brainstorming. Like Tristan said, it's important to think outside the box. And when you start really getting creative and bring that collective group in, it'll be amazing, some of the ideas that people will come up with. And I have no doubt that you will find the money you need.
Thank you very much, Sherry. AJ, you've got your hand up. What are your comments?
Well, I always think that when you have a situation where you're blindsided, and that happens so often with entrepreneurial activities, nonprofits, the business of Me Inc. When that kind of stuff happens, the first thing that I think of is GoFundMe. Put out a GoFundMe that raises the awareness, Mary, of your situation and how you're looking for people to support your activity, especially in this time where you need that extra push.
Thank you, AJ. I love that idea. A GoFundMe page is great, especially when you have a dedicated community who might be willing to pool money to get through a tough time or achieve a special project. One of the other things, and please go ahead, raise your hand if you either have a comment for Mary or you want to share your own problem. And I do request, if it's a problem where It might be beyond the scope of professional things or things that we can solve in this time period. You might want to keep it to yourself or DM me privately, and I can go ahead and talk about that. One of the things, Mary, that you might try in addition to a GoFundMe page is thinking about customers who might need a space. One of the ones that would strike me very, very quickly, and I don't know how the church would feel about this, independent film producers. They frequently need spaces, and I know some of the places at this church are very, very large, which means that those filmmakers have enough room to spread out. And guess what? You can charge them rent. I love charging people rent. Does anybody else have any questions that they would like to go ahead and put out there? Because I do love helping people solve their problems. Okay, I see no more. Oh, wait, there's a hand. AJ.
Yes, another issue that is really on the verge of hitting all of us is as we move back into hybrid environments, hybrid meeting environments. And part of Mary's situation and your response just a few minutes ago triggered that. We're not going to be able to meet in some of the same places that we always used to meet at for a variety of reasons. Hospitals are the first ones that come to mind. The hospital community meeting rooms that we used to use, not in the future, because hospitals have become incredibly sensitive to COVID and the level of risk. Same with many businesses. Some of the corporate environments where we used to be able to meet and use their community rooms, things have changed. So how do we take a new inventive look at hybrid meetings and meeting spaces?
Shiva, I see your hand up. Did you have a separate question for us to touch on?
Yeah, I have a separate question.
Okay, does anybody have a response to AJ? And Shiva, you're the next question.
I just want to say, AJ, you are so on the mark. That campus that Mary is a big, big part of has huge, alluring attractions for people coming together, and especially if they could be geared up for the hybrid clientele. That was absolutely on the mark.
I agree, Franny, and that was one of my initial responses. With 1 Million Cups, the company that was hosting us for when we could have in-person events just decided earlier this month to close down their physical location through the end of 2021 and just keep people working remotely, which is awesome, but kind of not cool, because that means that 1 Million Cups, actually, when we go back to having in-person events, we will be in that position. Erica?
Thanks, Tristan. I think that AJ hit the mark by using the term hybrid. And this is where I think focusing on the concept of hubris is really important, because we're all going to possibly be on different timelines of when we think we want to go back into an in-person construct, whether it's in our Toastmasters clubs, if it's in the opportunities in 1 Million Cups and other emerging business opportunities, being able to meet together and create community in real time, in real space. So I think what is important here, because I think I heard you say, you know, sometimes the better ideas are when we can get more minds thinking about solutions. The hubris, in my opinion, is if we all were to be very, very static and say that it's a black or white situation. Well, we're going to have to go back by this date. Why we have to ask ourselves, why do we feel that that has to be that date? Where is our ability of being able to be flexible? Where can we ask ourselves to, again, innovate? And what does hybrid space look like? And can we function in a hybrid capacity for a while? What types of innovations could be utilized, whether it's people bringing a webcam into the physical space and being able to try and point it at the speakers, whether or not we bring external speakers, plugging it into a laptop so that people can hear what the person is saying, to be able to conduct, say, evaluations. We've all kind of created some really great hacks in now the almost 12 months that we had to make the pivot into virtual. And it would be, I think, remiss of all of us if we take our hubris and say, we're then going to ditch it and not learn from all these great innovations that we've done while the pandemic forced us to make these pivots. And what can we do to create maybe the intermediary step of a hybrid capacity before we then completely pivot back to meeting in real time in real space?
Thank you, Erica. And that is something that working with entrepreneurs, I'm seeing happening right now in real time. I've had 2 to 3 entrepreneurs for 1 million cups over the last 6 months or so who are working on products that can be either plugins for Zoom, things that can be used with Zoom or with GoToMeeting, as well as some other interactive virtual components. And one of my pieces of feedback for them is if you can figure out how I can have a hybrid meeting, because of course, one of the other elements that goes with that is capacity. For most of our Toastmasters clubs, we're going to stay under 20 people per meeting. However, right now, we're at 22 participants right here, and that may exceed local requirements for size of meeting, number of people meeting. And I know for 1 million cups before the pandemic, we were regularly in the 60 to 80 attendee range. And I know that going back, I'm going to want to limit it and have some type of an RSVP process. So AJ, great question. And that is something where there are people actively working on it. And I love the idea, Mary, of going ahead and taking the church and making it really super accessible for people who are doing hybrid meetings. That would be amazing and a huge moneymaker, honestly. Shiva, what's your question?
Well, thank you. And I just thought this presentation was excellent. So thank you for giving that perspective, because I always saw like the internal or external or perspective as one of the limitations, but I never saw them together. So I was wondering if your slides are available to be shared, or if you have any resources that would be good in kind of working through that, because it is some internal work that needs to be done. The perspective.
I'm actually going to be getting to some resources here in a little bit. I'm not actually completely done. And
Okay.
If you private message me your email address, I am more than happy to send out the deck. It's not that complicated or complex, but if it helps to serve to remind you of where you're at, I am more than happy to share those.
Okay, thank you.
And that goes for everybody else as well. So, did anybody else have a problem that they would like to go ahead and share out, possibly get a little bit of interesting brainstorming going on it? With that, before I jump back into my deck, I did have a couple of things. Mary Lou Aguinaldo wrote for the GoFundMe idea, follow up on how the donated money helped. And Mary, so GoFundMe, I am sure there is somebody on here who is an expert. I've heard of it. I'm not an expert. But one of the things that you can do when you are looking for donated funds like that, if you have somebody who's a member of your church who is really tech savvy, giving people those concrete examples, and Mary Lou, thank you for calling that out, of how the money is helping is a great way to reward people. One of our local entrepreneurs here in Orange County, his name is Anthony, and his business is called Cardana. And what it is, if anybody here has ever considered donating your car to a nonprofit, guess what? Very few of those nonprofits actually have the ability to process those requests. They go through a third-party company. And traditionally, the amount of money that goes back to the nonprofit from that donated car is only about 25% of the value, if not lower. It's a horrendous loss, and it means that your donation isn't going where you want it to go. So what Anthony has done is he's actually managed to get that number up closer to 80%, and he operates with full transparency, meaning that he does a lot of communicating back to the donor so that they know where those funds went. And one of the nonprofits that he's working with here in Orange County is the Orangewood Children's Foundation, because it is near and dear to his heart, as he was a resident there when he was a child himself. So if any of you have a nonprofit and you're looking for a way to accept car donations, not to plug Anthony's company, but I'm happy to, because I feel like he's doing it in a really ethical way, you can go ahead and direct message me and I'll be happy to put you in touch. Along the lines of honesty and transparency, that is one of the things that this process kind of forces us to do, is to operate in a situation of what we might call radical transparency. You have to break the problem down, and part of it, and none of us like to do this, but we have to be honest with ourselves. It doesn't work to say, shh, don't tell. When I look at it and my problems and realize that my pride is getting in the way, or my misconceptions about a situation or a person are getting in the way, that kind of radical honesty and transparency is not comfortable, but it is highly useful. Probably most of you have not heard of the company Buffer. Some of you real tech savvy people might have. Buffer is a fairly large company, and it does social media scheduling for all those social media types out there. They decided to operate from a position of radical transparency regarding people's salaries. Not only did they make it the salaries of all employees available internally, they put it on a web page and opened it up. What they found through that radical transparency was that there was a huge gender pay gap. And of course, they got worried and started researching to try to figure out why it existed. And do you know what they found? It was very, very interesting. They found that men who applied for jobs, the same job as a woman applying, would be more likely to inflate their successes. Not lying necessarily, but inflating. So when you are out there and you're looking for a job, oh, for goodness sake, what is getting in your way might be your own modesty, your own unwillingness to take credit for what you do and how you do it. So with that, I'm going to go back into my slides for just a moment, because I do have a few things that I want to finish up with that. So, oh gosh, I already went through those. I'm so sorry. I wanted to go through the resources. I believe in crowdsourcing my knowledge base as often as possible. We do it at 1 Million Cups, where the entrepreneurs turn their biggest questions over to the audience to ask for feedback and help. Heck, we did that today, and we do it at Toastmasters every time we meet, where we say, please give me feedback, give me help. But we're not limited to people. We also have books. And these 3 books on your screen are the same 3 books that are in my hands right now. I'm going to go through them real quickly so that you guys know what might be helpful or useful to you in figuring out where you're at with your problem. The first one here is Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. This is an excellent book for understanding some of the biases that we all bring to the table. So that's actually really helpful with that hubris, realizing that, and I hate to say it, we all think we're great multitaskers. Shh, we're not. We are not great multitaskers. Don't do it. That we are really logical people. Guess what? We don't operate in the realm of logic primarily. We operate from emotion and from feeling and from belief. Logic just kind of gets tacked on after that. And unless we're radically transparent with ourselves, it becomes very easy to confuse logic with all the other stuff that we just figure out how to justify that way. The second book is Where Good Ideas Come From by Stephen Johnson. It is a natural history of innovation. This book has a plethora of case studies on where innovative ideas came from. For example, does anybody know what the printing press was actually an innovation on? I don't hear any voices, so I'm assuming the answer is no, because before I read that book, I didn't know either. But I love where it came from. It was in Germany, and in Germany at that time, people made a lot of wine. Sherry Thomasula, I love the fact that you called out wine during your presentation, because wine has fueled a lot of things, including the printing press. The device that was used to mechanically squash the grapes, which replaced the good old-fashioned grape stomper people, was actually the basis for the initial printing press, with rotating through and being able to press those words down. So the next time you pick up a book, go ahead, pick up that glass of wine, because they are connected. The final book that has been really helpful to me is Roger Von Eck's Expect the Unexpected. He has been doing creativity tools for something around 30 years. You might have the Creative Whack Pack, the book A Kick in the Seat of the Pants, but it's all about the idea that when we take our brain and shake up our perspective, we are able to come up with new solutions that may be much better. This particular one I like a lot because it's taking some of the epigrams written by Heraclitus, which was a really, really old Greek philosopher. You don't really need to know a whole lot more about him, other than that he wrote in super vague ways, which is great, because when you have to figure out what something super vague means, and means in context of your own life and your own problems, you're forced to think about it in completely new and different ways. And that's really very helpful. So with that, that is pretty much the end of my part of the presentation. And I'm going to take a quick timeout to give a call out to the person who was supposed to be up 3 minutes ago, Amy Tickell. As many of you may know, Amy has been suffering from long COVID. How long? Almost a year. She got COVID back in March of 2020 and is still dealing with the repercussions and the fallout from that illness, to the point where today she was planning on speaking, but is actually too unwell to attend. I think that it's really important for us to think innovatively about what our response as a community is to this type of situation. Because Amy, she is busy, she is productive. She is the VP of Education for her Toastmasters Club, which she started about 4 years ago at Blizzard Entertainment. Many of you may or may not recognize the name Blizzard. For those of you who either are or know of somebody who really likes gaming, it is one of the bigger gaming companies, and it's located in Irvine, just right down my street, probably not yours. She is an active person, and because of COVID, she has been completely put back on her heels. And this is something that I actually do worry about as we come out from under the pandemic, there are going to be long-lasting repercussions that we really have to think about how we can work with, because otherwise we are not going to be able to continue. Krista, I'm so sorry. I just noticed your DM to me. I know that I went over time, but I also knew that Amy was not able to join us today. Did you have anything about Amy that you would like to interject?
No, thank you. Thank you for that nice ending and letting us know about Amy. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. That's something that my own family has been affected by COVID, not my immediate, but my more extended family. And the effects can be devastating. I was really looking forward to hearing from Amy today, because one of the things that can happen, and going back to that idea, thinking fast and slow and where we're actually operating from. My aunt and uncle were diagnosed with COVID back in November. And as it happened, my uncle ended up passing from it.
So sorry to hear that.
Yeah. When I was talking to my aunt and asked if she knew how they had gotten it, she was kind of short with me and didn't really answer the question. So I called her back the next day because, well, when you're in quarantine, I figured having people reach out would be a really good thing. And I asked her if she'd gotten any negative responses because she and my uncle were diagnosed. And her reply was yes. Even though my aunt and uncle had been following mask protocols, sanitation protocols, staying 6 feet away from people and avoiding public spaces that were crowded, they still got it. And when she shared that information with the people in her social group, some of the people responded with thinking that, oh, you probably didn't quite follow the protocols.
Yeah.
With the assumption, with the underlying sense that my aunt and uncle had done something wrong. In the book, Thinking Fast and Slow, the author, Daniel Kahneman, talks about how we have these beliefs about other people that are really a reflection of our own beliefs. I hate to say it, my personal belief is that the protocols don't necessarily make us immune. They just lower the chances that we'll get it. And just because somebody follows all the protocols doesn't mean they won't get it. And it doesn't mean that I won't get it either. And that is scary.
Tristan?
Yes, Mary.
Thank you so much for the update on Amy. None of us knew this until last night. So 2 minutes ago, Susan Thompson agreed to give a presentation. Are you okay with Susan giving until Lori's coming on next?
I would be more than happy to cede the stage to Susan. Thank you very much, Mary.
Well done, dear heart. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lori. I just wanted to give you Amy's update. She struggles daily. She's working about 8 hours a week, and I've been in contact with her since middle of March last year, off and on, and it's a lot of breathing problems. So she's on oxygen. She carries a tank around, and if you guys want to send her a note or ping her on any of the social media that we have, she would love to hear from you. It's really been a struggle for her. And I was really hoping to see her today, and I'm sorry that she wasn't feeling well. She told me that might happen. Her energy goes up and down. She gets fevers up to 101, 102 frequently. So she needs a little prayer and a little support. So there you go. I just wanted to give you that update.
All right. Thank you so much, Lori. With that, let's move on to and hear from Susan Thompson. Thank you, everyone. Susan?
Thank you so much. When I first joined Toastmasters over 10 years ago, I was rather taken aback by the number of people who seemed to have difficulties finding a mentor. this was contrary to my experience, and I'm not just talking about my experience in IT. I'm often introduced as someone who's been underfoot in IT for over 4 decades. But before that, when I was in school, I got interested in music. In fact, I did it not because initially I was interested in music, but because, frankly, school bored me. I would get good grades, but my report cards would have comments like, she doesn't engage in classroom discussion. She resists participation in sports. She always has her nose in a book, all of which were quite true. So when the school started to allow students to learn a musical instrument, I decided to do that. I knew nothing about music, and my family wasn't musical, but it would get me out of the boring classroom for an hour once a week. That was worth doing just about anything. With no particular guidance, I decided I would play the horn, also known as French horn, a splendid-looking instrument. It's brass, coiled, with a dramatically flared bell. And why did I pick that one? Well, it looked pretty, and it didn't have a lot of keys or valves or other things that would require manual dexterity. What I didn't realize was that it was a notoriously treacherous instrument and that even professionals sometimes miss notes. I enjoyed the time away from class, and as I got better, I had the opportunity to play in bands, orchestras, and other ensembles. When I wasn't yet quite a teenager, I was playing in community groups that had players of all ages from all backgrounds. It wasn't that I was wonderful. Part of it was that there weren't that many hornists locally, especially ones who were willing to play for free. When I encountered something unfamiliar, which was often, other players would help me learn it. I came to think of these players as emergency mentors. For instance, I recall one saying, in Mozart, we don't do it this way, we do it that way. It was in these ensembles that I first encountered conductors. Conductors perform roughly the same function as stage directors in rehearsal. That is, they guide the players according to their vision of how the piece should be performed. Unlike stage directors, conductors actually lead the ensemble during performance. Some of the conductors were what I think of now as drive-by mentors. Drive-by mentors? By that I mean that a conductor might make an apparently offhand comment or even a cue or gesture that gave me exactly what I needed to play something better. Since an orchestra has many instruments, much of many rehearsals involve sitting while the conductor rehearses other players. I could learn things from listening to that, too. I eventually found that no matter how much I practiced, I couldn't seem to improve in some areas. I convinced my parents to let me take private lessons with more experienced hornists. I learned a lot from local amateurs and eventually took private lessons. First with a local amateur and later with a former hornist from the Los Angeles Philharmonic. And later still with a hornist who regularly played for Hollywood studio recordings. I came to think of these as scheduled mentors. As I got accustomed to a teacher, I could sometimes intuit what his recommendation would be between lessons. I was playing in better amateur orchestras now and sometimes playing chamber music in smaller ensembles. Then I went to a horn symposium put on by the International Horn Society, which featured a week of performances, classes, ensembles with the participants and ensembles with the artists. It also featured master classes. A master class is a class given by a professional to a set of advanced students, often with an audience. There I was in the audience listening, to give one example, to the principal horn of the Oslo Philharmonic, working with a student who was playing a tricky excerpt from the Prelude to Der Rosenkavalier. He played it accurately but somewhat woodenly. She turned to the student and said, "You do know how the opera begins, don't you?" He didn't. "In bed. Now play it to suggest that." I started to think of teachers of master's classes as mentors at one remove. And on that basis, I can also claim hornists from the San Francisco Symphony, the Chicago Symphony, the Metropolitan Opera, and the Vienna Philharmonic as mentors at one remove. I majored in music in college, but it didn't turn out as I had hoped. I didn't have the raw talent to make it in a professional orchestra, and academe held no appeal for me. After encounters with what would later come to be called political correctness, I decided to drop out. But this is not a story of failure and defeat. Because I had learned how to learn and how to assemble an array of emergency mentors, drive-by mentors, scheduled mentors, and mentors at one remove, I have entered a number of careers knowing not much more about them than I did about music when I started. And I have always managed to figure out how to get help, and especially the help I needed to progress. I commend this approach of mentoring to you, whatever you are trying to improve. And I think Lori is the one who has it next. Over to you, Lori.
Thank you, Susan. I believe Brenda Shar is the next moderator for the next section.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Krista. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. Sorry to hear about Amy. I have the pleasure of being the moderator for both Lori Shapiro's presentation as well as Kathy Hughes's presentation. With that, I will go ahead and introduce Lori. Good morning, everyone. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing Founders District's immediate past district director, Lori Shapiro. Lori has been a Toastmaster for 10 years and has loved serving as a district leader for the past 7 years. In her professional life, she works for New York Life as a financial service provider and uses LinkedIn as an essential business tool in her toolbox. She will be sharing her love for this amazing tool and how you can leverage the power of LinkedIn. Please help me welcome Lori Shapiro. Lori Shapiro, leverage the power of LinkedIn. Leverage the power of LinkedIn. Lori Shapiro.
Well, thank you very much, Brenda, for that wonderful introduction that I wrote. It's always good participating in an event like this. Thank you, Mary, for your innovative ideas to put on Roses to Raises. Is this your third one or fourth one? I've lost track over the years. Fifth, sixth. Wow, she's running out of fingers. Great. Well, thanks everybody for attending. I'm really excited to share my experience and how I use LinkedIn to promote myself and my business. And I'm hoping you'll pick up a couple great ideas that you can use yourself. Let's see, I'm going to expand my window here. How many of you have an existing up-to-date LinkedIn profile? Why don't you just show by clicking at the bottom of the reactions, your thumbs up, you can wave. All right, there's a few coming in here. Excellent. And I know there's some that do have profiles, but maybe you need to keep it up to date. Why is that important? Well, LinkedIn is an amazing tool that allows you to have a digital presence. That means if you had a paper resume and you're just mailing it out to a potential employer, you've got to physically send it to each one. Instead, now you've got a platform where you can promote yourself through LinkedIn, and you can actually send somebody to your profile. And Brenda's going to send you a link eventually pretty soon in the chat where you can link to my profile and connect with me. And we'll talk about what that's about. LinkedIn was founded in 2003. I became a LinkedIn member in April of 2004. I was in the first 500,000 people that signed up for LinkedIn. Currently, there's 766 million members worldwide. It's the largest professional network available to all of us that are in the working world, or even people in retirement use it as well. It's the professional social media tool. Facebook is usually some fun things. You can put your professional page up as well, but LinkedIn is the place. It's the largest professional network out there. You can use it to find a job. LinkedIn's got extra functionality for LinkedIn jobs, and we'll take a look at that. Promote your business or service via a post or a page that you could set up. You can connect with past friends. I found some people that I worked with 20, 30 years ago, and it's just really fun to reach out to them and say, are you the person who worked at Pacific Bell back in the 80s? It's been really great to connect with people. But then also, I have somebody on this event today that I met through LinkedIn, or we caught up. We used to be involved in a event called SOTEC, Southland Technology Conference, and we've connected recently and talked via our connections on LinkedIn. You can also look for clients. I can show you how to filter and find people that may fit your clientele and reach out to them and see if you'd be able to possibly help them out. So here's a fun fact. Microsoft owns LinkedIn. They bought it in 2016 for $26.2 billion. So within 13 years, a company that started from nothing is worth $26.2 billion, and it's just a way to promote yourself. So the platform has just exploded. It's really a fun thing to be involved in. So what exactly is LinkedIn and who's using it? It's for business professionals, students and job seekers, hiring managers, and HR departments. You can be rest assured if your resume or your electronic application goes to an HR department, the hiring manager and the HR manager will be looking at your LinkedIn profile. It's great to promote a professional organization or find one that you may want to participate in. It's great to network with people all around the world. And also, you can promote your company or business or find out about a company. If you're going to go interview with a company, maybe I'll use Ingram Micro as it's a company that I had worked for. When I wanted to find out information about this company, I just jumped in and went onto LinkedIn and found not only about the company, but about the hiring manager, about the person I would be working for. It's a really good detective tool for you to leverage. 27% of Americans use LinkedIn. 92% of Fortune 500 companies not only use LinkedIn, but they all have an electronic presence on LinkedIn. You can look up their company. You can find out how long they've been there, where their headquarters is, where their offices are, who the folks are that you might be working with, and the team that you may be looking to use. Hand raise on the reactions. How many of you have actually used LinkedIn to seek a job or to dig in a little bit to find out about some of the people you might be working for? Let's see if you got a couple people's hands up. All right. If you haven't, it's a great time to start. Over 95% of recruiters will look at your LinkedIn profile. How many of you all have a paper resume? Raise your hand if you got a paper resume. Most of you do if you've been in professional organizations, if you've been a professional. We all have a resume, and it's very important that that paper resume that you're presenting to a potential client matches your LinkedIn profile. We'll take a look at that. So how do you get started? I saw people, not everybody raises their hand, but if you don't have a profile on LinkedIn, this is the link where you would go to the linkedin.com/reg for registration/join. I will give you some links, and Brenda will be posting a few things on chat that will help you get some tools that you could use to help you build your LinkedIn profile. We'll take a look at mine in a minute. Make sure you add a headshot and background, and I'll show you mine, and I'll show you how you could find a background. Nothing I get more frustrated, I don't want to say hate, I get frustrated. I feel like, wow, you didn't even make an effort to put your headshot out on your LinkedIn profile and pick a nice background to represent your business or something that you enjoy. So you'll see which one I chose. You want to set up your about section. We'll take a look at that. Your job history, as I mentioned, should match your resume. And you want to build your network. You'll see I have a ton of people. I'm connected to 7,500 people or more. So it's very important because those will be your first level connections. And then they all have second level. I've got hundreds of thousands of people that I have access to through this incredible network. All right. So now it's time for a demo. I wish I had a little graphic of those little guys dancing around. They're really cute, but I love the cat thing because my cat looks at me like that sometimes. So we're going to go. If you want to follow along, you certainly can. Let me see if I can move that out of the way. You can certainly follow along by going into your LinkedIn profile or look at mine or link to me. Brenda, hopefully you've put that link up. I can't see it. I've got too many windows open here. So this is my LinkedIn profile. I had to go, let me step back one thing. When I go to linkedin.com, I have my password already is set in there, and this is what my screen looks like. These are all the posts of people I'm watching, or sometimes just some new people I connected with. Richard Branson, you know, somebody that's got some really interesting things to say. So I have my LinkedIn news feed. Oh, that doesn't look good. And I want to show you how you get into your profile. So if you have a LinkedIn profile, you would click on your name, and this is going to bring up my profile. You see there's little edit icons, little pencils, so I could go in and change these sections. New York Life we have a lot of compliance, and I can't go changing things. I'll be locked out of posting through our system that we use to post New York Life posts. So I'm not going to change anything here, but I'm going to show you if I go into edit, I could change my background. I could change it and put in a new profile. I actually can drag and drop a new photo in there, which I did recently. So I'm going to show you that you can just Google LinkedIn backgrounds. If you don't have a pretty picture, hopefully you have a headshot of yourself. If not, do a selfie. But the backgrounds are really important because it adds some depth and character and tells a little bit about you by the type of background you have. I've seen some really cool backgrounds and some kind of boring backgrounds, and then some have no background. So here's what you do. You type LinkedIn backgrounds, you hit enter, and all these LinkedIn background links come up, but I don't go there. I just go to images. So you can find some images. If you're a book reader, if you have a book, you can promote your book and create your own background. You know, I love these skyscraper type things and nature, like what lights you up, what's exciting. Here's a little techie thing. If you're a technical person, engineer, you can use these backgrounds. Here's some beautiful mountains and some shoreline. So find something that is indicative of what you like and where you like to be. That would be interesting to your viewer. So you can share these backgrounds. And I had just gone whale watching last weekend, and I thought it was really fun to put a sailboat. I would love to be on a sailboat. You don't usually whale watch on sailboats, but I have. And here is a sailboat. So I can change this up. And when you change up your profile, it will get posted and say, oh, look, Lori's got a new headshot, and, you know, go ahead and comment on it. So then this is my electronic resume. You've got your, and I had to type all this stuff in. It didn't just show up automatically. You have your title, and you want it to be a grabbing title. It tells you what my position is. It tells me some hints to strengthen it, although I can't without going through New York Life's system. It connects into LinkedIn, and I have to go through that. But so I'm not going to change anything. Here's the about. Some of this is my compliance stuff, and then I have a little paragraph that I'm able to customize myself, but it still has to go through compliance. So I'm not going to change anything. This is my private little dashboard. Tells me how many people have viewed my profile, how many people have looked at some posts today, and just how many times I've showed up in a search. So you can look. Now I subscribe for premium, pay extra for that. And then I have a thing up on the top here is Sales Navigator. So that's an extra thing for somebody in sales, which I'm in, to go and find potential clients. I'm not going to cover that today. So I can see how my posts have been viewed and how my profile's been viewed. I get a lot of that. You may not if you don't have a lot of links, but because I have that 7,500 links, people are going to look at my posts, and that's kind of what I want. Here's some of the people that link to me. See this person without a headshot? How much more powerful is it to have a headshot? You know, it seems more interesting when somebody has a headshot. And look, this person is looking to hire people. There's a couple other ones. Here's one, somebody who's looking for work, open for work. And I could show you, if you are looking for work, you can say you're open to finding a new job, and it'll ask you to create the job title or look for titles. And then it'll circle your headshot with a hashtag open for work. And that lets hiring managers know you're looking, or friends that may know you and would be willing to share that with you. So then you can say, if you're hiring, like I'm going to get my managing partner to put a description in here, and then I'll say that we're always New York Life's hiring agents, and we train through your training program and all that. So I will eventually have hiring around my circle, because I love to talk to people that may want a job, career change like I did. 3 years ago, I changed my career, and you'll see in a minute. So it gives you some activity. How many people are following me? Here's my little announcement, Roses to Raises. And here is my resume, and it matches exactly with my paper resume. So I would suggest that if you haven't updated your resume, if you've left a job and you're still showing that you're at the job, I call that false advertising. You may want to say that the job is complete and you're looking for work, so you could get your open for work. Tells you that I have been a senior project manager in IT, my last few positions. I worked at First American. Here's some of my volunteer experience. I worked at Experian and Ingram Micro and Applied Computer Solutions. So you can see where people have worked. Sometimes you think that person looks familiar. Go look and see. Maybe you work with them at some company. Maybe you were in a Toastmasters club with them, like at Experian. They always have lots of people that I see. Oh, wait a minute, they look familiar. Here's my education. Here are the licenses and certifications that I have. Distinguished Toastmaster number 3. I did that for Christine because she's always given me a hard time. And then my volunteer experience, which I've done a lot. And then endorsements. So people have endorsed me for my skills. The most important thing, and I need to ask for some more recommendations, is to get people that you work with to put a recommendation in for you. And you would click here, ask for recommendation. You put the person's name in, and then let them give you a recommendation. It'll come to you. You can review it. If you think that something is not quite accurate, you can ask them to change that. So I've got, like 20 or so different people in different positions, whether it's volunteer or whether it's paid. I think it's important to get people to recognize and to share their experience with you. People hiring managers will be looking at these, okay? Because they haven't even asked you for a recommendation. You always put that at the bottom of your resume. Recommendations available on request. Here they already have some of people that work with you throughout your career. I speak only English. That is my accomplishment. You can add all kinds of accomplishments. And interest would be the people or groups that you have connected with, whether it's a company, a networking group, large company that I may have at one point looked for work at. So that's my LinkedIn profile. There's a lot of information to put in there. You don't have to do it all at once. I would say you'd want to put your title and your about. You don't have to put the open to thing. That's kind of new in the last year or so. And then you want to put your about, the description of who you are, what you do, and maybe what you're looking for. And then add your resume in here. So you have to put starting and ending and that type of thing in each of your jobs that you've worked at. try not to have too many big gaps. I mean, sometimes you're out of work, you're unemployed, but that's okay. But don't have a couple years gap, because that is a question. But make sure it, again, matches that resume. So I spend a lot of time creating my profile. I also make sure it's up to date. I use LinkedIn every day. Every day I'm in LinkedIn. I have posts every day. So here's some more little functions. Ooh, that is not a pretty, that is not what you want if you were SpaceX right there. So anyway, sorry, it's one of those appealing looking videos, but like, uh-oh. So at the top of your LinkedIn profile, you could click on your network, and I have probably a message or a connection or something. It tells me I had something to look at. I have 7,513 links. I have a couple teammates that have connected with me, and how many people I follow. I'm really not even as active at posting as I probably should be, but I can click on LinkedIn connections, then I'm able to search. So I want to search and find all the senior project managers that I might want to connect to. So on the top here are the filters. You can look at all the filters that you can connect with. If I want to look at all the people I may know at Ingram Micro, and even maybe people I don't, I click show results. And sometimes it shows up that they may have Ingram Micro in their profile, previously worked at Ingram Micro. Maybe somebody on this, I see somebody here that previously worked for Ingram Micro, and so he may show up. I work with some of these folks when I work there. Some are still there, but you can then connect with. I've connected anything that says first. So here's the story on this. If Raj is a first connection with me, he is a premium member of LinkedIn. That's what that colored block means. These are other people that are connected with him, and I could just send him a message because he's in my first level. Let's see if there's somebody here. I am connected with a ton of Ingram Micro people. So these are all showing as first. Oh, that's why, because I have first checked. All right, let's just go second. Okay. So second level, are the people that are connected to my people that I'm, so my first level is at 7,500. The second level are the folks that are then connected to those folks. And I have access, I could see that. It tells you who they're connected to, not connected to me. So if I wanted to connect to Mark, I would say connect. And then I could write him a note. If you're going to ask somebody to connect, give them a little note. Oh, I saw your profile on LinkedIn. It's really interesting. I'm looking to get a job at Ingram Micro. I'm wondering if you'd have 10, 15 minutes to meet with me. And then, at least could we connect? And then you can add that note in there, blah, blah, blah. And then once I hit the note, I'd hit send, and it would send a note, and it would look like in here on this messaging, it'll show you, like I sent my boss a note last night saying, maybe you should have a hiring circle around your, that you've got job openings. So these are some of the people that I've connected to recently, or I've pinged them. I don't know if Yvette's on today, but she's somebody that I'm working with, another agent, and she's in New York at New York Life. So you'll be able to have conversations with her, and you can connect with people. And sometimes people want to connect, and sometimes they don't. So you can filter out, like I might go to the third level, and I have access to see a lot of information on the second level because I'm only one level away from them. But the third, sometimes I have less access to their information, but I can still request a connection. Like, oh, I see you used to work at Ingram or whatever. You can use this to connect with people, and then you're able to message them and have conversations with them. So at this point, if you want to hand raise, and I'm trying to see if I've got the whole bunch here. If you have a question, if you'd like to raise your hand and unmute, if there's something you want me to show you with some of these searches. Oh.
Lori, you did have a couple of questions while you were doing your demo. Erica had a couple of questions about the background, and is it aligned with your professional brand, and is it a great nonverbal reinforcer, and what is your perspective on?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I just took off my New York Life background because we were asked at the beginning of the year to switch out. It was New York Life with a New York Life's building in downtown Manhattan with the gold tower on it, and it had the 175th anniversary logo. So they wanted us to remove that, and I didn't have time to do the graphics. But you definitely can create your own to really brand yourself. I see people that sell books. Let me look for this one guy. I'll show you. Larry Levine. Let me look. Let me make sure I have. All right, here we go. Larry Levine. Okay, he has a company called Selling from the Heart. I highly recommend you guys link to Larry Levine, and he and his buddy Daryl Amy do some great podcasts, and they just had a free 10-day event. But see what he does? He brands himself. He has a book, Selling from the Heart, and it's got his name. So you can create your own graphics to brand yourself if there's something that you would like to sell on, or connect people in. So he's a LinkedIn premium member, and he's part of the Selling from the Heart LinkedIn group. So if you go to the LinkedIn group, I'm in there as well. But you can see that you can join a group and participate in and stay connected and active in hearing what Larry Levine wanted to share. I think I lost him, but so there's some really great, like if you had Tony Robbins, all right, everybody should know Tony Robbins. I'm guessing he's in second connection with him, but I follow him. So he's got his personal brand, Unleash Your Power Within. He's promoting his event that they've got a virtual event in March, and he uses background. I'm sure his people make great backgrounds for him, but you can create your own. You can use Canva, you can use Photoshop, and there's a couple other tools that you can use to create your own graphic if you're not wanting to spend a lot of money. You can go to the number 5, Fiverr, and for $5 you can ask somebody to create a graphic for you if you don't have the ability or the time to do that. Does that help, Erica? I think I answered that.
And Erica had a similar question, but very different. She was wondering regarding your perspective of using your LinkedIn profile being an exact mirror to your resume, considering research in the past has indicated that customizing a resume to the specific job or employer is a great strategic benefit.
Well, that's true. On a resume, if you've been working for 20 or whatever years, it's really tough to put everything in 2 or 3 pages. You definitely want to have it customized for that job. But typically, if I'm looking for a job, and I don't always tailor my resume 20 different versions of it. If I'm looking for a job as a senior IT program manager, I will custom my resume, and I will make LinkedIn's looking at the same thing, that I want to have it custom. I want to make sure that it's going to highlight, and the job history is going to look the same. I'm not changing my job history because I'm looking for a different type of job. It's going to be my job history. The only thing that you would need to change would be your about. I'll just look here. By the way, there's 100 Lori Shapiro's, and I was the first one, so I've got my little, whoops, if I could just type P-I-R-O. Right, there we go. So the only thing I would change possibly if I know that recruiter is going to be looking at my LinkedIn profile, I want to make sure that my about includes the job that I'm looking for, my qualifications as a senior IT program manager or a financial advisor, whatever job I'm looking for. But I don't think this is going to change much. I'm not going to remove any jobs that I've completed in the past. Even if I went back to project management, I'd still leave my New York Life information on the screen. So Does that answer it? I would definitely make sure the about aligns with the jobs that I'm going after, but I think that the resume would be very similar to my job history would be the same. I mean, sometimes you flip and people do some really creative things with the resume. They may not even show the jobs and the job history. It may be the skill set. You can have different kinds of resumes. So I agree with that, Erica, that you can do that, but you really want to have it, your job history not be completely different, or dates and times to be completely different from what is on your resume. Now, if you have a different perspective on that, great. I'd love to hear it, Erica. If you're out there. I can't see the chat.
Meaning as in right now, Lori?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Meaning that, were you asking that in the context of me speaking up right this very moment?
Give a minute or two if you'd like.
Sure, yeah, I could do that real quick. So from my experience, and I can definitely say that Lori's been on LinkedIn a little bit longer than I have, but I myself also consider me to be a LinkedIn evangelist and have done a lot of coaching on it. And, there's going to be a couple of different perspectives. And I think with a lot of things that Lori has shown us, the most important thing for you to feel comfortable in using LinkedIn is, I think, to embrace what you feel you're comfortable in doing. There's a lot of talk out there about what is your brand, meaning what's the value that you're bringing to companies. And a resume and LinkedIn both promote that. They might promote it in slightly different ways. So for example, I know Lori said, if you're a 20-year veteran in, let's use Lori's example of financial services, she may want to leverage the 20 years history to show how deep of a subject matter expert she is. Yet, like for myself, as Lori's been so kind as to put my LinkedIn profile, I do not have my full and complete employment history on my profile. There's a job that I acquired right after the Great Recession when I was unemployed for 2 years that is completely irrelevant to my brand. So it will never show. Number two, because of the pivot that I've also made professionally and very much focused on the learning and development industry, my focus is only going to go back about 10 years. Not that I haven't done other things in learning and development and training individuals before then. It's just that I feel like those previous jobs don't necessarily add value on my LinkedIn profile. And then, of course, on my resume, I'm going to do similar. And so I think what Lori's trying to say is I'm not going to call myself a CEO of a company if I've never been a CEO, because that's lying. And we don't want to promote lying. And yet, and in your start and your end dates, they should be exactly the same, from LinkedIn to resume. But what you put on a resume and what you put on your LinkedIn may vary a little bit, because LinkedIn is something that's always constantly available to people. So you want to maybe promote how you see yourself as a brand, the value that you bring to the people. And it might slightly vary based on a resume that you're going to hand directly to an employer, because you want to make sure that that resume is speaking very specifically to what that employer was asking for, and doing a little bit of what I call a love letter, letting them know that you want to work for them, not just for any company. Lori, thank you so much for letting me have a little bit of the floor on talking a little bit about that.
Appreciate your expertise. Thank you very much, Erica.
And right. Lori, Christine Brady had a question on platforms. Is it better to use a computer versus another device such as a phone?
I use both. I have LinkedIn on my phone, and I could use it to respond to messages, to check on maybe some posts or whatever. I love using my phone. When I'm updating my profile, I will most likely do that on my desktop, laptop, whatever. So there you go. All right, to wrap up, I still have about 8 minutes or so. LinkedIn, you want to use it for all these functions. I think if you're looking for work, using that open for work really makes your profile stand out as your people are searching through. That sometimes I see somebody, I'm like, oh, you're not working anymore. So I ping them and say, hey, what happened? Your job, what are you looking for? Can I help you? You know, I've got a good network, let me help you out. So you can make sure you mark that if that's something that you want some help with to find your next position or opportunity. I definitely use it to research companies, to post content of, like today I posted I'm going to be speaking, to join a group. There's lots of groups, professionals, network groups. There's one, I used to work at Storage Tech, so it'll say Storage Tech alumni group, and there's posts on there all the time. I think they have a Facebook group as well. And just have conversations with people like, hey, can we talk for 10 minutes? I'd love to hear your background. How did you like working at this company or whatever? And then just to keep, you saw the messages coming up on my feed, just to keep in contact with people. So if you haven't started, let's get started. You can't, you know, that if you don't get started, put one foot in front of the other, get started. You can first link to me. It's an easy link. Brenda, did you put those links into?
Yes, I did.
All right, great. So you can click and link to me. I would love to link with you. Make sure you respond to your messages promptly. You can sit there and seek out some jobs, but I'm going to show you, there's a few more links I'll show you on. If you have no idea how to start that profile, LinkedIn has LinkedIn Learning, and it's amazing. You can take classes on all kinds of things, not just how to set up a profile, how to use Excel, how to garden, people have all kinds of classes in there. You may have to have a premium membership, which I do. I have the premium. You may, I think with the learning, LinkedIn Learning, those are available to you, but some of the different courses you may have to have that premium. But you can get premium free for a month. So you can sign up for premium and use it for a month, take some courses, connect to people. Use LinkedIn as a way to, outside of Facebook, to use for your business and to link with people that you may have lost contact with. I had friends in Australia, and I connected with them and got updates on how they were doing. It was fabulous. Here, Brenda put these links in chat because in the handout that Serena put together, which was the program for today, I think when it got re-PDF, the links aren't live. So you can see how these links on mine would actually link if I clicked on it. If you're open to jobs, it'll tell you how to set up that open to jobs. So everything I talked about today, you will be able to find through some of the training that you can find on LinkedIn. So in wrapping it up, LinkedIn is not your online resume. It's your digital reputation. It's really important to make sure you keep your LinkedIn profile up to date and have some fun posts. I mean, I post stuff for financial advising type of activity, just, you know, what's going on in the market. You can connect with me and look at that. But also I do some fun things as well. Sometimes there's some really heartwarming stories that people post on LinkedIn. Not always business, but, you know, try to stay away from all the politics. And that's what I'm doing. And if you have any other questions, you can ask them now. We've got another couple minutes. If you had anything else that came up, if you want, I can post my, let me see, if I stop sharing, then I could see the chat. Oh, there's a lot of chat stuff. I'll copy. If you guys don't know, you can copy the chat. If you go to the to section at the bottom, you can look for everyone. There's to the right of where you'd be able to type in a chat, there's a thing that says file, and there's 3 dots. If you click on the 3 dots, you can download the chat, save the chat window, open it up, and then you can drag and drop that file anywhere you want. So you can keep all the chat if you'd like.
Serena has a question.
Okay, go right ahead.
Serena has a question.
Serena, go for it.
Serena, you have a question?
Yes, I do. I'm here. Thank you. Lori, I wanted to know, and you may have already covered this, so I apologize. I got a little distracted, but I wanted to ask you about referrals. I don't know if that's the right terminology, because I know there's a lot of terminology with LinkedIn. When you give somebody like a recommendation, and it's kind of like, I've heard people talk about it as give to get kind of a thing. I've also heard people talk about it as give them all over the place. I've also heard people say, don't give out so many. What's your professional opinion on what's the right way to go about this?
Well, whenever I leave a job, or if I'm in a job that I don't have a recommendation from a coworker or somebody that maybe a manager or somebody higher in a project I've worked on, I ask for the recommendation, and sometimes they'll give you one and sometimes they won't. And that's okay. Just ask, get a one or two from the companies you worked at, and then you're able to review them before you post them to your feed. So if you don't have to post the recommendation, if you think you can ask them to kind of revise it a little, or can you mention the project I was on, or whatever, you can ask them for that. I don't think you need to have 500 recommendations, but 15, 20, or you can take down ones from, a company you were at long ago. But I think the hiring managers just want to see how you impacted people at your company. I mean, obviously you don't ask somebody for a recommendation that's going to give you a stinging one, right? You typically, letters of recommendation will come from people that will support you, or that had a good experience working with you. Does that answer your question?
I'm talking about the recommendations on LinkedIn. You can refer people or rate them, kind of a thing, give them 5 stars, so to speak.
Okay, so there's recommendations, and there's also an ability to kind of give them. I don't have as much. I don't know. I don't think it's as big a bang for the buck with a written recommendation versus somebody saying, Lori's got great project management skills. I mean, I get people clicking that. I don't even know them. How do they know I have great project management skills? I think you guys have probably seen that. I'm like, what the heck? That's kind of useless for me. So I don't give a lot of credibility to those necessarily. I think the recommendation stands much higher as giving you a good something good to share with the potential hiring managers. So is that good? All right. What about anybody else? We got another.
Lori, I have one question. Erica used the term learning and development industry. To what extent do you believe that people's experience, volunteer as it is, in Toastmaster leadership is eligible for the category learning and development industry?
I think Toastmasters is a learning and development industry. It's a nonprofit, and I think the leadership skills that we've learned and practiced in our clubs and in district leadership will bring credibility to you. I mean, I can't say enough about when I was involved as a SOTEC, the conference chair for SOTEC for 6 years. That's great experience, even though I didn't get paid a dime. So with that, I don't want to cut Kathy too short. Give her a few minutes to set up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Erica, for your input. And I hope.
Wait a minute. Didn't AJ have a question?
I don't know.
AJ have a question? AJ, did you get your question in?
AJ, please. You've got another minute.
Sure, thanks a lot. I just wanted to raise the awareness that LinkedIn has also evolved during the time period, and many firms, my own included, actually require employees to carry a separate LinkedIn account that is tied in specifically. You sort of led to it with your connection with New York Life. Many firms require a LinkedIn account where every single one of your educational updates has to be posted to your LinkedIn account. So we're going to be seeing LinkedIn change from the chattiness and some of the classic resume activity that we saw in the past to something that really is pretty much your human resources center. And I wanted to just forward that for thought, food for thought, because use your LinkedIn account for thought leadership.
I don't want to cut Kathy short. She's on in a minute. So thank you very much. That's true. It evolves all the time. I decided not to create a new work connection because I had 7,000 people on my personal. So I just changed it to New York Life as required. I could have had a whole different profile, but I decided to keep one.
Thank
All right,
you.
with that,
Thank you, Lori, for that excellent and very informative speech. I posted the links a couple of times that Lori wanted to pass along to you. Excellent job, Lori. I appreciate it, and I learned a lot. With that, we're going to switch immediately to Kathy Hughes, who has a full packed, jammed speech for us. And Kathy Hughes retired from her career in December 2019 after working 41 years in the computer industry. The computer industry wasn't necessarily considered women's work in the early days. There were stereotypes to face and overcome in order to succeed. Please welcome Kathy Hughes and her speech titled Women's Work. Kathy Hughes, women's work has multiple definitions and still is a work in progress. Women's work has multiple definitions and is still a work in progress. Kathy Hughes.
Thank you, Brenda, for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do whatever you want and be anything you dream. I learned that, yes, from 41 years in the computer industry. And that was my dream job. Now, before you do the math, don't even try. I started when I was in diapers, okay? When I retired in December 2019 from Broadcom International, we were given the title, I was given the title at that time of Director of Research and Development Software Quality. I was one of the really lucky ones because I worked a long and fruitful career in a job that I absolutely loved, and I was able to climb the ladder of success. But to think I might not have ever ended up in that job at all if I'd ever listened to some people who tried to tell me, it's just not women's work. Women's work? What is it? Do they think I should be a secretary or a waitress? Oh, maybe a fashion model. No, those were not my dreams. When I was even a very young child, I knew that I loved taking things apart and putting them back together. But I got into a lot of trouble doing that because, to be honest, I could take things apart, but I didn't always have the skills to put it back together again. There was the great incident with the electrical outlet when I was 6, for instance. My mom got so mad at me for that. So I learned something. I guess if I was going to continue to love taking things apart, I was going to have to learn how to fix them. Now, I did pretty well in school. I applied myself, and about the time I was in roughly junior year of high school, a light bulb went on for me. I learned that there were very lucrative careers in the computer hardware and software industries. I made up my mind pretty much right on the spot when I heard about that. That's the career for me. That is my goal. And no one or nothing or no one was going to get in the way of me achieving my goal. The good thing is that my parents were both very supportive. They each said, follow your dream. Now, their parents, they also said things like, be ladylike, dress pretty, speak softly. I do that sometimes, but you know, parents. Eventually, starting in my career, I was working as a field service engineer for Digital Equipment Corporation. Have any of you heard of Digital Equipment Corporation? A few hands? Great. Well, in the 80s, it was one of the biggest computer companies in the world. And I was elated to be in that position because, to be honest, it was very rare to see people as a field service engineer that were women at all. Now, I got called into my boss's office one day at Digital, and he said, I'm assigning you a new account. You'll be the customer service representative for Anaheim Union High School District. I was thrilled. I was so thrilled. This was one of our major accounts, a very important account. And I felt a confidence in my technical skills for it. I also knew I had the right work ethic to be a really good fit for the role. So there was one thing that was just a little bit of a negative, is that the previous customer service representative had been there for 2 years and I was replacing him. His name was Rufus. Back at the office, they called him Rufus the Doofus. And Rufus was being replaced because he was not doing a good job at this customer site. I liked Rufus, you know, he was a nice guy, but he was lazy and sloppy, and he'd lie to get out of doing any work that he didn't want to do. For instance, if a call came in first thing in the morning and Rufus was notified that his customer had a computer down emergency, he would get on the phone and call them and explain why there was really no possibility of him being able to get out there before mid-afternoon. And he would do this even when he wasn't doing anything. I would never do that. He would then proceed to drink coffee and chat with the guys and disappear for a long lunch, and only then come back and decide, okay, maybe I'll respond to that service call now. This is a customer that their computer was absolutely down. It was critical. And that is something very, very high in priority to me. So I decided to pay a visit to the data processing manager, Mr. North. And I went out in the morning to show up at his office. I saw him sitting at his desk, and he looked up and smiled, good sign. And I said, hello, good morning, Mr. North. I'm Kathy Hughes from Digital Equipment Corporation, and I'm going to be your new customer service representative. He started to give me a little bit of a scowl, and he said, new customer service representative? What about Rufus? Rufus is a good man. He's been my service rep for 2 years. Well, I didn't like the sound of he's a good man, thinking that, oh, what, and I'm a woman, so therefore that's one thing I can't do, I can't be. I didn't assume he meant it as a slap to me, so I waited for him to continue on, and then he said, nothing personal, but I'm just not sure that a woman can do this job. Are you kidding me? Rufus wasn't even doing a good job. I knew that I was the better engineer, but I couldn't let my boiling blood show externally because I had to put on the face of professionalism for the customer. I had a few questions for Mr. North. I said, Mr. North, can you tell me when you placed an urgent service call for a computer down emergency, did Rufus reply to the service call very promptly and give the proper sense of urgency that your call was important to him? I didn't wait for an answer. I just continued on. I said, because I will treat your computer down emergency as my #1 priority so that I'll get you back up and running again just as fast as humanly possible. He nodded his head. I said, Mr. North, when Rufus replied and showed up on site to your service call, did he come prepared? You know, did he have the parts and all the tools that he needed to get you back up and running without extra delays of trips back to the office? Mr. North said, he didn't speak, but he shook his head no. I said, Mr. North, when I call you after I've received your computer service request, I will get to the bottom of your problem by carefully asking you appropriate questions over the phone so that I know exactly the best list of parts that are likely to fix your problem. So you won't wait a day or a week to get back up and running again. He smiled, and I knew I had him here. And I said, Mr. North, I have a third question, and that is, when Rufus was working in your computer room, your multi-million-dollar computer room, was he organized and neat? Now, I know he wasn't, but I will be, because I respect the value of your property, and I will show it the utmost care to keep you from having extra things to deal with after my service call is complete. So he was then sold. I got to the why of what were the things that I could do for him. And he said, Kathy, I am very happy to hear this, and I'm looking forward to having you as my customer service representative. And said, Mr. North, I will be very happy to be working with you as well. A year went by, and the customer satisfaction survey got sent out to Mr. North. And the customer satisfaction survey is a list of 12 questions relating to service quality, and they have to be scored from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. And he gave me straight 10s. That was a great experience, and I was so happy to have overcome the initial issue that he did not want me as his service rep at the beginning. And sometimes you got to be careful about, you know, people will have an initial reaction that isn't positive, but you can turn yeses, turn a no into a yes if you get to the root of their what's in it for me questions. So that was a good example. A few years later, and I think I had a couple of promotions at work along the way, I had been switched to a different manager in the group. And I didn't know her very well. Her name was Janet Rooney. And Janet was somebody that never really had a smile for anyone. She was always very stern. And I was a little nervous about reporting to her and what that was going to mean for me. So with a little trepidation, I was walking into her office after having been summoned for a little meeting. And I walked up to the door. She looked up from her desk at me and motioned me in with a little, I don't know, kind of a scowl on her face. And then she motioned for me to shut the door behind me and gestured to the chair she wanted me to sit down at. Janet said to me, I am so disgusted. I was shaking when I heard that. I didn't know what I had done wrong. I thought, what, did a customer call and complain? Am I going to be fired? I just had all these thoughts running through my head, and my heart was beating wildly. And she said, I'm so disgusted when I see that a woman is being paid far less than her male counterparts for doing the same job. And she handed me a piece of paper, which was a 15% raise. I was astonished. I was thrilled, but a conflict of emotion. I also felt angry. I was furious that I had been underpaid for years and I never knew it. Now, Janet Rooney, I misjudged her in reflection. She was one of the best bosses I'd had. So be careful not to make those first impressions where you prejudge someone. And I learned that lesson, as well as I learned you have to be your own best advocate for your pay scale. Knowledge is power. If you can research your current job, what it should be paying you, that is in your best interest, because you cannot count that your managers or your HR department is going to automatically give you the money that you deserve. I had a very long time at Digital Equipment Corporation, about 14 years, and I held several positions there, moved on to a number of other companies where I, at one point, transitioned to the management path. And as you know, in my last position, I was a director of research and development at Broadcom. So it was a long career and I enjoyed a lot of successes. It was my dream job, but I also had a lot of other issues of discrimination or bias against me. And, you know, we all have biases. So it's something you've got to expect that sometimes an initial impression is not going to be positive. You're going to have to fight a little bit to get what you want, what you need in pay scale, get the roses and the raises, but it's worth it if it's your dream job. So the initial impressions that people have are based on the outside. And I've had that a lot. And, you know, sometimes my first meeting with someone, they don't even like me. And I can't win everyone over from the beginning, but with some time and effort and showing them, proving my skills, my technical abilities, my sense of dedication and service quality, as well as my leadership skills, that's when they learn that they can accept me and even really love having me as their service rep, as in the case of John North. But the important thing there is you can see what's on the inside then, and not just what's on the outside. So my last point is, don't let anyone tell you that you can't follow your dream. Don't let their opinions of what is women's work or what is not women's work influence you. Follow your dream. And women's work, that phrase does not mean a negative thing to me now, because the way I define the women's work is it's the intelligence, the dedication, the commitment to quality and service that I or you bring to the job. Thank you. And Brenda, back to you.
Great speech. Awesome inspiration and speaking from the heart on your passion with your career. And I definitely think we picked up some tips from you today with your speech. We are ending. We have 1 minute if anybody has any questions for Kathy. If nothing, we are actually right on time for the 12 o'clock hour. And Brent Felstead is the moderator for the 12 o'clock hour. I'm going to turn the program over to you, Brent.
Thank you, Brenda. And thank you, Kathy and Lori. I enjoyed your speeches. I'm collecting my thought for a second as we go into Sylvia Swaggart's speech. For 20 years, Sylvia has worked as a researcher in the field of educational and social justice within multiple educational consortiums, focusing on reform in the P20 pipeline. In California, where programs were implemented to improve diversity at all levels of education. Prior to her transition to the educational field, she worked in financial services sector, including insurance, banking, financial markets. She has a bachelor in sociology and a master's in science of industrial organization psychology. She has been a Toastmaster since 2005, belongs to 3 clubs, and currently is a division director for Founders District. In her talk today, Sylvia will enhance your awareness of the large economic context or the big picture in the fight for equality. Sylvia Swaggart.
Thank you, Brent. Welcome to my fellow presenters at Roses and Raises, all of the helpers, and especially you, the audience. My presentation is titled Toward a Fair Future. Fairness is a value I've held my whole life in some way. And as Brent relayed, in the last 20 years, I've worked as a technical specialist for educational outreach programs. Our goal in these programs is to increase economic fairness for disadvantaged groups by paving their way to post-secondary success. That is after high school. To motivate them with the economic pressures they invariably endured and faced with their families too, we showed them charts illustrating how much money they would earn with a post-secondary education. In thinking about presenting this forum, I had a moment of reflection. Those students did not know that their gender would determine how valuable their post-secondary degrees would be. Today, a woman with a master's degree earns as much as a man with a bachelor's degree on average. The gap increases if you are not white. Now, 40 years ago, I entered the workforce with a bachelor's degree after interviewing with an insurance brokerage firm in San Francisco. I was offered the minimum wage at the time, $3.35 per hour. Now, I had just graduated from a top flight university in the area, and I was a little put out. It was a tough economy at the time, but I decided I didn't want my transportation costs to be taken out of my minimum wage. So I countered their offer with the cost for my transportation back and forth to the job. I did live in the East Bay. For those of you who don't know, you have to take a ride over a bridge to get to San Francisco, and their tolls, etc. Well, the VP of hiring was shocked that I gave her a counteroffer. And she said, well, I'll ask the CEO anyway. The CEO accepted my offer. And that's a lesson I took with me. And I know some of the sessions today are talking about how to negotiate. That's just my little contribution. Always remember what your costs are. And I'm going to talk a lot about that today with you. I also realized in looking over the last 40 years that my compensation never seemed to increase. Even after I got a master's degree, the dollar amounts, of course they increase, but you know everything costs more. So I didn't feel I was making much traction. The reason that I took a conscious decision at that point that I wasn't going to take a job based on the salary alone, but I would take a job based on the context and the content of that job, meaning the more independence I had to pursue what I was interested in, that's what I wanted to do. I really kind of gave up on earning salary with more work in a highly technical field. Well, now that I'm older and almost obsolete, I feel strongly that we are on the precipice right now of a new renaissance in work and the way that we live together. The economic theories of labor, which affects wages and compensation, are broken. They are broken. The wages the majority of Americans are offered are not based on a marketplace as we expect, but a very large selection of poor paying jobs. And for a list of reasons. Some of it has to do with corporate greed, but not all. This is where the new economy can right the wrongs that are weighing our country down. If we can pull this off, we won't necessarily need some of the solutions that assume nothing will change, such as a minimum income provided by the government, or worse conceived solutions of the government setting pay scales. Today, I want to show you the big picture. I'm going to share my screen now. Correctly, I hope here. Let's see. There we go. Is it working? There we are. Nope. Okay, let's try something else. Get the old slide share going. Slideshow. Okay, here we go. Because I want to show you some charts. Don't be worried. I'll make it really easy. Okay. I want each of you to look at the big picture of where we are in this economy that we're all in. I'm talking about everybody. And the metaphor I want to use is a forest full of trees. Here we have a picture of the trees. And you've heard the phrase, can you see the forest for the trees? It's very old. It dates back to the 1600s. And it's a very important way of looking at the world when you need a big picture to see what's happening at the individual level or the individual tree level. We can group these trees into types or income levels, but the forest includes all of us. And I'm going to ask you, is this picture looks healthy, but is our forest, our economy healthy? Not right now. Let's take a look at some longitudinal data that the US government has provided on our wages in America. Now, before I do that, every time we talk about data, we have to have terms. These 4 terms regarding wages, I'm going to discuss in the charts. The first is a real wage. This is the wage that someone earns over time adjusted for inflation. Now, there are 2 ways to adjust for inflation. Either way yields the same result, so luckily we don't have to debate that here. The second term is a living wage. This is a wage that is necessary for basic needs using real costs year to year. This includes housing, food, clothing, utilities, everything that we really need to keep our head above the poverty level. And the poverty wage is a wage that the government has determined. They call it the federal poverty level, FPL. And this is based on a point where you are not meeting basic needs. And finally, the minimum wage. This is set by law. The federal law is the law for all states, but states can also increase that wage, where all jobs have to offer that wage. They just cannot go below the federal level. Okay. Here are the trends. This is the big chart here. These are the trends of real wage growth in 3 income groups. As I said in the forest, we can group the trees in any way we want. This is helpful for the point that I want to make about how healthy our forest is. In this chart, we have the y-axis. I will get an annotator here to make this easier. Okay, this is the y-axis. It starts at 0. think of this as money. It's the increase in real income. Increase of 100%, 200%, 300%, all the way up to 400%. On the x-axis, this is this line here, we have time, or years. It starts in 1979 at 0 here, and we add the years all the way to the end, which in this case is 2018. So this is 40 years, the 40 years of my working life in particular too. What we're looking at is over time, how has real income, real wages, whatever you earned in 1979 and you were still working in 2018, what increases would you see? Now the groups are important. We have the 3 lines, the bottom line, the flatter line. This represents the bottom 90% of all wage earners in America at all times during the time frame here. The second line is the 1%, the top 1% of all earners in the United States here. And then finally, the third line is the top 1/10 of 1% in the United States earners. And you can see here the legend if you want to look at the colors. Now I'm just going to talk mostly about this line at the bottom 90%, as they say. And I want to point out that since 1979, what you can see if you look at the line, it is completely flat until you get to the 1990s, the late 1990s. Then a slight increase is happening here until, if you worked from 1979 to 2018, you would have experienced a 23.9 increase in real wages on average. If you had been in the 1% and you stayed in the 1%, you would have received 157.8% in real wages. And then finally, if you were lucky to be in the 1/10 of 1%, 340%. And as the title of the chart says, if we focus on this top line, these earners earned 15 times more growth, had 15 times more growth than 90% of the of America's workers at any time. Now, the reason that this has increased a little bit is because there were, out of 40 years, 10 years of low unemployment, in other words, high employment. And that does put pressure on wages. But again, as I say, the labor theories are broken here because it wasn't enough. Even 10 years is not enough. And also even that amount only brought us to 23.9%. So if you thought you weren't getting big raises that meant anything, and you're not crazy. Okay. There's just too little pressure from unemployment. We have heard a lot about, in the last 4 years particularly, how there's such low unemployment. I wish I could talk back and forth with you because I think you would all say yes. That's been a mantra. The unemployment rate has gone lower and lower and lower. Now, have we turned a corner? Do you think that that was enough for us to get back to health? Would the old ideas of labor economics come back into being? Based on the chart that I'm going to show you next, the answer is no, not enough. It is a huge problem, and it's going to require systemic change. Okay, next chart. Well, before I do that, there's one more term. It's productivity. This is an economic term that says labor and capital applied, how efficiently that labor and capital require also includes technology. How efficiently it is applied to a given level of output. And when you think of labor, think of wages. So let's look at the chart. Here is the chart. This is showing productivity growth against compensation growth of an average American worker over time. Now, again, we have a y-axis. This happens to be percent change, how much of an increase there has been. We start at 0, 50%, 100%, 150, 200, all the way up to 300%. On the x-axis, again, we have time.
in terms of years. Now, this chart begins at 1948 and ends at 2018. And there's a reason that it went out to further than 40 years, which I will illustrate. There's also two lines, not groups, but two lines. One is productivity, which is the darker line. This is the increase in productivity, how efficient that our economy has applied labor and capital to produce a given level of output. The other line, of course, is the increase in hourly compensation. Now, of note is before 1979, which is roughly around here, you see the lines as productivity increases, so does compensation. And in this case, you can even look at this little legend here. Productivity increased until from 1948 to 1979, 100% roughly, and compensation very closely behind. That is, our wages increased as we became more productive, 93%. And something goes wrong, as you can see here, around 1979, 1980. The lines diverge. And although this says 115% for the average worker compensation increase, it's cumulative. So it's 115% since 1948. What has happened since 1979 is there's only been an 11% increase, as you can see, 11.6% increase. And that's why it looks completely flat, except for a little bit of a rise here. Whereas productivity has continued to rise 69.6% since 1979. And since 1948, 252.9%. So something is very wrong in the forest when we have this diverge. Let's understand what's happening. Wages are too low. This is true. We have a lot of low-paying jobs. But as I said in the beginning, I'm very hopeful. I'm hopeful because we have an opportunity to change our economy for the better. Let's look at the living wage, just so you get some tools to use to really understand where we are. As I said, this is a website you can Google. It's by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. And they do this every year. They've been doing this since 2002. They came up with the living wage, which we discussed earlier. And what they determined is the minimum wage is not sensitive to local conditions, nor has anybody increased it. I mean, the minimum wage, if the federal minimum wage had been increased every year to reflect inflation, or as fast as executive pay, let's do that, we would have a minimum wage of $23 per hour if it increased as fast as executive pay. Right now, it's $7.25 per hour, and it's been like that since 2009. Now in California, this is a California-wide, you can go down to the counties, which I recommend because Orange County's living wage is already $2 more than California statewide, I can tell you that. The minimum wage in California is now $12 an hour. So let's take a look at this. If you were one adult and you had no children in California, on average, you would need $15 an hour to have most of your expenses paid. It wouldn't be fancy, but it would cover your costs. If your income is not going to go to the poverty level because the state is holding you up with $12 an hour. So that's good. But as soon as you start adding children to the mix, you're a single parent with one child. As you can see, now you need $31 an hour, and 12 is not going to make it. And you're risking poverty. And as you go through this, you will see that children and how many adults are working is critical to whether you will slip below the living wage. Okay. So I recommend that you explore this. Look at, if you're going to move somewhere, definitely take a look. You can drill down into your county and be aware of a living wage. Here is Indeed.com, a place where a lot of people go to look for wages that they earn. I put in a single person, no child, which is $15 an hour, and that they'll translate it for you. That's $30,000 a year. And I have here this job, Trader Joe's, that's 15 to 20. Now, of course, if I have a child, I'm going to have to ask for more than 15. And so this is something to be aware of. Of course, you could reject this job or you could make a counter offer, as I mentioned. Okay, bottom line. The trees are us in a forest that is not sustainable right now. There is something terribly wrong. But the pandemic has made it terribly worse, as we know. Most of the low-wage earners have had to drop out. Women have had to drop out to take care of children. So we are in a place where there is chaos. But with chaos is an opportunity to change things big time. Looking at the big picture, you need to understand you're worth more because our productivity is high. But we do need more better paying jobs. It will require more education, and our policymakers have to be up to this job. And so I encourage you to look to your policymakers, understand what they're proposing for our economy, and jump on the wagon because there are going to be a lot of great opportunities if you can look ahead to see what's happening and what's in our future. I'm going to be continuing to talk and work on this subject, a fair future, and I will be announcing a website and a blog soon. If you want to be on my mailing list, you can see my email right here, sylviasweigerts@gmail.com. Thank you, Brent.
Okay. Sylvia, we do have two questions. One is will your slides be available? So I guess email you.
Yeah. Yes.
And then the other one, how is productivity defined? As I was under the impression that since social media apps come out, work productivity has reduced. Can you speak on this? Maybe I should have the individual email you.
Yes, that would be, I'd be interested in what you're interested in so that I can tailor some of the things I'm going to be looking to and exploring. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, reach out to Sylvia at her email address. And our next speaker is Julie Murphy. Julie Murphy has a passion for all things communication. She is currently serves as Founders District Public Relations Manager and was awarded in 2019-2020 Toastmaster of the Year. When she's not busy with Toastmasters, she's a senior corporate communicator for IKEA, focusing on internal communications. Julie Murphy.
Thank you. Exciting to see everyone today. Today, I'm going to talk about embracing opportunities. I've been with Kia for 11 years. It's crazy to think how time flies by and how many years have passed and how many teammates have decided to leave over time because, well, we're a small company that is lean. You have to do a lot. So sometimes people think, Julie, you're crazy. You do everything in a day. But if you embrace the craziness, you can make opportunities for yourself. For example, when Kia opened up an MBA discount program with Bradman, I said, no more excuses. I have to do this. I saw my parents growing up. Neither one of them had a degree. And yes, they spoiled us. But I always knew that they wished that they had a degree so they could provide for us better, so we could have better things in life. And I told myself, yes, I have my undergrad degree, but I've always said, I want to get my MBA just because it's a bucket list. I want to be part of that 10% club that has their MBA. I don't know, by now there's probably 20% because the programs are so much more affordable today. So I knew that I had to embrace that opportunity and go for that program. No more excuses. Just sign up, start the program. What I learned from it was not only did I get my bucket list item, but I got self-confidence. Because at Kia, it's easy to think, well, I'm not good at that. Because you work on so many things throughout the day that you're not going to be good at everything as much as we want to be. You know, one of my managers told me, you're just going to have a natural ability at some items, and some items are going to be harder. Fortunately, It's Kia, so you have to work on it all, but I'll try to make sure that you work on the things you like the most. And fortunately, you do have to do things you don't like as well. It is called work, right? But I knew that doing this program would be fantastic. And what I gained from it was self-confidence. At work, it's so easy to say, well, that person's great at that person's great at that, and rely on their ideas because you have a team, right? Well, doing the MBA program, it was highly focused on papers, which worked well to my advantage. I'm a PR person. I know how to write, but I had to come up with the ideas and rely on myself for once. Because if I didn't have an idea, there was going to be no paper and I wasn't going to pass the class. So eventually I started learning. I have to rely on my own ideas, and my ideas are great. I kept getting A's in my classes. How amazing is this? I have great ideas. And I started to have that enthusiasm and speak up at meetings and share my ideas on a regular basis because all of a sudden I believed in myself. So not only did I get the MBA, probably some stuffed animals as a bribe for my husband to go along with that, but I gained the self-confidence, and at work, I started making opportunities for myself. Our finance guru, I said, you know what? We need someone that can also help process things when you're on vacation. And this was something that he held dear to his heart. And I asked him, can I help you with it? And he said yes. Turn a couple years later, he ended up going on emergency medical leave in the last 2 months of the year. I knew kind of how to do these things. Not super great, but good enough to fake my way through it for, I figured, I don't know, a week? He's going to be back in a week, right? We have medical technology. That just is going to fix you up right away. Well, he ended up being out for 2 months, and I was left all of a sudden with the minimal amount of knowledge that he had given me and relationships that I had built within the company because, well, I didn't know everything about it. When I ran into issues because I hadn't done it before, I knew that I needed to work with people. So relationship building is incredibly key because you need others. Yes, I try to do everything myself, but I don't know everything. And so if you work with others and embrace those opportunities, then you're going to build those relationships. I've also had the opportunity to help roll out our Office 365 to everybody. And I was amazed that some people like, I don't know how to use my OneDrive. And then I was like, oh, I'll show you how to use OneDrive. And I got to know more about what it is they do. And they got to know more about what I do. And so you're building relationships because internally, especially right now, we're all working remote. You're not just walking down the hall and saying, oh, there's the sales department. You look like a friendly face. Let me go ask you. You got to remember that person's name. You got to look them up in the directory and schedule a call or send them an email. So it's really important that you do build those relationships with people because they're there to help you along the way. And so that's been one of my keys to success at Kia and just in general. One of my managers suggested that I join Toastmasters because he told me, Julie, you need to stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. And I said, like, we live in California. Isn't that the word? In Florida, they talk about Florida, man. In Georgia, they talk about peaches. In California, we just say the word like every 5 seconds. Well, he wasn't super impressed with it. It just kind of gave me a dirty look. I knew, okay, if I want a good performance review, maybe I should join Toastmasters. And I thought at the time, for $45, all I have to do is join and tell them that I go to meetings. Simple, right? Well, Julie doesn't like to do anything, just sort of. Julie likes to give it her full effort. I joined and I immediately said, oh, actually, I kind of like this. This is fun. And so once again, I jumped right in and I started getting involved and I started meeting new people and embracing opportunities. For example, I never knew that by delivering speeches on a regular basis, that I would become a better writer. Who knew that by organizing your thoughts for a speech translates to organizing your thoughts for an email, for a press release, a pitch, all these items that relate to my career that I had no idea would benefit me. And so all of a sudden, once again, I'm growing myself and believing in my ideas because I have self-confidence and I'm becoming a better speaker. I have the opportunity to present to directors, sit in on an executive meeting for my boss. He said, "You're a Toastmaster. I know you can do it." And I was the most junior position in the room. I was sitting there with a bunch of vice presidents and the president, and I was representing our department. But you know what? I knew that it was just 2 minutes that I had to talk. That's table topics. After all, I wrote the report. I should know everything that's on this piece of paper because, well, if I don't know, then how did it get on there? Therefore, really embrace those opportunities that come your way because it's the opportunity to build relationships and step outside your comfort zone. Not everything's going to be easy. There have been many times in Toastmasters that I've been like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But you know what? There's always someone there to help you. And that's the thing that I rely on is that I know that if I pick up the phone, that somebody is going to help me because we have a group of people dedicated to helping others. And you have to take that same thought into the workplace because you want to know everything, but unfortunately, we just don't know everything. And so if you take that same attitude of there's someone there to help me, then you're going to build yourself up for success and take advantage of those opportunities because you don't know when they're going to come. I've had so many opportunities that I've just asked for, been at the right place at the right time because you know what? If you don't ask, my mom's always said, you're not going to get it. And so I've really focused on the last few years of asking. I said, you know, this SEMA trade show sounds really fun and I would like to help you on it. And my boss said, sure, why not? And other people on my team were really jealous because they weren't picked to be on the SEMA team. But I knew that I still needed their help because I had only worked on just organizing everybody's stuff before. I didn't work on vehicle builds. I didn't really know how we were going to build these. I didn't know what to look for. But because I had built these relationships with the rest of my team, they were willing to help me. Even though they weren't part of the official team, they still got to be involved. They were happy because they like to do vehicle builds and they didn't have to do some of the work. So they got the best of both worlds. Why not? And so that's one of the things that I encourage you to do is to work on things that sometimes you feel, you know what, I might not be good at it, but give it a try. And there's days that I'm like, you know what, I am not good at this, but I have to keep trying and I have to keep getting better. When I first started managing our department budget, I just processed everything. I didn't know how I was supposed to track my budget. I said, this is the last 2 months. If the system lets me put it in, great, we can spend the money. The system will cut me off eventually. A couple years later, that same coworker, he retired. Well, we didn't have anybody else to manage the budget. So my boss said, congratulations, Julie. You can be our budget manager. And I've learned so much about finances. And I've taken on new roles that I previously thought, well, I'm not good at that, or that sounds really boring, and you don't know until you try it. And so I encourage you to always try new things and to not discount your own abilities, because I think that's one thing that I've really focused on is not discounting my own abilities and saying, well, somebody else is better at it, because you have to work as a team, and maybe they're better at it, but maybe you can learn from them as well, because you can share knowledge that maybe they don't have. And so I encourage you to always focus on seizing those opportunities. You don't know when they're going to come. You have to make the best of them, and you have to give it your full effort, because I don't like to do anything halfway. I got to put my full effort into it. And there's some days that, yes, I wish I could clone myself because I could get so much more done. But you also have to keep in mind that you are only one person and you can't be the everything to everyone at all moments of your day. You do have to have a balance. And that's another area, because you know what? If you're exhausted, you're not going to be able to get anything done, because all you're going to want to be doing is sitting there, and you're going to be craving and dreaming about sleep when you're supposed to be getting the other 50 things done on your list. And so you do have to set aside that time to recharge, because I don't know about you, but I love to sleep. And if I don't have enough sleep, I'm a little cranky at work, and it's not fun to work with other people because they're just annoying too. When you're cranky, everybody seems super annoying, and you don't want to be annoyed with your coworkers every day. So get some sleep for yourself and your coworkers so they'll actually enjoy working with you. And at some point at the night, you just have to say, you know what? I'm turning my laptop off and I'm going to bed, because you're going to be able to wake up the next day and you're going to be refreshed and you're going to have a lot clearer thoughts. So while I say embrace those opportunities, you also have to understand when you have to say no, because there's moments that, you know what, your plate is full. So I do encourage you to, while I say embrace those opportunities, at the same time, realize when your plate is full. I've had a super fun day today. I want to encourage the fun and the learning. So I would love to start a club about roses and raises. Why? Because I think it's an important topic that isn't discussed on a regular basis. How fun would it be if we said yes to the new opportunity to advance ourselves? And we met once a month, maybe every couple weeks, and we had speeches dedicated to this topic, an advanced club with all of you fabulous speakers dedicated to advancing ourselves, embracing those opportunities, and teaching each other to embrace those opportunities, and giving each other that kick in the butt. Sometimes when we say, no, we can't do it, somebody reminding us, yes, you can do it. You are awesome. You have great skills. So I will be dropping some more information in the chat later today, as well as sending you an email to follow up, because I would love to continue this discussion. So in the meantime, I encourage you to go out and embrace your own opportunities and go kick butt every day.
Thank you, Julie. Do we have any questions for Julie? We do have somebody who's in on the new club. I'm sure our former speaker, Kathy Hughes, would be in on at least working with you on it. So please put your questions in chat or unmute yourself. And AJ, you have your hand up.
Absolutely. I want to applaud you, Julie, for taking this step forward with Roses and Raises. I do certainly see a thought leadership position, and to even connect into Lori Shapiro's presentation prior to yours, I see a whole LinkedIn grouping of Roses to Raises that takes this thought leadership and keeps moving it forward. So some of the things that you can do in that new club is going to be truly explorational and taking us into the future and moving forward. Great work, Julie.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I only see a few people on my screen, so if you have questions, either put it in the chat or unmute yourself and step forward. So, Julie, I'm coming up with a question.
Okay.
You've recently, going back to IKEA and your cars, you've recently launched the Telluride. That was last year's car. It was met with great anticipation. How is it doing, and what car is your next car that you're releasing?
Well, I can't tell you about our next car.
Oh no! Oh no!
And I work for Kia, not IKEA. There's a little bit of a difference there. We do assemble cars, but you can't assemble them at home. You would need a lot of different tools. But I can't tell you what our next car is, but Telluride is doing fantastic. We call it our Celluride because it is constantly sold out. There's constantly a wait list at the dealer. So it's been very exciting to see people embrace the brand. I've been there for 11 years, and at first I thought, oh my gosh, why would you drive a Kia? But now I'm proud to drive a Kia.
Okay. So you can't tell us what's coming up, but can you tell us when you might be able to tell us, or do you know that? And you can just say,
I might be able to tell you toward the end of this month.
okay. So everybody look forward to a new Kia car announcement, possibly at the end of this month or first of next month. So how did I do on that one?
Much better.
Okay. Sylvia, you're front and center. Do you have a question for Julie?
Oh, well, you know, I'm all about the wages. Are you happy with your wages, Julie? I'm just kidding.
I mean, I'm always open to making more money. You know, it's hard because we've been in a company for a while. I think, you know, a lot of people say, like, you don't make as much as if you, you know, hop companies, but there are supplemental benefits that I feel like, okay, well, I may not necessarily like hop companies, but I do get other benefits that I enjoy, including a ton of PTO at this point.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay, we're at 18 minutes, coming up on 19 minutes. Let me check the clock. Speaking of PTO, that's something that a lot of people negotiate, but not everyone. And actually, according to the clock, we need to be moving on to our next speaker. So thank you, Julie, and thanks everyone for the questions you had. Our next speaker is Lillian Copeland, who's been a Toastmaster since 2012. She served both at the club and the district level. She's grateful for the time that she's participated with her fellow Toastmasters in practicing her speaking and leadership skills. Becoming a DTM in 2020, being the high spot of 2020. I think we can all relate to that. Outside Toastmaster, Lillian's a tax guru in the financial industry for over 20 years. She's an enrolled agent and has had the opportunity to prepare tax forms for taxpayers to send to the IRS in all 50 states. She's also passed the tax court bar, and currently she's caring for her mother and nephew. Finding a balance between caring for others and caring for work and caring for yourself. During this chapter in her life, she's become interested in elder care.
Where'd you go? Oh, sorry.
Okay, there you are, and I just lost my place.
Okay,
please welcome Lillian Copeland. Her speech entitled Cost of Care, The Cost of Care, Lillian Copeland.
Hi, thank you so much, Brent, for that introduction. And I really want to thank Mary, Julie, and her husband, Sean, for their organization of this great event. And really to all the presenters today. What an amazing job that we have seen, and I'm so excited about the remainder of the day as well. So I started with caring, as most people start with caring. There was an unfortunate, catastrophic event in my family. My dad passed in 2011. And after working through the memorial and all the preparations here, I flew back to Virginia. And on the way back from the airport to my home, I found out that our apartment was actually being demolished and I was being evicted. And so that was a huge change. This was a huge change. And it was pretty much the universe said, go west, my daughter, go back home, go west. So I did. And I returned back to California. When I came back to Cypress, California, that is when I saw that I'm sorry, I'm doing PowerPoint at the same time. That's when I saw there was about 4 or 5 families that were actually caring for their parents. And these caretakers were either full or part-time. And it was quite shocking. And this is not uncommon. When I tell people that I care for my mother, inevitably I do hear someone say that they either had to care for their parent, or they had to share that care with another family member, or another family member had to do the entire care for their parent. And since 1950, the average world life expectancy has increased by 24.2 years. And over the past 15 years, the percentage of adult children having to provide actual personal care or financial care to the parent has more than tripled. And just real quick, Brent, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yay, good. It's a good day. It's a good day in the virtual world. So the need for the care for the parent is obvious. As individuals, we age, our facilities wane. And so you need to have an increased need for a caretaker. And according to the Consumer Reports, the average nursing home in California is about $10,600 annually. Assistance living, and that's now with a skilled professional, is about $48,000 annually. Memory care is when someone has dementia or Alzheimer's, unfortunately, can range anywhere between $36,000 and $48,000 annually. So a little side note to this of the memory care, I had a client come to me and she had unfortunately had to put her husband had Alzheimer's and had to put her husband into a home. She said, I had to pay $84,000 annually, $7,000 a month for his care. She's like, all of this is like tax deductible, right? And of course, being a tax preparer and used to, unfortunately, being the bearer of bad news, I had to tell her, I'm sorry, it's not all of it's tax deductible. About $5,000 is actually what you're paying for rent for him to live in that room in that facility. The other $2,000 is actually what your deduction is for his care. So out of that $84,000, unfortunately, only $24,000 as deductible. Well, at least she got 24. So Medicare covers some of the cost of short-term inpatient stay, but it still is limited in its terms. Some families have to actually sell their family home. They might have to look at the estate and liquidize some assets so that they could afford these homes. Or even possibly the children have to dig through their savings or go to their retirement, or even their children's education fund to care for an elder person. However, some families try to mitigate that expense and might look to a family member, either a child, a nephew, or a niece, to actually prepare care for that parent. So what's the cost of the caretaker? According to the World Economic Forum, caretaking is an under-resourced, underpaid activity that falls disproportionately for women and girls worldwide. It's getting a little bit better in the Western countries like America, maybe Europe, but worldwide, it's disproportionately for women and girls. Those who care for a family member, they have to balance between a paid job, unpaid care for the receiver, as well as their own personal needs. And it's often overlooked. The economic value of this is often overlooked because it doesn't have the traditional economic productivity indicators, such as there's no revenue. I'm not gaining any revenue to care for my family. I might be mitigating expenses, but there's no profit. So according to the MedLife study of caregiving costs to the caregiver, the total estimated aggregate lost wages and pensions a year is about $3 trillion for the caretakers. And just to kind of give you a perspective on that, that's between the GDP annually of 2020 of France and Italy. Again, $3 trillion is lost for the wages and pensions of a caregiver. So that was worldwide. What's about the gender? How does this differ in the gender? Well, the people who are caregiving, sometimes the caregiving becomes so overwhelming that they have to either step back from a job, take a leave of absence, maybe go part-time. And the loss between men and women, according to MedLife again, is women lose between the pension and the wage, usually about a wealth of about $324,000. For men, because men can work usually a little bit longer full-time and maybe not have that big hit, is about $283,000. So men are in there as well. However, women still outpace the men. Moreover, it's not just wealth. It's actually the caretaker's health that also takes a hit with on the caretaker. And the reason for this, the evidence for this suggests that the caretaker is usually so concerned with the person that they're caring for that they neglect their own health. And caretakers now having to face with a loved one, being able to rely, and now with COVID, caretakers are no longer able to have paid professionals come into the house. They also can't rely on maybe schools or daycare to take care of the young ones. So there's additional stress that falls on women. And the strive to combine with workplace responsibilities and taking care of the family. And now it's even sometimes an added burden, unfortunately, of being unemployed. So again, I told you there was about 5 families that when I came home that were actually taking care of their parents. And one woman was named Jane, we'll call her Jane, and she was our neighbor. And she cared for her parents as long as I cared for my mom. And during that course, unfortunately, her dad passed. And then the mother's needs were so great that she had to actually quit her low-paying job. So she's now without a job. She's now without a job, so she can't no longer afford her car. So now she doesn't have a car, she doesn't have a job. Her mother requires 24-hour assistance, and so she lives with her mom. That's her residence, and that's also, quote, maybe some compensation for her. That's her job, she has no car, and that's her residence. Her mom passed during the summer. May she rest in peace. The executor of the estate said, "We have to be fair to everyone. You are not allowed to live here rent-free." So now she's doing the emotional damage of her mother just dying, her job just ending, and now she has 3 weeks to vacate. The house wasn't going to be sold for several months, but she had to vacate. So she has no car, no job, and no home. And she just had to leave. So this, as my friend Jane, I just mentioned, you need to discuss these items before you get to that moment. And sometimes people maybe are more comfortable talking about sex than they are about money, and especially for a parent. Because a parent was the one that cared for everyone. They cared and they took pride in that. And now they're going to have to be the receivers of that care. That's a little bit different, and it has a little bit friction. So, and many older women, sometimes it's just not maybe the parent-child relationship. Sometimes it's a spouse. Again, I do taxes. And so I had a couple come in several years ago, and the gentleman was nicely dressed, brought in his briefcase, and he opened it up, and he's going to give me his tax papers, and his wife is sitting right there, and they've been married for 40 or 50 years. And it's the first time I'm seeing them. And he gives me his tax pay, and he opens it up, and then now he doesn't know what he's looking at. He's been doing taxes for 50 years. This is the first time he's with me, though, but he's been doing taxes 50 years competently and knowledgeably. And now he's coming in, and he doesn't know what he's looking at. He doesn't know when I say, I need your 1099, I need to know your retirement income. He's like, he's getting frustrated. He has no idea what I'm saying. Obviously, both me and his wife realized that he had severe dementia, and it was now manifesting itself into an ability that he could not prepare. Just a task that we did annually, but he did it competently. So we had to close his briefcase, calm him down. Then I had to circumvent and go back to his wife and said, hey, I need your 1099 for your interest. Go to your bank, schools first, talk to them, and get this. You have some investment income. I see from your doing some financial forensic accounting on the tax return. You have some investment income that needs to be noted. Talk to your broker, or if you want, you can have your broker talk to me. So you have to begin these conversations before they get too late. Otherwise, it gets really, really scary. So one of the questions you might want to ask, is this the best place for a care receiver to be? For us, it's yes. My mom has lived here 60 years. This is the house that she feels comfortable within, has enough space, and we can make it work. Is it too costly for outside care? Again, if you're looking at care, especially memory care, that's between $30,000 and $100,000. What if, I mean, this is a job that's every day a year, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. What if I need a break? And you do need a break. Trust me, you need a break. It's like, who's going to pay for that? Am I going to pay for that? Or is my mom going to pay for that? And then will I be compensated? You can get compensation. There is 7 points to where a person has a daily activity. And if a person is not able to meet 2 out of 7 of those, you may get some compensation. And those are such things as, can the person clean themselves? Can they feed themselves? And then, like my friend Jane, what will happen when the job eventually ends? So we talked about the individual, we talked about the cost of outside care, and now we want to talk about the cost of the employer. So in my experience, I have been offered jobs, 9 to 5, 40 hours a week. There's my dog, 40 hours a week, and it's in this box. I can't fill it. I have needs that my family needs me. I need to take my mom to doctor's appointments, or I need to take my nephew to swimming. So there's a trifecta going, or there's a cost to employers. And these statistics are astonishing. This is from Harvard Business School. And this is 1,500 people, employees with 300 employers over vast amounts of industries. And they're asking about employee productivity, work prospects, and career trajectories. And what they found is that 33% had to voluntarily leave a job because of caregiving. Another astonishing and looming crisis noted in this statistic is 3 out of 4 currently have caregiving responsibilities. And this is not only affecting those in 50 years or older. This is actually affecting younger people just entering the workforce. 26 to 35-year-olds have already, 50% of them have already had to leave for caregiving. And the results of higher costs and reduced productivity for the employer. So this is a trifecta. And again, the Harvard Business School report says employees are grossly underestimating the direct and indirect cost of caregiving. They're not affecting the attrition, the talent, and the worker productivity. The cost of employers, it is now becoming between a rock and a hard place. The demand for increased talent is butting up against the caretaking cost and time. And according to the Harvard Business School, the result of the employer will incur substantial and recurring costs due to failure to account for the training and retention and the reduced productivity overall as people continue to leave. So we talked about the individual, now we talked about the work, now we're going to talk about just world economy and maybe country economy. Again, according to the World Economic Forum, there is over 65 million unpaid 65 million unpaid caregivers in the United States who are taking care of an ill, disabled, or aged person. The data from Europe is about 20%. And so the Lancet Communication on Women in Health, they say that the global impact of paid and unpaid work is about 5% of the GDP. That's $4.2 trillion a year. So when you think of that statistic that I think we all know so well, that a woman makes 80 cents of every man's dollar, that's only accounting for paid work. There's another $2 trillion of unpaid work that's not in that statistic. About 70% of caretaking responsibilities actually still are provided by women and girls worldwide. Moreover, the World Economic Forum says the disproportional impact of unpaid caregiving on women and girls is a key factor in gender equality. Again, the unpaid work is a key factor in gender inequality. And according to the McKinsey study, which studies women in the workplace, the full participation of women in the workplace, if this happened, if they were able to meet this standard and work the full potential as equal to men, would increase the GDP, the worldwide GDP, by $28 trillion, or about 26% by 2025. So again, the solutions. We talked about the individual, we talked about the cost of outside care, we talked about the cost with the worldwide economy. So what are the solutions? And this is where I'll be ending. The World Economic Forum and Merrick study has a policy out. It's a healthy women, healthy economies. And there's a policy toolkit. So check that out. And the policies allow family members to take the necessary leave from paid employment. They make adaptations to the work environment and implement flexible working. The one positive thing about COVID is we're actually seeing that boundary, that box of 9 to 5 within that cubicle change. And that is exciting. So with COVID, the balancing of childcare and work is on display in our little Zoom cameras. Caregivers are regularly mentioning the disruptions they're facing, the stresses of the disruptions, and sometimes having to finish their work projects in a closet just to get 5 minutes of just concentration time. Yet this period will end. And hopefully the memory of either the individual caring for the family member or us actually witnessing caring for our coworker caring for another will galvanize our desire to solve this problem. Because companies that take tangible, real caretaking benefits win in retention, talent, and longevity. Developing a care company policy may become not a place of goodwill, but actually competition for talent. Brett.
Thank you, Lillian. Please direct your questions directly to Lillian in the private chat. And it's my privilege and honor to turn time over to AJ Heron, who's going to lead the next session.
Thank you very much, Brent. And I appreciate the great information we just received from Lillian. Things that we don't think about until life happens. So for our next segment, this is really a treat. And again, when I look at some of the amazing people I've met through my very short Toastmasters journey, our panel today makes up some of the most interesting women that have also been Toastmasters. I'm going to start with someone that is definitely well known in the Founders District, and that is Roberta Perry. She's been described as a catalyst, a substance that increases the rate of chemical reaction without itself going through any permanent chemical change. I prefer to categorize her as a visionary and a thought leader with the ability to spark ideas into instantaneous combustion of new business and disrupting of the accepted order. How else would the themed entertainment industry emerge? As early as 1974, Roberta saw a future in communication far beyond teaching. But to enter the world of business, she would need a mentor, and in stepped Stuart Anderson of Black Angus restaurant fame. He sent her to a Toastmasters club where she was the only woman in a room full of businessmen. Roberta shares this story in a new book that has been released called Women Who Rock: Inspirational Stories of Success by Extraordinary Women by Natasha Duswalt. Roberta advanced from secretary, which was a common entry position back then, after her first year, to managing projects, and then to the entertainment director in the short span of 5 years. Her success continued with taking entertainment into the future with video, engagement, and music over IP data. She became the founder and president to the Themed Entertainment Association, as well as an international director to Toastmasters International. Today, she speaks at conferences using avatars and digital content to engage attendees to peek into the future of gaming. Weaving new digital networking skills with thought leadership, Roberta broadcasts a video blog called Invitation to Tomorrow Today that presents new products and concepts aimed at delighting and disrupting the future. Help me welcome Roberta Perry.
Thank you, AJ. Wow, I'm gonna hire you for my PR agent.
Our next panelist is Sandra Coles-Bell, and she comes to us from Maryland, District 36. I myself am speaking to you from the beautiful Rocky Mountains of District 26 in Colorado. So we have come from across the country to be at Roses and Raises today. But Sandra's journey is quite different. She is the executive director for the National Black Sisters Conference and also the Toastmasters District 36 director and a District 36 past district governor. Can you say turnaround, double round? Tell us about the National Black Sisters Conference, Sandra, and how you were called to serve them as their executive director.
Oh, thank you so much, AJ, for that question. And thank you and hello, everyone from the East Coast. It is quite a journey to be their executive director. I had served previously the Archdiocese of Washington as its program director within the Office of Cultural Diversity and Outreach. When the Archdiocese decided to make decisions to downsize its staff because of COVID, I was without a job, but enjoying the time, I must say. And I was offered the opportunity to explore working with the National Black Sisters Conference. It is an organization that's 53 years old. Many of the founders of that organization are now aging. And so it's time for the organization, which has not had an executive director in over 30 years, to now transition into how it wants to face its future. So I've got the honor and the pleasure of being that person in this time to be able to assist them as they transition to the future and encourage membership building. You know, if you're doing Toastmasters, you're always building membership. So building membership and encouraging that of the younger religious women who are coming into their own orders. And along with that, they're expanding the membership, meaning that they're looking at women who are not religious now. So it is now a season, and I've been very, very honored to have the opportunity to walk with them, with this board of directors and with the organization in this new season. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Sandra. Please welcome Sandra Coles-Bell. And our third panelist is, to say amazing is probably just an understatement. I have described Dr. Charlotte Nagel as that person that you see at a swimming pool where everyone else goes up and just puts their toe in to check the water. Then there's Charlotte, who's coming straight through. She's going to cannonball straight into the pool, and she is just going to go everywhere. She's going to explore every corner of that pool. Charlotte is a light for us. She comes to us from District 100, and she is a light for us in all areas of education, cross-cultural communication, leadership, and conflict resolution. Very similar to Sandra Coles-Bell's background. She started her educational journey to be a teacher with the ultimate desire of being a school superintendent. However, it was the year that she was a school principal when a shooting changed her journey to one focused on the study of violence prevention and the language of frustration. This led to her doctorate in conflict management and an endless quest and journey for peace. She is the current Toastmasters District 100 Program Quality Director and a past District 12 Director. Can you say round trip? Help me welcome Dr. Charlotte Nagel. We're going to take our session here and we're going to break it up into some elements that these three women have done for you to reflect on as you continue to move forward in your own journey. We're going to start with Dr. Charlotte. And we're going to call this segment Just Say Yes. Charlotte, at the age of 67, packed 4 suitcases and left everything either sold or given to her family and took off for Egypt and lived there for 8 years. Charlotte, what was the opportunity that called you to that time in your life, and how did you grow from it? And how important is it to have an open mind?
Oh, thank you, AJ, for that introduction. Welcome, fellow Toastmasters. Yes, I did have an adventure. I was planning to travel and live in Spain because my husband and I had been stationed there for a while. But one day I had this very strange message come to my mind that I was to go to Egypt. Well, nobody moves to Egypt. That's not where we go. We only go to visit. I was looking for a whole change of life. I let it go. You know, I didn't pay any attention to it. I didn't have an open mind at that time. And then I heard it again. Only this time, the message was, there's something big for you. Well, I just decided to go to my family and say, hey, this is what's happening to me. I'm not sure what I need to do, but I am open-minded to try. I said yes. Well, let me tell you, I had the adventure of my life. The moment that I set foot on Egyptian soil, it was like I had returned home. I don't know where that came from. It doesn't matter, but I was open to anything that was offered to me. Having an open mind was so beneficial for me because I believe I was directed to go to Egypt to learn to receive. It was easy for me to give. But when I had to start accepting gifts given to me, it was like, oh my, this is not my experience. However, I gained some wonderful things having the experience of living in Egypt. I gained an insight about another culture. I was able to know who I was and stay strong in what my beliefs were. but I was open and curious about what other people thought. I found myself having new experiences, why I even took a camel ride from the big pyramid of Giza to Saqqara, 4 hours away by myself. What an exciting adventure that was. I achieved personal growth because I was open to everything that they were sharing. I became mentally strong because I didn't have family or my own family there to tell me what to do. It was strictly a building of optimistic and learning new things. I am so grateful for that benefit, those benefits that I received for being in Egypt. I had the opportunity, I was sitting at home one day and received a phone call. That phone call came from the director of higher education. And he said to me, "Oh, Madame, you're an American teacher." I said, "Yes." He said, "We need somebody at Cairo University. Will you come and teach our graduate students? Come down and do a demonstration lesson for us." Oh my, I was scared to death. My knees were knocking, my hands were sweating, but I said yes. And the following Monday, I was in the classroom with 400 Egyptian students, ready to go for the next 7 years. So I want to say, it is just say yes. AJ?
Thank you so much, Charlotte. What an inspiration. Roberta was the personification of just say yes, because that was the first directive that she received from Stuart Anderson. When she started in 1974 at Black Angus Restaurants, your boss and mentor, Roberta, Stuart Anderson, gave you 2 directives. He said, go to a Toastmasters club and just say yes. Tell us what was behind those 2 directives and their relevance to today's Toastmaster.
Absolutely. Thank you again, AJ. Yes, Stuart Anderson was my best and toughest mentor. When I joined the organization in 1974 as a secretary, he called me into his office 3 days after I was hired, sat me down and said, in a very stern manner, and I was sitting on a rawhide couch, so I couldn't move very much, but he said, "Roberta, you're going to fail in the restaurant industry. All women do." And remember, this is 1974. He said, "However, I have a recommendation. Go down the street and join a Toastmasters club and just say yes to everything they ask you to do." And as you know from the story, AJ, when I walked into that Toastmasters club on February 14th, 1974, I was there with 27 men and me. I thought my dating was about ready, but no, not going there. But anyway, the other reason he recommended that is he also said, "Roberta, you don't know how to talk to men." And I went, "Wow, I talk to men. I don't quite understand. Could you tell me why?" And he said, "No, I'm not going to tell you why. I want you to go discover why I think you don't know how to talk to men." So I got up off of that rawhide couch. I went to my Toastmasters first meeting on the 14th. I then found another mentor who I said, I'm not sure I understand why he thinks I can't talk to men. And this wonderful woman who became an absolute mentor of mine, she said, "Well, that's because, Roberta, every time you talk to a man, you have a tendency to look at him, smile, and tilt your head. And that means you want to date him, not that you're serious and wanting to have a discussion with him." So I learned really very, very fast that Toastmasters was going to assist me in many ways that I didn't even know about. Now, 3 years later, I'll just do a follow-up to that. I'm sure Stuart, in fact, we laughed about it at one point, was wishing that he had never told me to join a Toastmasters club. Because when my boss left the organization, who was the entertainment director in charge of 60 nightclubs, I said, I'm going to be that entertainment director. And Stuart said, no, you can't, you're a woman. And I said, well, Stuart, may I at least come in front of the board of directors and plead my case? He said, yeah, okay. So I did. And thank goodness for the Toastmasters, because remember that speech we used to do, The Power of Persuasion? I wrote the best persuasive argument about why I should be the entertainment director. And the gentlemen all sitting in front of me said, Roberta's the entertainment director. Stuart, you're wrong. She's right. I got the job. So I bless Stuart. He was my best and toughest mentor up until his death a few years ago. Thanks, AJ.
Great. That's good.
Sandra, Thomas Edison is given the credit for the quote that most people miss opportunity because it comes dressed in overalls and looks like work. Tell us of a time when opportunity was knocking at your door, but you didn't realize it. What did you do? And if you didn't take the opportunity, would you take it now?
AJ, thank you so much for that question. I remember, and I have to go back to when I was an area governor, and so I'm going to count those years back. I was a club president and happened to have said out loud to somebody in district leadership, I'm curious as to what an area governor does. And the next thing you know, you're one. With that, being one of and the only woman in a group, in a division, we were at our fall conference, and the division director did not, or the division governor didn't show up. With that, this person from the top three back then walked over to me and said, "You will give the division report." And I looked at him and said, no, you don't understand. And he said, "You will give the division report." He said, "Never miss an opportunity to step forward and lead." And with that, I had to stand there within 5 minutes and give a 1 minute, actually a 2-minute report. This was the report, and I'll give it very briefly. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure, my honor, to be able to stand here in front of you and to give you a report about this division with absolutely no data. Here we go. I will take the time to introduce my fellow area governors. And with that, they took it from there. I breathed. I sat down at the end.
That was great.
It was that ability to just think on my feet, table topics is my worst, that prompted that same top three to walk over to me months later and say, "We want you to be a member of the top three." I said, "I've not served as a division governor." And they said, "Doesn't matter. We asked you, you did it, and now we want you to move forward. You've got the skills." And so that was my first round in district leadership. With that, overalls did not look pretty, but I had to stand there and call on my fellow area governors to take it away for me. Thank you so much for that question, AJ.
You know what was really wonderful, Sandra, was while you were giving that answer and while you were describing the situation, Roberta was beaming in smiles, as was Charlotte, as was so many of our attendees today. What a point. So just say yes, but saying yes sometimes means doing the work, as we saw. So it's not just when you get tapped on the shoulder for emerging leaders. It's another thing when it comes down to actually crafting your voice many times through media. Roberta, as part of her invitation to Tomorrow Today, recently started as a 4-woman panel of entertainment executives that was interested in cutting edge technologies and products. Roberta, how did you incorporate Corey's ideas about LinkedIn into your own LinkedIn website? You had Corey on Invitation to Tomorrow Today just recently.
Yes.
Tell us, what did he give you to think about LinkedIn?
Thanks again to AJ. Just like today, and Lori, thank you so very much for your presentation on LinkedIn. When I had Corey on and then I listened to Lori today, I realized that I'm a work in progress. Because I was on my LinkedIn site as Lori was talking, going, I know I need to get better at it. And I was going to say there's a couple of things that she talked about and Corey talked about that I haven't yet done, which I'm bad. One is we need to get those endorsements. And the reason we need to get those endorsements is because as a person who looks at LinkedIn, I have a tendency to trust other people's opinions more than I trust the person whose site I'm looking at. So I need to get more of those testimonials. I also need to ask more. Lori talked about it, Corey talked about it. We can't be afraid to ask for a connection. We can't be afraid to ask for the 15-minute meeting. For example, the other day, I've been working with a gentleman who now sits at the very top of a pyramid in my industry of entertainment. I've known him for 30 years, but he and I haven't chatted in probably 15. And I saw he complimented me on something I had done on LinkedIn. And instead of just saying thank you, I reached back and said, hey, Scott, we need to catch up. He immediately got back to me and said, yes, we do. And we set a time. His assistant got a hold of me, and it is now proving to be very fruitful. So I need to do more of that as a work in progress. And I highly recommend, like Lori said and Corey said, you use LinkedIn on a daily basis. Connect, 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 whether it's a happy birthday, happy anniversary, any reason to be able to talk and communicate with your people. And Lori, well done on over 7,000 connections. I'm not there yet. I'm only at 4,600. So I went, oh my gosh, now I'm in competition with Lori. I got to learn more from Lori. So anyway, it was great to have Corey on to give us his secrets and now to hear Lori today with her tips on how to use LinkedIn better. Thanks, AJ.
And I put in the chat the link to Roberta's segment of Invitation to Tomorrow Today, her segment that she did with Corey, and invite you all to go explore that later on.
Thanks, AJ.
Sandra, you also did some interesting web work. In fact, you created your own website for your recent leadership campaign in Toastmasters. It's I invite all of you to go to sandraford36.org. Very easy to remember. Good work. And that consisted of your vision, your experience, and included a video to present your message. Your LinkedIn site gives a good in-depth picture of who you are and your values and vision. But tell us why you selected these sites and why they are important in 2021 in career search and development.
Oh, AJ, thank you so much for that question. I've had a LinkedIn profile for quite a while. I started and then I really expanded it. I took some time, just really made a concerted effort to put who I was on that LinkedIn profile. That was very easy then to translate when I was running for district leadership again, to place that into a very forward-looking website. I needed something that was a little bit modern, updated, forward linking, and being able to demonstrate that I've got skills in this current environment that have been honed over the years as a Toastmaster, and now can be translated into this current environment. So that's what I did. I took who I was, and very much from the inside out. That's how I am. I love to serve, and I'd rather just bring the authentic Sandra to whoever, and then from there was able to translate that to the website. I'll have to say that all of those, the video, the pictures, everything that you see, were all self-done, learned on the spot. So these weren't things in which I went to a professional, had them do it. No, this was Sandra learning how to do it, really challenging herself. I'm in the midst of doing a podcast and editing the music in with the voice. Hey, it's a work in progress, but you know, it's also a Toastmasters path project. So I can get the best of every world that there can be. I encourage everybody to just think about how we can just traverse this current environment, because this is going to be part of our future from here on out. And my grandchildren and my children, hey, they're jealous. They don't have a podcast. Nana does.
Exactly. It's amazing. It's amazing, Sandra, to look at your site and to understand how important it is to put together a small video of your thought process, of your thought leadership. And that's what Sandra did. And that's what makes that site so interesting to me, that someone who got it, who understood to reinvent completely, be in the present moment, and continue moving forward. Another one who has done this is Dr. Charlotte. She has transitioned District 100. And again, I have to parenthetically note, as one of the attendees has mentioned to me, she also has roots from District 12 and a number of other districts. So you are home wherever you go, Dr. Charlotte. But in District 100, you've done some amazing educational units that go all the way from train the trainer to learning labs to pathway sessions and club growth, all through Zoom. And the most amazing thing to me was to watch you run not one, not two, but 7 nights straight of Zoom mastering while you did your own TLIs for D100 with you as the Zoom master. How do you see these virtual learning environments as contributing to career growth internationally?
Thank you for that question, AJ. I think it's extremely important. First of all, let me say to you that when Zoom came out, that that's how Toastmasters was going to function, I said, oh, not me. I can't do this. I'm too old. And then I realized in my open mind and my open heart, I was going to be the one left behind. If I wasn't going to get into this, I was going to be the loser. So I said, all right, yes, I will learn to do this. I will learn to use Zoom. I took classes. I worked on Zoom, lots of their webinars and so forth. I read books. I took some classes. But I thought, this is where life is. We must, if we're going to participate, we must have an open heart and move forward. So one of the things was listening to what our members' needs were. And out of all of that, training was the thing that came up. Well, of course, that's my field. I love training. And so I decided to do a train the trainer. We need to build more trainers that meet at the level. And I was so grateful when a group of seasoned Toastmaster trainers came to District 100, when Roberta did our president's training and just demonstrated the expertise of what training can look like. And I had apprentices sit in those sessions so they could see what a real good quality training is. So I decided then in Learning Lab, we had done Learning Lab previously in 100, but I decided to listen to the members, what are their needs, and put them in a Learning Lab process. So I have a members experience. If you need a members experience, you go to those sessions. I then put in a club experience. There is so much in running a club and dealing with a healthy club that people need to know. They want information. They want to do this. So we have to provide it. And then the third category was leadership, because that's the area that I believe is going to strengthen our districts, is helping people to become quality leaders. So those aspects were put in. Now I am the queen of Zoom masters. I am so excited because I know if you just put yourself out there, you never know. As Sandra said, you don't know what opportunities are going to be around the corner. And so you just grab onto them and say, well, I don't know how to do this, but I will learn. AJ.
So well said. And what you've done, I don't believe any of us knew that in March of 2020, that we were going to be catapulted forward into an environment of education through Zoom and education through computerized learning. We talked about expecting LinkedIn, the sessions that you see on LinkedIn, where you can get certificates, being part of the norm of our future. And people will expect to see your continuing education shown on your LinkedIn profile. It is your digital footprint in the 2021 world. Another item in the 2021 world is what I call the personal board of directors. If I got my wish, I would have these 3 women on my personal board of directors. And Toastmasters is so clear of talking about mentorship, but many times we just don't get it. We think that the mentor you get at the club is the one that's going to tell you about club culture and how you sign up to do a speech. And you don't realize that throughout your life, and particularly in your business career, it is absolutely critical to have a personal board of directors. So I'm going to direct this at Charlotte. A current trend is to cultivate this board of director, those people who guide, coach, mentor, and provide feedback on your life. How important is it to have an open heart in our mentoring environments?
Oh, thank you, AJ. Open heart, compassion, empathy. People need those things now. As we begin to work with people, we need to make that connection. As Roberta and Sandra and Lori and some of the others were talking about, making those connections are so vital to our mental health, to our learning, to every aspect of our life. So I think having that open heart is meaning that you have to be, or an individual has to be, vulnerable. You have to put yourself out there. I think that is one of the most difficult things, that because people are not always going to agree with you. They're not always going to say what you want to hear, but it's important that you keep that compassion in front all the time. People need that. They need the human connection. So in any way that you can do that, I find that I need people to help me plan. I need people to help me brainstorm. I have a great mind, but it doesn't have everything I need in it. So pulling from people of the things that I need. I have certain strengths, so I look to those people who have different strengths than I have. And it is amazing the amount of people that you can find that will be willing to share their ideas. Remember, keeping an open mind means that you are curious about what others think and that they can share those ideas with you. I have a finance person. I have a person who helps me brainstorm. I have another person that helps me do the planning, somebody else to help me with my calendar. I help me with my writing. So I think you need to be watching. I encourage you to look, listen, observe what is happening. And when you hear or see somebody that you think can offer you anything, then ask them. One of the things that I've had to learn in Toastmasters that I never have had to do before, as a teacher, as a principal, as a school individual, people come to you. But now I'm having to learn to recruit. And that means I have to ask, and I have to be vulnerable and open of them saying, no, Charlotte, I don't want to do that. Okay, help me know what you'd like to do. And so learning how to recruit is an important skill that's new to me. So I am learning that with a big open heart. AJ.
Sandra, you shared with me the fact that mentorship has changed as your career and your journey has gone on, and told me an interesting part of your latest mentor-mentee relationship. Tell our attendees about that.
Oh, well, thank you, AJ. I'd love to share that one. I met my current mentor many years ago. I actually was her mentor. When she first, I met her when she was an area director, and just kind of tangentially. And something about us kind of connected, but you don't know. And then next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call from her when she had moved up to vision director. And she had an problem that she wanted to resolve. And from there, she moved into the trio, the leadership. And when I found out she got elected, because I hadn't attended that conference, I was sending her a text, can I be your mentor? And she was sending me a text, will you be my mentor? And they crossed. And so that was a relationship that I think had blossomed. She's much, 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 much younger than I am. But when I decided to move into district leadership again for this round, for this year particularly, it was her that I conferred with. We've been friends, but it was her that I conferred with from this Toastmasters perspective. And then when I got elected, my response to her was, and she helped me the entire way, you know that I need a mentor. And she laughed and she said, that is something I cannot do for you. I said, oh, yes, you can. In fact, if the word bothers you, let you be my Sherpa. I've done this before. I've walked with you, but I'm not in this current environment and I need you. And that is who she is to me. She is my Sherpa. And I am still her mentee because many things have changed from the many years ago that I served as a district governor. But with that, we have had such an incredible relationship. We talk every other day about so many things. And she is, believe this or not, she is the age of my youngest child. So I'm old enough to be her mother. This is truth. I'm old enough to be her mother. But let me share with you that many people who are on this current team as division directors and as area directors are old enough to be my children. I keep saying, I have no clue what it is. I'm looking at a silver-haired woman, and what would make you all decide to move forward into leadership with me in this time? And they said, we really like you. So I figured relationship, all of this.
Great.
But
Wonderful.
this is how my Sherpa is. She always says to me, Sandra, you just got it. All right. Don't forget, she's old enough to be my child. With that is my Sherpa mentor relationship. Thank you.
Well, you know, for me, I had simply, I've told several people with no apology whatsoever that without a doubt, I am Lance Miller's biggest fan. I've said this over and over again. And then one day, Lance Miller said, well, why don't you come to my club? And there I was watching a Chicago TLI, and I thought, where's he going? I'll go with him. Where's he going? So I went with him and showed up at Renaissance Speakers, and all of a sudden I heard this voice, and I thought, I know this voice. That's the voice on the CD. It's the CD of Building a Championship Club. Who's that woman? Roberta Perry has been an amazing mentor to many, many Toastmasters, but she has also been an amazing mentor to many of the people within Toastmasters International as a past international director. Roberta, tell us about the various mentoring time periods in your life, and when has it been challenging to be a mentor?
Wow, AJ, that's a great question. I'll tell you what I love about Toastmasters, and being Toastmasters is a safe place to find mentors, and not only to find mentors, but to learn what a mentor is and learn what a mentee is, so that when I'm out in my real world, I can find people who will then help me in whatever part of the world I'm working in. So, for example, you, AJ, have been a mentor. Now, for those of you who don't know, I work in a strange world called entertainment. I have to learn everything about video gaming. I have to learn about avatars. I'm now in the midst of learning everything I can possibly learn about artificial intelligence. So I was asked to be a moderator at a gaming conference in October, and I had to become an avatar in order to moderate my 2 panels. Well, that in itself was fun and challenging, but I did it. And I asked AJ, or she volunteered, I should say, she would come and evaluate, because I was going to use that as one of my Pathways projects. Well, AJ and I had so much fun. I don't know about AJ, but I had so much fun because it was a disaster on day 1. So they switched everything around so that I could watch her watching from a fake theater on a screen, and I'm on the screen, and I have no clue, but AJ was a fabulous, fabulous evaluator for me and a mentor. I love Toastmasters because I work in China. I work in the Middle East. I'm working on a project in Oman right now. I need mentors from Toastmasters in those parts of the world who can help me understand the culture, understand that when I use a word, does that word translate well in their culture? I mean, and I've used mentors all over the world from various cultures and have done that. And I just want to comment about where we're going with artificial intelligence. It hit home hard yesterday, well, twice. There's a book out called The Tech Whisperer, where one entire chapter is written by AI, explaining AI, which is artificial intelligence. If you've not seen it, you should, because down the road in Toastmasters, we're going to be having AI writing a lot of our pathways. I can just feel it coming. But it really hit yesterday when I went to my audiologist to get my ears checked. And he said, you know, your ear, I use hearing aids. He said, your hearing aids are old. The new hearing aids now have artificial intelligence chip in it, so that as you're walking in your environment, it will get rid of all the noise that's not associated with you, and it will learn from you as you continue to interact with your environment. And I thought, oh my gosh, all this new digital world is coming. So, I mean, I love it. It's challenging, but it's going to also impact our ability to be mentors and mentees, because I need people now who can be a mentor to me, not only on artificial intelligence and augmented reality and virtual reality, but even the simple things like social media. That's why I turned to Serena. She's my mentor in social media. I love mentoring and I love being a mentor. It's something I've loved since February 14th in 1974 when I joined Toastmasters. And I hope everybody continues to enjoy mentoring as much as I love it and being mentored. Thanks, AJ. Hope that answered your question.
It did. It did. And so many people have learned from Roberta and will continue to learn from Roberta, because she still gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning to deal with Toastmasters International leadership teams out here in Colorado. And we thank you for your work. I'm going to transition to another piece of work that was done on Toastmasters International just recently, and that is with Sandra Coles-Bell. And this was the cross-cultural webinar where we have a session in Pathways. We've got a project in Pathways about cross-cultural awareness, but Toastmasters World Headquarters took it a step beyond and did a series of webinars with different speakers. And Sandra was one of those speakers. I put in the chat the link so you can go explore that later on. But Sandra, you and Charlotte have had very interesting journeys and paths walking issues of cross-cultural awareness. Tell us a little bit about yours.
Well, in my former position, and it still translates even to today, one of the things that I did was work with various cultural Catholic communities within the Archdiocese of Washington. And so I would share with people all the time that I got to travel and eat all around the world without ever leaving the Archdiocese of Washington, because everybody had a celebration, which included music, culture, food, everything that had to do with how they celebrated in their own cultures. And so in that, one of the things that I had to learn to do was, and I think Roberta said it well, how does this translate? How does this translate? Because I had to translate this cultural group to the higher ups at the Archdiocese and vice versa. And it was a wonderful opportunity, and still continues to be, because even though I'm not there, would you believe it? I'm still an advisor on many of their cross-cultural groups. Don't know why, but it's just the fact that learning and understanding, and I think that's the basic, and respecting people where they are. In fact, that is the basic, and relating to them where they are, and really embracing all of that gave us the opportunities that we could find, I could find personally, to just watch myself flourish as a person, as a Catholic, as everything that I ever wanted to be. And so, you know, I'm Spanish and I speak little Spanish. I'm African and I speak very few dialects. And I'm also from the East Side, but I just have, and I still have the same kind of energy and joy because of the fact that I've gotten an opportunity to travel the globe without ever having to leave my home. And I still do. Thank you so much, AJ, for that.
Charlotte, you also have shared a lot in terms of conflict management. But one of the key things that I've taken has been your statement that you cannot share with someone something that you do not have. Share with our audience your concepts of peace?
Thank you for that question, AJ. That really hits my heart. When the shooting occurred on my campus, I watched the environment. I watched kids. I watched the adults, and nobody knew what to do. They stood in shock. I was shocked.
Am I the only one that can't hear Charlotte?
Oh,
I think you are.
sorry, Lori. Yeah, my mic is open. So
You're good.
okay.
You're good.
At that time, I decided that I needed to find what was in the minds of young people when they were approached with a real trauma. They did not have the language to share what was happening to them. They didn't know the words to use. So I then decided to help my community and my school to become more knowledgeable about that. So I brought in the Violence Prevention Department of the CDC to my community. This was prior to Columbine. And so they worked with me, and they worked with my parents, and they worked with my whole community on the language of frustration. That's where I first heard about that. There are 4 emotional responses that people have that deal with conflict. The first one is annoyance. The second one is frustration. The third one is hostility. And the fourth one is rage or enraging. I believe that if people can settle their differences at the annoyance level, they will avoid a great deal of what happens in conflict. Now, the same process that you use on the outside to solve conflict is what you can use for your own internal conflicts as well. But let me talk just a minute about the language. We have phrases that people can use to help spur or to resolve issues. When someone gives you a statement that they want you to do something and you feel you can't do that, you don't have to respond with immediate no. You can say, let me think about that. We have a tendency to be very quick about and respond without thinking. So I encourage you that if you have a conflict with an individual or any aspect that you have a difference of opinion, that you can control some of that by how you talk. Some of the phrases are, I would like to explore this comment further. I would like to have more information. Call me if you have any questions about what I said. One of the big things that I check for understanding if I give somebody a direction is I say to them, if you had to tell this to another individual, how would you put it? That way I can check to see if they understood what I was saying. So there's a whole realm, and if anybody would like to have me come and share that information with you, I'd be happy to do that. But there's a whole realm on language that you can use that we don't even think about. So in the future, I'd like to have you think, stop the annoyance, take care of it there. That way it won't grow to other things. So there is just conflict resolution is huge. And we have little pits that we deal with every day in our club meetings, in our interactions with Zoom, in our interactions with other people. And so it's a skill that needs to be developed. It is not something that comes easily, but I encourage you to work on developing your conflict. Even when I was in Egypt, there were conflicts that I came across, particularly for the religious aspect. But I stand like a mountain and I flow like water. So therefore, my experience of that, I knew who I am. I know what I believe. Work on your self-awareness of what you believe, and you will be able to help your own conflicts in an easier way. AJ?
Amazing, amazing. Roberta, I'm going to have you take us into the finish, because one of the things that was interesting to me was the fact that when I spoke to district directors, the number one thing they came back and said, the thing that they spend more time on than anything else is conflict management. So it's amazing that we make it to the district director level, and that's where they're spending most of their time because of issues. But we also have issues of unconscious bias. And I spoke a little bit about that when we launched this session this morning. And I would like you to bring us into the finish regarding unconscious bias, because in '74, it wasn't called unconscious bias, it was called social order.
Yeah.
What are the ways you offer to correct unconscious bias when you encounter it in the workplace? Because at the end of the day, you're still a woman. You're still Black. And you still may be over 50. So what to do when you're cut off and dealing with unconscious bias?
Yeah. Thank you, AJ. And again, Sandra and Charlotte, Dr. Charlotte, have totally, I love the fact that we're talking about conflict management, because we do need to do that. Yes, I did run into social order, and the first time I ran into it, my mother took me aside. This was back then, and she said, you have a choice, Roberta. Either you can buy into it, acknowledge it, and then all your attention will then become there, and you'll become a victim. Or you could just not acknowledge it and find a way to get around the stops. So for example, early on in my Toastmaster career, I wanted to be the Lieutenant Governor of Marketing up in Seattle for District 2. And one of the past international presidents from up there said, no, you're a woman, Roberta, you can't do it. Now, instead of playing victim, I went, how am I going to handle this? So I joined his committee that he ran the following year. And that at the end of that year, he put my name into nomination. So I had found a way to move around the stop and make it a go. When I run into unconscious bias place in the workplace, and trust me, it's out there. I mean, we all know that, it's not a secret. I usually then keep a poker face when I run into it. And then I get time with the person who actually spoke the words. And we do coffee, because it comes down to the lack of communication and understanding. If I could communicate my ideas and they communicate their ideas, we'll have a better understanding of where we each are. And at that point, the bias usually, in my experience working in the entertainment world, disappears. But it's all because of communication and the ability to have coffee, whether it's on Zoom or out in the physical world. And that's why I love Toastmasters. It's because we learn from people like Sandra and Charlotte how to not only handle that conflict, but handle it in a way that benefits everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies. I know we went slightly over time, but this is very, very important work done by these three ladies. I certainly hope you got something out of it and that you will reach out to the panel for follow-up. Back to you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much to AJ for facilitating that wonderful panel with Roberta, Sandra, and Dr. Charlotte. So wonderful thoughts and insights that have been afforded to us by those. Some of them have come before us and have paved that trail. And we continue then to walk within your footsteps and learn and grow. And that's what this is about, is a collective community of growth, of learning, of nurturing and empowering. At this moment in time, I'd like to actually empower all of us real quick, please. Happy 2 o'clock. And I want to encourage a quick little stretch. So please, let's reinvigorate our bodies and minds by quickly stretching up to reach our stars we're shooting for. Excuse me. Bending down to touch the ground that supports us. And then reaching out to connect to those here and out there to expand our community. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope that helped move the muscles a little bit as we're moving our minds. And let's move into our 2 o'clock speaker. In addition to serving as district director for Founders District, distinguished Toastmaster Christine Brady co-hosts the Currently Obsessed podcast and enjoys playing ukulele. When not indulging her extracurricular interests, Christine puts her expertise to work at an international transportation analytics firm, handling complex proposal and contract negotiations with city, county, and state agencies. Throughout her experiences, Christine has learned how to negotiate with government agencies who operate within strict federal guidelines. Unfortunately, these guidelines don't leave a lot of room for negotiation, so it's a real win when the negotiation is successful for her firm. The lessons she's learned from these complex negotiations have been applied to other areas of her life, and now Christine wants to share some of these secrets with all of us. Please welcome Christine Brady. Life is a negotiation.
Thank you, Erica, for that great introduction. Negotiation. Wow. You know, working in negotiation, I can say I never, ever thought as a child that that's what I would do. And funnily enough, my mom was actually a contracts administrator, and that seems to be the path my life has taken. So it's interesting that we've kind of kept it in the family. Now, what is negotiation? It's defined as a discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. But what is that? You know, that sounds boring. And yes, sometimes when people hear that I work in contracts all day, they think, oh, ugh, you know, that doesn't sound fun at all. But negotiation, yeah, of course, sometimes it can be boring, but it can also be dynamic. You are out there, you're having conversations with people, you are, you know, picking at the nitty-gritty of a contract. It's very fascinating sometimes to see how other people interpret words. Is negotiation always formal? Well, no, because I'm here to tell you that I have applied these contract negotiation techniques to other parts of my life. And so you can use this with your friends, you can use it with your family. I'm not sure how many of you can use this with children. I feel like children sometimes are very difficult to negotiate with, but you can try. So of course, we can just use these formal techniques in very informal ways. Now, I'm going to cover 2 things that you should do prior to any negotiation. And these are 2 things I do before every proposal that comes into our firm. And then I'm going to cover the application of some of the negotiation techniques and how you can use them in specific situations. Now, in my work, that first step is reviewing a request for a proposal. So an agency, a city, a county, a state, they will want a specific type of work done, and they will issue what's called an RFP, or request for a proposal. And within that document is a formal letter inviting your firm to participate in this process. There is a scope of work that they're anticipating, and there's all the rules that are going to establish how we're going to go about the proposal process, and also how we're going to move into the contract. Now, these are typically made up of many pieces of different, there's the contract, there's the instructions, there can be maps or charts or things, that are made available. There might be copies of insurance requirements. A lot of different exhibits get attached to this RFP. Now, one thing that happens, and this is the first thing that you have to remember when you are starting the negotiation process, is you need to have a complete document. You need to have all the pieces. You need to have all the information in front of you in order to make a good decision. Now, why is that important? Well, many times I will have a project manager think, I don't want to bother Christine with a 500-page RFP. And you know what? I can appreciate that thought, because I also may not want to read 500 pages. However, bits and pieces of what I need to look at in order to analyze this request for proposal might be contained all throughout those 500 pages. So if they give me just the piece that they think I need, well, now they're forcing me to evaluate this proposal, this request for proposal, in a vacuum, right? And we can't make a good decision looking at something in a vacuum. So typically, if I receive something that's just a piece of a document, I will ask for all of the follow-up documentation. A lot of times, the most important piece that I need is the sample agreement, the agreement that the agency is going to present to our firm upon award to sign. That's where most of my time is spent, because I need to analyze all the risk that our company will be taking on by signing this agreement. So when it's not complete, and sometimes this is not the problem of the project manager that has sent this to me for review. Sometimes this is because the agency has only issued, a 4-page RFP. And then within that, they might say, you'll be expected to sign our agreement with no changes. And I'll think, well, that's nice, but can I please see that document so I understand what I'm agreeing to sign? So sometimes it's the part of the agency. So it's not always the project manager. I want to make sure that everyone knows that. Now, we always want to look at what the agency is going to require for negotiation. Sometimes, like I said, they're going to require us just to sign as is. Sometimes they will say, well, you can request changes and we want you to outline those in your proposal. But if we don't think those changes are reasonable, we're either going to ask you to withdraw your proposal or we're just going to throw it in the trash. And so in those cases, you want to be very, very careful about how you are going to present those changes that you're going to request. Now that leads to the second piece that you need to do every time, which is risk analysis. So let's talk about that. So my job as a contracts specialist at my firm is to identify risk. That's what I do. I am not telling them that they can or cannot sign a contract. I'm telling them what the risk is. And then it's up to, our project manager and our region manager to really look at that risk and decide, is it a risk worth taking? So this is where we have to work hand in hand in order to negotiate that contract based on the risk that we think we're taking. Now, again, remember, we have to have all the information in order to do this. So we need complete contract documents or complete RFPs in order to do this. And we also need to make sure that we are looking at the risk in context. Sometimes if somebody sends me some wording, they might just pull one paragraph and say, this looks alarming. And I'll read it and think, oh my gosh, yeah, we could never sign this. But when I ask to see the entire document and I look, yeah, that paragraph might look risky, but the paragraphs that follow identify and address some of that risk, and they soften it so that now the risk is more amenable. So we have to make sure that we're looking at that. So let's talk about that again with a real life situation instead of work. Now, if we're talking about having all the information, this may have happened to some of you. You have a friend that says, oh, well, I'm calling to find out, what you're doing on Saturday the 13th. And your inclination might be to think, well, this friend is really, they want to spend some time with me and have fun, right? There's not any harm in telling them my calendar is open. And so you say, oh, I'm free. And they say, great, come help me move. Well, dang it, now you have to help them move. So let's talk about how we didn't have all the information, right? So you have to ask when somebody asks you, what are you doing on Saturday the 13th? You have to say, oh, what do you have in mind? And then they can counter with, well, I thought you would help me move. And then you could say anything you like. You could say, well, I can help you until noon. I can only help you from 10 to 10:30, whatever you're willing to give, but you have to have all that information. Now it could be this friend has helped you move. And so you have to help them. But again, remember, we need all that information. Now, when my company is looking at risk, there are times when within a contract, it will talk about ownership rights. So ownership of documents that are being prepared, ownership of drawings, plans, whatever. Sometimes my company we own software. We produce software that helps traffic cameras identify how traffic is moving up and down roads and corridors. And we have to make sure that the language within those contracts states that they own any changes to the software that they might have. So they might want there to be some customizations to that software, and that's fine. They will own the customizations, but they don't own the software, right? That remains with us. Now, sometimes in those contracts where they say we're not negotiating, there will be language in there that says that they will own any software. Now, we have to be very careful because sometimes we just let that go, because I'll have a discussion with the project manager and we'll decide, well, we're not actually going to be providing any software on this project ever, not ever to this agency. We're just designing the roadways that are going to be going up and down, or we're going to design how their traffic lights are going to operate, how often those lights are going to turn green, which you always want the lights green for yourself. So in those cases, we may not be selling any software at all in support of those efforts. So we can let those things go, but we absolutely have to always protect what we're calling our intellectual property. That's our software and our products. So let's go back and talk about your friend here who's asked you to move, right? So now you've signed up to help move. Now we have to do a little risk analysis on how we're going to respond to the question. So this is going to be how we are starting some of that negotiation. So we've agreed that yes, we're going to help on the 13th, but we might decide, you know, as we're thinking about it, well, our friend is super organized. They probably have all the boxes already done. And that friend, you think, well, they're so organized. When I get there, the truck's already going to be there and we are just going to be taking stuff out of the house and loading in the truck. And before you know it, we're going to be at the new place and unloaded because they're so organized. That friend, you might be more willing to say, yeah, let's go for it. However, we also have those friends who, like, you can see my bookcase behind me. It's like a hoarder's bookcase, right? They might have lots of books, or they might collect really heavy antique furniture. That friend you might need to negotiate with a little bit and say, you know what, I'm willing to help you, but I'm going to carry boxes that are under 40 pounds. And I'm only going to, you know, move light furniture. And they might say yes, because maybe they have some cousins who are big, like football players, who can do all the heavy lifting. So, you know, that could be a way that we analyze the risk of helping our friend with that moving project. All right. So once we get through the proposal process and we've kind of identified the risk and we've submitted our proposal, well, the agency goes through all their steps to analyze, and now our firm has been selected for the job. The contract will be awarded to my firm. Well, now here's where we start the negotiation process. Now, typically, I will read through that contract and I will supply what we call a red line, where I am, you know, striking out terms that we will not agree to and putting in terms that I think are more amenable. And those are typically related to insurability. We're making sure that things are equitable, that the contract is mutually agreeable, that we are not taking on more risk than the agency. This should be an equal amount of risk for us entering into this contract. Here's what you should be looking at as you are negotiating. There's 4 things. The first one is you need to ask for what you want. So when you're first doing that red line, you need to ask for exactly that language that you would feel super comfortable signing. Many times I just take our contract template, and if I don't like their wording, I will use our wording that's been supplied by our lawyer. I will insert that in, and I'll just see if they'll take it. One thing with doing that is you have to understand, in a lot of cases, they are not going to just accept your wording, right? They're not going to accept it all. So you want to have a fallback position, but you definitely do not reveal your fallback position at all at this stage. The second thing that you always want to do is to have a conversation with anyone else who will be talking to the agency. So that will be the project manager, might be the region manager, whoever on the team is involved that needs to understand what you're negotiating. Make sure you have a conversation with them and that they understand that you're going to take that hard line first, and then you're going to have your fallback position. And make sure that they are very comfortable with what you're doing, because these are their business relationships. They've networked with these project managers on the other side. They know what those people are like, and you want to make sure that you're not stepping on their business relationship. So you need to make sure that everyone's on the same page. The third thing, and this one can be really hard for all of us, is you want to answer direct questions only. So many times in negotiation, somebody will ask a question, and instead of just answering the question, sometimes it's yes or no, right? There's a yes or no question. Instead of just answering yes or no, the person might start giving some caveats. They might think, well, what I really think they're asking is this. And so they'll give you, how to build the whole watch factory when all you were asking for was the time. That can be really hard. You have to train yourself to answer direct questions only, because once you go into negotiation, now you only need to give bits and pieces of information. You don't need to reveal more than what they've asked for. So, we can think, if I get asked by the agency, would you mind reducing your fee? Or can we make this task optional because we're not sure we're going to have the funding? The project manager might say, that's a yes or no question, right? The project manager might come back and say, well, yeah, we'd be willing to make that task optional, but, I'm also going to say that we'll throw in this, this, and this. And it's like, no, don't throw things in yet. Don't do that yet. Just answer yes or no. And if you have to say no, at that point, if they counter, then you can say, we're going to say no. This is why, but we can throw in this, this, and this to make the return on your investment of money better. So make sure you answer direct questions only. Now, I'm going to give an example. I'm not going to use the moving example. I'll just give an example here at home where if I ask my husband if he has to do laundry, he might start explaining his whole day to me. But really, all I needed to know was, does he need the washer? So trying to work with people on answering direct questions only. And I know I do it too. I will think, gosh, people are really asking me this. They're not. They're just asking me that direct question. So that's the third thing when you're negotiating. The fourth thing is to be okay with silence. Now, nowadays, right now when we're in COVID, we're typically doing a lot of contract negotiation, via email, but sometimes we just have to get on the phone or we have to be on a video call. And so if you state a position, you need to be okay with silence. Don't try to fill that with something because the other side needs time to think about it. So just give them that time. Some people think silence is awkward. Just remember, you're not making the situation awkward. It might feel awkward, but you're not making it awkward. You're just giving them time to think. And finally, then be ready, with that fallback position. And if that fallback position doesn't work, be ready to walk away. So right now, our firm is working on a pretty substantial contract, and the other party is making it a little bit hard in this negotiation. They are just saying no, and we are saying we cannot take on the risk that you're asking us to take on. And so we're kind of at a standstill, and our firm is ready to walk away. So we feel like that gives us a little bit of leverage, because if you're ready to walk away and the other firm needs you and they need your help, they might be willing to bend a little bit. So I want to recap before we get to some questions. So the first thing that you would always want to do is have all of the information. Remember, you cannot make a decision in a vacuum. The second thing is to identify any risk. And then the third thing is, when you're negotiating, you want to ask for what you want, have that fallback position, answer direct questions only, be okay with silence, and be ready to walk away. Erica.
Thank you so much, Christine. We've got some great points there. What questions?
We don't have time for questions. We might do that on a personal way, but it's time to start with Steve.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that, Mary. I do have a speaker who isn't going to be clocking in at 20 minutes, so I was going to give Christine her full 20. Christine, we're going to put a pin in that, and we're going to come back to some questions. Everybody, hang on to your questions for Christine. We're going to go ahead and move on then to our second speaker. Steve Itzkwitz is a distinguished Toastmaster, two-time qualified speaker, previous district level evaluation champion, the voice of Founders District, and, as you can tell, extremely modest. In his spare time, he enjoys good food and wine, occasional travel, and sports. And it's his love of sports that got him thinking about the rise of women in an industry that could be considered the ultimate expression of the patriarchal society. As a Roses Raises regular, he's excited to continue advocating for women to receive equal pay for equal work in the wide world of sports. Please welcome Steve Itzkwitz, The Advancement of Women in the Patriarchal World of Sports.
Steve, we can't hear you.
Yay,
Steve, I believe you are on mute.
Now?
Oh, now we
Yes.
can. Thank you so much.
I think you have to mute twice on this thing. First you unmute, they tell you they can't hear you, and then you have to unmute again for whatever reason. At any rate, I'm currently wearing my Laker hooded short sleeve jersey. The reason why I am is because they're my very, very favorite team in sports. And those of you that know me well know that I am a huge sports nut. Certainly Franny Stein can attest to this because we've had many conversations and many chat sessions after Vineyard Journeys about it. It just so happens that my very favorite sports team is owned by a woman. Her name is Jeannie Buss, who won her first championship as the governing owner of the Los Angeles Lakers just last season, in which she received the team from her late great father, Jerry Buss, who was the most successful owner in all of team sports when he won 10 championships in 30 years as the owner of the Lakers. And Jeannie Buss is now carrying on that tradition. Aside from that, Susan Waldman is the only full-time analyst for any professional sport, for any Major League Baseball team. She is the color analyst on radio for my favorite baseball team, the New York Yankees. I consider those two, the involvement of those two women in two of my favorite sports teams to be symbolic of my excitement to have the opportunity to speak with all of you today about the tremendous advancements that women have made in sports since the 70s. In this particular talk, I am going to drop a lot of names on you, so forgive me ahead of time. If you evaluate my speech, you'll probably accuse me of name dropping because you're going to hear a bunch of names over the next several minutes. There's a reason for that, though. You are going to hear stats, and you're going to hear me make an argument as to why women should be paid as much money as men do for playing sports, for coaching sports, for managing sports teams, and even owning sports teams, all the way to refereeing sports teams, and a number of firsts that happened in sports, the pioneers that have opened the doors for so many women in the advancements of sports. And then I'm going to tie that up at the end by mentioning how all of you, if you seek more roses from your significant others or more raises from your male colleagues and superiors, I'm going to give you some very wise advice as to how you could go about doing that while also continuing to support the advancement of women in sports all the way around. Now, let me begin with telling you about the athletic side of women accomplishing sports. And to me, the catalyst for a lot of the advancement that women have had in sports since the 70s happened in 1972, known as Title IX. When the Supreme Court ruled on Title IX, Title IX being ruled said that no university or school that is federally subsidized can discriminate on the basis of gender or sex. What that meant at that time is that women's athletic programs will be entitled to funding, just like men's programs have always been. Now, the level of funding that they got will be dependent upon how much revenue they were bringing into the university. However, they had a minimum amount that they would receive each and every year. They would administer their program under Title IX. And this, to me, was a catalyst for women getting involved in sports, in playing, in coaching, as well as broadcasting, owning, and things of that nature. And that leads me to some of the women on the playing and coaching side and owning side and managing side that I want to talk about here and have all of you recognize for what they've been able to accomplish in sports. I start with Pat Summits, who for years was the head basketball coach of the University of Tennessee women's college basketball program. And in her years at the University of Tennessee on the women's side of college basketball, she racked up 1,098 wins, which is number one. It still is. She racked up 32 Southeastern Conference titles. That's more conference titles than any coach in the history of North American sports, men or women. She also racked up 8 NCAA national championships, meaning for every 4 conference titles she won 1 national championship. And those are marks that still stand today. And I would credit her success as a coach with the opportunity that Becky Hammond is getting in the NBA. She is the lead assistant coach for the San Antonio Spurs under Greg Popovich. And just last year, She had the opportunity to be the first woman to be the head coach in an NBA game for the Spurs when Greg Popovich was ejected for the game for arguing with officials. As a lead assistant, she took over and is now poised possibly to become the first ever full-time non-interim head coach in the NBA as a woman if and when Greg Popovich retires from the Spurs and the NBA entirely, which will happen any year now. So look out for Becky Hammond as you go along. Then I come to the U.S. women's national soccer team. The men's national soccer team has 0 World Cups to their credit. They've never even played in a World Cup final. Yet the women, led by such players as Abby Wambach, Mia Hamm, Brandy Chastain, and Hope Solo, have won not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 World Cup titles, which is remarkable considering that the United States, in terms of soccer, is not a soccer-oriented nation of the state elites, yet the U.S. women's national team has taken out such powerhouse soccer countries as Germany, Brazil, and Italy. Very impressive stuff. Then we get to a couple of firsts in the NBA. Then we get to a couple of firsts in Major League Baseball and in North American sports. Do any of you know who Kim Ng is? Kim Ng, for years, was an assistant general manager for both the New York Yankees, my favorite baseball team, and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Last year, 2 firsts were accomplished by Kim Ng when she was made the general manager of the Miami Marlins of Major League Baseball. In that hire, she became the first woman and the first Asian to be hired as a general manager for any North American pro sports franchise. How about that? And the hire was made by Derek Jeter, who knew Kim Ng when he was a player with the Yankees before he eventually became owner of the Miami Marlins. Quite a groundbreaking hire, and a hire very well deserved because Kim Ng knows baseball as well as anybody. And then we get to the college football ranks. In 2003, a woman by the name of Katie Hineda for the University of New Mexico was the first woman ever to score in a Division I college basketball game. I'm sorry, a college football game, I should say, as a place kicker, scoring 3 points in that game and being the first woman ever to score in a Division I college football game. That would lay the opportunity for Sarah Fuller, who just last year was the first woman ever to score in a Division I college football game involving 2 Power 5 schools, the Southeastern Conference specifically, a game for Vanderbilt, which Sarah Fuller was a part of, versus the University of Missouri. And what's significant about that is that the Power 5 are the 5 conferences in college football that recruit the best players and make the most amount of money. And it was Katie Hineda's accomplishment in 2003 that led to Sarah Fuller having the accomplishment last year in a Power 5 matchup between Vanderbilt and the University of Missouri. Just amazing, amazing stuff. It doesn't stop there, though, because women playing in games, coaching in games, and also running franchises like Kim Ng with the Miami Marlins and owning sports franchises. Did you know that between the NFL, the National Football League, and the National Basketball Association, we have 13 women who own franchises in both of those sports, one of which owns a team in each the NFL and the NBA. That is Gail Benson, who owns the New Orleans Saints of the NFL and the New Orleans Pelicans of the NBA. On top of that, you have Jeannie Buss, who I mentioned, as the owner of the Lakers and as the governing owner of the Lakers, along with 33 of her partners. You have Gail Miller, who is the owner of the Utah Jazz. You have Juliana Holt, who is the owner of the San Antonio Spurs. And you have Ann Kroenke, who is the owner of the Denver Nuggets. And then in the NFL, you have 8 more owners. Again, I mentioned Gail Benson, who owns the Saints. Virginia Hallis McCaskey owns the Chicago Bears. And what's interesting about Virginia is that her maiden name is Hallis. And Hallis is in the same lineage as one of the winningest all-time head coaches in the history of the National Football League, Mr. George Hallis. Therefore, Virginia learned a whole lot about football when she was a kid from George Hallis, who is in her lineage and is now owning the very team that George Hallis coached for many years and was wildly successful with. How about that for a story? And then you have Norma Hunt, who is the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, who will be playing in the Super Bowl tomorrow. You have Denise DeBartolo York, who owns my favorite football team, the San Francisco 49ers, from her brother Eddie DeBartolo, who won 5 Super Bowls with the 49ers. And then Denise took over with her husband, John York, and their son, Jed York, who runs the day-to-day operations for the 49ers. You have Patricia Rooney, who is part of the ownership group of the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Rooney family, who have been an excellent owner in the NFL for years and who's advocated for more minority hires in the NFL, particularly black head coaches who have every bit the ability as white head coaches do, which is a tremendous development in the NFL that the Rooneys innovated. And Patricia Rooney has been a big part of that. You have Kim Bagula, who's an owner of the Buffalo Bills. Amy Adams Strunk of the Tennessee Titans. You have Carol Davis, who is the sister of Mark Davis, and both of them are the children of Al Davis, who own the Los Angeles, the Oakland, and now the Las Vegas Raiders of the National Football League. It just goes on and on and on. And oh yeah, did I mention Martha Ford of the Ford Automotive family, one of the biggest auto companies in the world? She is the owner of the Detroit Lions in the very stadium that they play in, which is known as Ford Field. What this demonstrates, ladies and gentlemen, on the side of sports of women playing, coaching, running, and owning sports teams is that they have every bit the ability as men do when it comes to these particular jobs, and should absolutely be making as much money as men do, as long as the revenue is there for their particular professions to justify paying them their salaries. Like I said in Title IX, they are entitled to funding, but it depends on how much revenue they are generating for the university, which is why you as women in this audience definitely want to follow sports and to get involved in sports in any way possible, because you're going to help with that particular cause and continue to allow women to advance in sports, which has allowed you to advance in your careers and your relationships as well. Now, on the broadcasting side of things, this is something I'm really looking forward to talking with you about, because on the broadcasting side, you have a lot of women that represented pioneers on the broadcasting side that have paved the way for so much broadcasting talent that we see today from various women in various sports. Do any of you know who Phyllis George is? Phyllis George was hired by CBS in 1975 to host their NFL Today show. She was the very first woman ever to be hired to host a nationally televised sports show. She was also Miss America in 1971. How about that? Jane Kennedy was the first African-American host of a national televised sports show. She succeeded Phyllis George on NFL Today. Robin Roberts was a sports journalist in 1984, became an anchor for SportsCenter after that, and is now the host of Good Morning America, which is the #1 news and talk show in the morning on NBC, I believe. You have Gail Gardner, who was the first ever SportsCenter anchor on ESPN, which is their sports news show and the centerpiece of all their programming. It's because of Gail Gardner that women like Linda Cohn, Chris McKendry, and Ray Shea Candidate had their opportunities to shine as anchors on SportsCenter. And then you get to Leslie Visser in 1984, who was hired by CBS to be an NFL sideline reporter. And it is her success in that particular endeavor that led to a whole host of NFL sideline reporters that we see today, including Erin Andrews, Pam Oliver, Lisa Salters, Michelle Tafoya, Lisa Guerrero, and Susie Colbert. Speaking of Susie Colbert, when you consider Patricia George and and Jane Kennedy, Susie Colbert, Molly Kieran Rose of Fox, Susie Colbert of ESPN, Maria Taylor of ESPN, Rachel Nichols of ESPN, and a host of others can thank Phyllis George and Jane Kennedy for opening up the door for them to host nationally televised sports shows like NFL Live, NBA Today, as well as the NFL Today and shows of that nature. Molly Kieran Rose hosts Undisputed. Jenny Taft hosts Undisputed on Fox Sports, and Molly Kieran Rose hosts First Take with Matt Kellerman and Stephen A. Smith on ESPN. It just goes on and on and on, ladies and gentlemen. And then even tomorrow, we're going to make history. Full-time NFL referee Sarah Thomas will become the first woman tomorrow to officiate a Super Bowl game. How's that for a development? overall, ladies and gentlemen, I would close with this before we get to question and answer. Women have made incredible strides in terms of broadcasting, playing, coaching, running, and owning sports teams. And if they are not making as much money as men are for doing the same jobs with companies that are highly lucrative and generate a whole lot of revenue, then something is seriously wrong, which leads me to the advice I want to give to each and every one of you. The first bit of advice is get involved in sports in any way you can. Why? One, you're going to continue to affect the advancement of women getting jobs in playing, coaching, managing, and owning sports teams, which is really going to open things up greatly in this country. On top of that, if you get involved in sports, and I'm not saying you have to be a fan or passionate or diehard or anything like that, but your involvement in sports and you're open-minded about sports will forge better camaraderie with your significant other, which will lead to more raises and then kiss on the ground that you walk upon, which is what you deserve. It's also going to allow you to form camaraderie with your associates at the office who are into sports, and that will allow them to like you more. And when they like you, they're going to want to promote you and they're going to want to pay you more money. It's at this point that I'd like to open up the floor for any questions. Erica, did any come through on the chat line?
Actually, what we're going to do, Steve, and yes, everybody, please give Steve some props. Steve, just because we were running a little tight, I'd like to ask everybody, write down your questions for Steve. We're going to roll immediately into our third speaker. Any remaining time, we will go ahead and open the floor to all three of this particular hour's speakers. Steve, thank you so much. Ruben Gonzalez is a subject matter expert when it comes to what you say, where to print it, and how to ship it, considering his over 3 decades working in marketing and advertising, printing, and fulfillment industries. Since starting with his current employer, The Dot, in 1996, he's also been pivotal in building it from a startup to a market-leading organization with year-over-year profitable growth. And for the last 10 years, Ruben's been volunteering as a high school business partner mentor for the Global Business Academy. Recently, Ruben has fused his industry expertise, startup know-how, and passion for giving back to co-found Mentorship, a nonprofit focusing on solving gaps within the intersection of workforce development and emerging businesses within the shipment and fulfillment industry. Please welcome Ruben Gonzalez. Discovering value, hands-on experience, and mentorship are your critical factors.
Thank you, Erica, for the kind introduction and the words. I want to thank Tristan for inviting me and suggesting that I participate today. Forgive me, I'm a little flushed. My dad had a stroke a few months ago and they needed some help, and I ran over there and I just ran in here right now, but that's life. Again, I'm grateful to be here. I want to let you know that I am not an expert at life coaching, business coaching. I'm not in the business. What I am here to do is share my experience on my journey and what I've been given and how I share and give that back. I read and I meditate most mornings. And one of the things that I read this week that was amazing to me, that kind of puts it into perspective, why I am even participating today. It says, service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. And that's Muhammad Ali. And what I've was that if I'm given something, it's for me to share that. And mentorship's been very important in my life. I've had 3 primary mentors in my life, and 2 in my business life, 1 in my personal, but I've had hundreds of people who have influenced me in one way or the other. And most of them, thankfully, I took advantage of. A few just because of age or at the time of my life, it didn't resonate at the time, but I look back and I wish I would have taken more advantage of those people when they were in my life. Right out of high school, when I was 18, I was getting ready to go into film school. I wanted to be on the production side and creations and things like that. And I got a job at a warehouse in Santa Ana. I grew up in Santa Monica, but I found a job in Santa Ana as an order puller. I'd never pulled orders. I never worked in a warehouse. And when I started there, the owner of the company, his name was Jerry Monroe. And he said, there's something about you that seems like you're teachable and you're curious and you want something. And he said, I will nurture that and I will provide you with a career if you stick with me. He said, but you're going to have to stay with me a while because it's going to take a while to learn our industry. And at the time, I didn't really understand the depth of what he was talking about. But 36 years later, I'm in the same industry. I've had 2 jobs in 36 years. I tell the students at Valley High School when I talk to them, I haven't filled out a job application since I was 18. I've never made a resume. I haven't had to. But I've interviewed and I've trained thousands of people. And one of the things that Jerry told me was, in order to be successful, you have to learn your strengths and your weaknesses. And everybody who's successful, they understand that. And they know to not focus on their weaknesses, but to ask for help from people that's their strength, and to focus on your strengths. It doesn't mean that I can't get better and that I can't change. You just don't get bogged down on those kinds of things. As an order puller, one of the most important lessons I learned early on was peers. My peers, they trained me. They showed me how to do my job since I was inexperienced. And 6 months later, those same peers voted for me to become their lead person. So it's very important that when you're working with people and they're training you, you never know who your next boss is going to be or who's going to help you advance. And if it wasn't for those people in that warehouse, again, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I went to the CFO of the company. Her name was Kathy Fernandez, amazing person. And I went to her and I said, I've been here for 90 days or 6 months, however long it was. And I said, I feel I need a raise. And she said, well, I don't deal in thinking and I don't deal in feelings. And what she did was she sat down and explained to me that in order for me, the company to cover my wages, I had to pull a certain amount of orders an hour, right? And it had to be a certain accuracy rate. And that if I could come back in 90 days and show her the numbers of what I did for fact, that she would show me how to calculate my worth to her. And then I could come back and say, you know what, Kathy, based on my numbers for the last 90 days, I need a 7.2% raise or 11.3. I mean, she had it down to that, right? And I am grateful because she taught me what my real worth was. It wasn't a thought, it wasn't a feeling. And so if I was able to produce more, I could get more, right? And then as I started moving up in the company, I started working with a team of salespeople, and they taught me that it was a partnership to work with these salespeople, and that the more successful they were, the more successful I was going to be, and that they could not do their job without me making them look good, for lack of a better word. You know, they always said your job is to make your boss look good. And if you do that, you can kind of move up. And there was a man, Dick Walton, who passed away this last week, and God bless him. This guy showed me, he said, this is what I make, 10%, right? Based on what you're doing in your department and the people, anything above that, I get more of a percentage. He said, if you can increase our profit margin, if you can help me upsell things, of that increased percentage that I get above 10%, I'm going to give you 3% of that. Now I can tell you as a 21-year-old, 3% was a lot of money and it was great motivation. And so what he taught me again was what I give back and what I share to the team raises me up as well as them. I don't see that a lot today. People are really about what's in it for me, how am I going to get to the top? And again, it was always about this team effort. And there was another guy named Goody who was in sales at the time, and he said, my term, and this is 1987, he said, my time is worth $75 an hour. I remember thinking, that's a lot of money. And it's kind of like the ego was there, but no, he's like, I have an expertise, right? And so if you call on me to work for you, this is what I expect. But he said, when you say you're an expert or you say you're a manager or that you have this title and they call upon you to take action, they don't expect you to have to train you or show you or nurture you. You know, it's like going to the mechanic and saying, I want you to fix my car. And the mechanic says, well, you need to explain to me how to fix the car. And while I'm fixing the car, you need to constantly tell me what a great job I'm doing, you know? And this is what these guys showed me was don't ask for something that you can't do or take on, right? And if you're going to climb the ladder of success, one of the other things they told me was, and this is a lot of the hindsight, is make sure that ladder is up against the wall that you really want to climb, because you might reach that top and figure out, this is not where I really want to be. You know, I've seen a lot of people that climb that wall and they get to the top and they realize, this isn't where I want to be. I've spent years getting here. It's empty. It's not fulfilling. I may be making some money, but there's nothing that's going to sustain me, right? So make sure that wall, that climb that you're doing is worthwhile. And I've been fortunate that the companies I worked with have always encouraged me to give back, to participate in the community. One of the other things that I have 3 kids. I have a 30-year-old, a 26-year-old, and a 19-year-old, and they're all totally different people. And my daughter, who's in the middle, works at 10C. She's always been about giving back, working with nonprofits. My oldest is a chef. The youngest, I don't know what he's going to do. He's brilliant, but I don't know what he's going to do. But one of the things I've seen a lot is that in order to be successful, you have to have a title. It seems like you have to have a title, or you have to have a drive to be a part of a Fortune 500 company. Or it just seems this thing, right? A perception. My dad worked in a factory for 42 years, right? When he grew up, he wanted to build airplanes. He went to Compton High School, first generation from Mexico, and his school counselor said, "I'll get you a job at McDonnell Douglas." It was his dream job, building airplanes. Now, he would clock in, they'd give him a set of blueprints, he had a specific set of instructions. He did the same thing day in and day out for 42 years, and he loved it. And he could clock out at the end of the day, and physically and mentally, he would clock out, right? And he was done. Today, he raised 3 kids. He's got great insurance from my mom. They have a roof over their head. He's a success, right? But he capped out years ago, and his job he accepted, that he went to the top of his scale and he could never go beyond that. But that's what he wanted to do. And sometimes when I talk to some of the kids, I tell them, you have to realize what you want to do. And the success is not based on what everybody else is saying, right? He never wanted to be in management. He didn't want to become the CEO of McDonnell Douglas. He just wanted to build airplanes, and he did great. He had a lot of friends. The other thing they talked to me about was that balance in life. And this is what I tell the kids is, and some of this may take you years to realize, is, am I living to work or am I working to live? And all the people said, and they taught me that work is the thing that allows me to live, right? To raise my family, to do things, and that it's not the end all. In 2008, when the economy crashed, I work a lot in the entertainment industry, financial industry, insurance industry, and there's a lot of people that I knew that their entire identity was around their job. And when that job just disappeared in 2008 and never came back, they were shell-shocked. They did not know what to do. They didn't know what the next chapter in their life was going to be. And my heart went out to them, but it was another lesson of, I live a great life. I have a great career. I get to do a lot of beautiful things, but I've never been that obsessed with work where I haven't got to live life, and I'm in my motorcycle shop. This is one of my mentors when I was young, and I talked about wanting to be in the movie industry and creating. He realized that I had a talent for designing things. And so I've been literally around the country, around the world, designing motorcycles and showing them. And we lost count at 300 trophies. And if it wasn't for him nurturing those talents, but this has always been a hobby, it's never paid the bills. The other thing was that when the topic was given to us about roses and raises and that carrot, I thought about that in that today, I think the problem is that it's not that we're giving roses instead of raises, we're giving titles instead of raises. A lot of these companies, everybody has a title. They're a director of this, they're a VP of this, they're an executive, they're a senior VP, they're just a ton of titles. And I've seen some people, even within our organization, who as they go up that ladder of success and they get those titles, all they're doing right now is they're doing more work for less pay. I sat down with our general manager a few months ago, and she was working a ton of hours. And I said, have you figured out when you're working all these hours, how much you're actually making, and that you're really not making the amount of money that you think you're making hourly, and what your value and your worth is when you're giving the company 60, 70, 80 hours a week, you're being underpaid and you're undervalued. And so what motivates you? What allows you to sleep at night? What drives you? And that's what I give the kids. And I know that it's hard for them to sort of see that, but I try my best to share that. It's been a long time since I've been in the hiring, the firing, and training process, but I get to do it with the kids. I'll just close with this, and then I'll open it up for questions, discussion. The next chapter in my life, the thing that I want to do is create this nonprofit. We're in the ground floor of it. It's called Mentorship. And what we want to do is provide hard and soft skills for these high school students: sales, accounting, customer service, account management, shipping, receiving, just a little bit of a lot. And that those skills, while they get paid in high school to learn these things and actually help with e-commerce and fulfillment, that when they graduate high school, I know for a fact that there's going to be a ton of companies waiting in line to hire those kids and put them through school. Because I know that after 2 or 3 years working with us, they're going to have skills that are going to launch them and help them be successful in whatever organization, whatever venture they've gone on, just like the people that gave that to me. And with that, I will end it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Greatly appreciate your thoughts and insights on mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 7 minutes until we move into the 3 o'clock hour. If you have a question for Christine, Steve, or Ruben, could you please use the raise the hand feature using the reactions along the lower horizontal menu ribbon to try to facilitate this going quickly. Questions for Christine, Steve, or Ruben? Comments in regards to Christine, Steve, or Ruben's talks today?
If we don't have any questions, how about Christine finish the last thought?
What last thought?
Yeah, Christine finished her speech. Everybody was at the point where they wanted to open it up to questions. So we're trying to facilitate that in an equitable manner. It looks like AJ has a question. AJ.
Thanks. This is towards Christine. When you say waiting for the silence, many times that's the most difficult element for someone to deal with, even when you're having a difficult conversation. What do you suggest people do to make that silence?
That's such a good question, because when you start to utilize that, you just feel like you're dying inside, right? It's like answering that first table topics question, that the first minute feels like, an hour. One thing that you can do, and if you're an empathetic person, this might be easier. I tend to be very empathetic. But if you're watching the other person, you can see if they are trying to come up with something to say. But a lot of times, if you're sitting at the table together, if they are reading through something, their body language is clearly indicating that they're reading. So just let them continue reading, or if they're making notes, let them do that. And if they get up, you can ask a question just to say, or a comment. You can make a comment to see if they're ready to start discussing. So, you can ask, is there anything I can clarify for you? Or is there anything that, that we need to discuss with what we just did, or can we move on? Yeah, it is very difficult to let that silence hang.
Thank you so much for that question, AJ. Steve, I'd like to ask, what became profound to you in doing your research in regards to having so many women inside of the world of sports and yet still seeing such an amazing gap?
Repeat that question one more time, Erica.
Absolutely. I wanted to know what really struck you as profound, recognizing in your research how many women are in the world of sports holding important positions, and yet there's still this gap in pay.
Well, what I found profound is that the NFL is as patriarchal as they come. I think the NBA has proven to be very progressive. I think ESPN has proven to be very progressive. A lot of the names I mentioned hailed from ESPN and have gone on to great things in ESPN and now, like Robert Roberts. I think that I know for a fact that, in the NFL, which has a very old school kind of old-fashioned policy, especially when it regards to coaching hires. I'm pretty sure Sarah Thomas, even though she's officiating in the Super Bowl tomorrow, is probably be the lowest paid member of the officiating crew, even though she's been around for a while now. And I think, the NFL has a way to go to really understand that by accentuating diversity and awarding diversity in their sports, if they're doing the job, and obviously Sarah Thomas is doing a great job as a referee, otherwise she's not in the Super Bowl. I think that's the most profound thing for me, in that she's involved, which is a great first, but I know that she's underpaid, considering that she's gotten to this point as related to her male colleagues in the NFL. But the NBA and ESPN especially, I think, have made the most significant strides in terms of promoting diversity and rewarding diversity if they're doing a good job, regardless of their race or gender.
Thank you, Steve. Ruben, what do you think is going to be the most impactful thing that you can do for the youth in helping them to recognize how to find their mentors?
Find their voice. I tell all the kids, you have a story. You deserve to be heard. But if you don't ask for help, if you don't reach out and start talking to other people, I try to get them to start networking while they're in high school. Start reaching out. You'll never find what that passion is, and you'll never get the guidance that you need. And I tell most people, we need a lot of help. We need a lot of guidance. And so that's really why I push them. So regardless of who they are, where they came from, that we all have the same opportunities. And again, it's finding that voice and learning how to be heard. And that's I know Toastmasters helps people out a lot with that, and to find their voice.
Thank you, Ruben. And the idea about us having our voices in the stories that we share. Steve sharing the stories of women inside of sports, and Christine reminding us that silence is okay as we're learning to be succinct in the answers that we give and the stories that we share. I want to thank the three of you for providing us your stories, your voice, in contributing to Rose's Raises today. It's the 3 o'clock hour, and I'd like to turn it over to the 3 o'clock moderator.
Thank you. I'm Jean Tankery, and I will be your moderator for the next hour, preferably without that should do better. So our first speaker is Kim McKeon, and she will be talking about mentoring. She says, Kim has been a Toastmaster for 7 years. She finished her Distinguished Toastmaster Award through the Legacy Program in June 2020. She is currently president of NAAAP OC Toastmasters and prides herself and her club on mentoring other members to be successful Toastmasters. Her speech will consist of advice on mentoring. Please welcome Kim McKeon. Shoot. What did I do?
Welcome, fellow Toastmasters and guests. I'm going to start my speech off by asking a question, but it's kind of hard to see people's hands since everybody's video is blocked. So I think I will either encourage you to turn on your video or perhaps use the chat to answer the question if you're too shy to show your face. I understand. We do this. I do this all the time at trainings when you're not speaking. So to start off my presentation, I would like to know how many of you have had a mentor in your life at some point? See, or yeah, you can use the icons. There you go, be creative. Okay, so it looked like maybe about 40 or 50%. And I would now like to know how many of you who are in Toastmasters have you had a mentor at some point in Toastmasters? Okay, I see a lot of the same hands, and ironically, all the people that I know and all the clubs that I know in my club and other clubs, so that makes sense. Today, I'm going to talk about what I think are some successful keys to mentoring. So I have 4 different items. The first one is going to be building a rapport. The second one is going to be putting in the time and energy to communicate with others. The third one is going to be making sure you're a good listener to your mentor. And the last one is being a mentee yourself. How did I come upon this interesting topic of mentoring? Well, I think back to a few months ago at this exact same time, and there was an event called Roses and Raises. I remember sitting there with my video off like everybody else. And it was only until a speaker, I think I only turned on my video for Linda Denton because I found her to be particularly interesting. I remember making a comment about mentoring, and I thought it was important that I should say something because everybody had said something negative about mentoring. Oh, I had a negative experience, it was bad. You know, the term drive-by mentor was thrown around left and right. So I decided, you know, to share some comments about some positive experiences I had. It's probably because I work in education, and that's basically the foundation of learning how to be a teacher or an educator is obviously to be mentored. So that's basically the system that we stand ourselves on. And definitely as an educator, I feel like I'm a mentor to my students. In Toastmasters, I feel like I mentor other members. And I know most professions pride themselves on mentoring and helping people get to where they are. How do you build a rapport with somebody? That's an interesting question. I know most people think the best way is to just talk to them. I recall one day I went into a meeting with my financial advisor. His name was Gary, and I went all the way to his office. We had an hour-long meeting. I was in my 20s, so I didn't want to spend an hour long talking about my financial future. I remember the first question he asked me was, "How are you doing, Kim?" "Oh, yeah, I'm doing fine." "How's work going? How is teaching going?" "Yeah, it's fine." Kind of the same answers I used to tell my parents every time they asked me. "Kim, how was school?" "It was fine." "How was that test?" "Fine." "How was this?" "Great." It was just wonderful. So anyway, I'm sitting in his office and he's spending all this time talking to me, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just speed this up. I don't really need all this, you know, how am I doing and how's my job going? Let's just get down to the details. You know, I'm an economics background for you, just so you'll be aware, but I care about the numbers. Show me the spreadsheet. Tell me what's happening. Show me if you're making me money. That's what I care about, the bottom line. So tell me, you know, are you making me money? Because if not, I need to replace you. If you're losing me money, you better figure out how to fix that really quickly, because guess what? I need to retire by the time I'm 50. And I know many of you in here are still working and you're over 50, but I need to retire by 50 because I started teaching in my 20s and I'm not going to make it to 50. And a couple of my coworkers are here and they know that there's no way I'm going to make it 30 some years teaching these kids that don't want to pay attention on Zoom. In fact, when this meeting started, it actually reminded me of work. For a second there, I thought I was teaching because every day I teach 165 teenagers. And if you think teaching was hard before the pandemic, let me tell you that now it is 10 times worse. I have 165 students. They are 17 and 18 years old. Do you know how many students show me their video every day? Out of the 165, 0. Cero, zip, zilch, nada. Sorry, that came out because I had to call a bunch of parents in Spanish and just tell all their parents that they're not doing any work and they're failing. That was my week. So I remind them every day, the only face I see is my own. And I'm getting quite tired of looking at my own face every day on Zoom. It's kind of hard when you're a people person and you're trying to build a connection with somebody and you cannot see them. It took me until December. It was their final. It was mandatory for them to go on and show me their face for the interview. A bunch of students were like, I'm not doing that. Well, I guess you're not passing this class because that is my requirement. I'm sorry to tell you that. They didn't know they were still going to pass the class. I just told that to them just to get them to show their video. I said, there's nothing here. I'm not recording you. It's just you and I. See, I look bad too. Well, not today. I'm dressed up because of this presentation, but normally my hair is this. I wore a hat once. I told them, I don't care how you look. I need to see your face. I need to know who I'm talking to. Okay, so it's very hard to build that rapport without having that connection, which is why when I meet with my mentees, I like to meet with them over Zoom. We can see each other, we can screen share, and we can communicate. So I used to be that person that didn't want to talk to somebody. And all I thought about my friend Gary was, you know what? Stop all that other nonsense. Quit schmoozing me. You don't need to know how I am. You don't need to know how my job is. All you need to know is I'm giving you money and you're going to take care of my money so that I am financially secure. That's all we need to know about each other. And that's about it. Okay, so let's kind of segue into Toastmasters a little bit. So in terms of Toastmaster, how do you want to build that connection with your mentee? Well, I like to set meetings with my mentee every other week. And so we meet for 30 minutes. I have some mentors that want to do it every week. And I kind of warn them, just be careful. You don't want to burn yourself out. Make sure it works for both of you. If both of you are happy to meet every week or every other. But I just like to plan in that time. The first thing I do when you meet with them is kind of figure out how they're doing. So in other words, just like my students every day, I would ask them, you know, how are you doing? How's your day or your week going? And they're all chatting me. It's funny, you could tell their personalities because, you know, some of them are like, this week was good because I didn't have a lot of homework. Okay, yeah, because that to you is a good week as a student. You had less work and more time to do what you want to do. And then other kids are like, you know what, I just, you know, like my aunt is in the hospital, I'm feeling sick. I think I'm going to get tested for COVID. All the craziest, scariest things sometimes come through that chat. They know it's private. They know it's between them and myself. But I need to know that going into the lesson because guess what? If they're, you know, worried about their relative in the hospital or they're worried about COVID or something else is distracting them, they don't care about US history or economics. They could care less about that. They're just going to hide their video and pretend to be on there for 40 minutes a day. So to me, do the same thing with my mentees. Ask them how their week is going, how they're doing. Okay, because maybe they don't want to do the table topics that I had planned for our session. Maybe they don't want a table topic because they're having a really bad week. And the last thing they want is an impromptu question about something they don't know how to answer, or a tongue twister that they don't want to do, or maybe some speech practice or some discussing their next upcoming meeting role. So try to gauge where they're at in terms of just asking them how they're doing. I know I didn't want to waste all that time before, but now I see the importance of that and kind of building that foundation and that relationship. The third point is about time. How do we put in enough time and energy? I mean, that's a tough thing. Time is a limited resource. You know, we only have so much a day. I'm sure there are many of you out there like my students who choose to spend more of that time awake than asleep. And you are just busy doing lots of different things. So how do you spend that time and how do you make the most of it? Well, I would say you need to put in that time and energy. A lot of the people that are here at this presentation supporting me have known me for years. I have one of my best friends from high school on here. I have several of my Toastmaster friends I've known for years. There's a couple of my club members on here. We also have some of the club members of the group Joe Ellen Silverados that I used to coach. So when you think back to that, putting in the time and energy into that relationship. So if you want to have a good connection with that person, you need to get to know them. It's good to know them a little bit on a personal level. I mean, you don't have to divulge your deepest, darkest secret or anything like that, but obviously just know a little bit about each other, maybe your career, if you have a family, just a little bit of background so you can kind of get to know these people. How do you develop these relationships over time? Well, the best example I can give you is of a couple of great people that are here listening, April and Debbie Gillis. So I met them a few years ago. I used to be their area director. And some of you are like, how did you become an area director? It was by accident. Somebody backed out, and this lady, Sandy, and if you know Sandy, she wants everybody to get a DTM and accomplish everything in Toastmasters. She was Toastmaster of the Year once for the whole international thing. So Sandy's very big in District 12. And she said, you know what, Kim, there's an opening. You should do it. And it's really good because you shaved off a month or two. Do it, Kim. Become the area director. You need it for your DTM. And I thought, yes, I do need it for my DTM. Thanks for reminding me. I have to jump through all these hoops to get to that last final award. So I decided to help that club out for a year, and I managed about 3 clubs, but that was the strongest one that stayed. They became a distinguished club, so I'm very proud of them for making it through that year. And since then, they've been going really strong, rebuilding their membership, adding new members and officers. So they've made a lot of changes. I think they're successful because they're a mother-daughter duo. That's what I think is, and then the dad is there. It's like all the family members. So they have to be at the meetings because they're all on Zoom together. There's not really an option to opt out of the meeting when half your club is right there in the officer mix. So I recall going to their meetings, and actually about a year ago, I was their club mentor for 6 months. I went to all their meetings. I remember asking my friend Steve, who just spoke, when you were a club coach, did you go to all the meetings? Because other people tell me you don't have to. He's like, no, I went to all the meetings, Kim. That's right, Steve, we're on the same page. So I went to all their meetings in person, and then something horrible happened, this pandemic, and we got thrown onto Zoom. And so I went to all their Zoom meetings. We were able to quickly get them on Zoom, and they were able to become a select distinguished club. So they were doing so well. So the point of that story was that how did we build those relationships? A lot of long-term communication and building that time and energy. April and Debbie came to our club meeting a few weeks ago. They participated in our speak-a-thon with some round robin evaluation feedback. I've been to some of their meetings. We're always kind of checking on each other via email or text. So building those long-term relationships with people and getting to know them. So if you haven't checked it out, Joel and Silverados is a great club. They're a church group, and they're kind of like a great big family, but they're definitely a joy to work with. I'm glad I still am able to check in with them and see how they're doing. So I think it's important. And when you think about mentoring, to me, it's about the timing, but it's also long-term. If you plan on being a short-term member and you're going to mentor and just leave someone hanging, that's not the way you should do it. I mean, to me, even though I'm no longer their mentor or their coach, I still look at it as, you can email me, you can call me anytime you need something. I'm here to help you. We've developed that relationship. So that's just something that kind of comes along with the territory and the time. And then lastly, being a mentee. In order to be a good mentor, you have to be mentored yourself. A lot of members of our club struggled being a mentor because they had never been mentored. When you don't receive any help, you are not likely to give it out. And you don't see that potential. You don't see how mentoring works. So that was very important. Once some of our club members recently had the opportunity to be mentored by others and really saw their own growth and their potential, now they are spending time every week or every other week mentoring others. In fact, one person, I can't get her to stop mentoring people. She's like, I know Kim, that's not my mentee, but I still am going to meet with him. I was like, you can meet with him too, but just be aware we like to rotate the mentees. And I had a couple members say, I'm happy with my mentor. I don't want a different one. Well, we rotate because everyone has different qualities and skills they can share. So by rotating, you get some different strategies or different feedback. If you have the same person all the time, they're kind of maybe focused on the same ideas. So I really think it's important. I myself am mentored by a couple people. I don't know if Al's here, but I know Tuan was on here, one of my first mentors from NAPOC. I know Franny's on here who's helped mentor me. So I know I always ask Steve and Marcia for advice. They're on here. So it's important to have those people you go to. You know, being president of a club is not easy. So I have to lean on, and that's one of the reasons I like talking to April. She understands exactly what I'm going through. We're going through the same thing, even though it's with a different group of people. So just kind of leaning on other people that have that experience to help me. I tell my students all the time that you shouldn't be afraid to ask for help. They ask like they're bothering us by emailing us or coming to our office hours. It's our job, I keep telling them, for us to help them. So don't be ashamed. I ask people for help all the time. I ask the other history teachers and they get mad at me. Kim, why don't you know the answer to this question? Because I'm an econ major, not a history major like the rest of you. So I don't know everything. I've taught US history for 16 years and there's a lot I still need to learn, unfortunately. So I lean on everybody. I email anybody that will help me. I used to not ask for help. I think we all sometimes feel like we don't need it and we could do things by ourselves. But I tell my students, I think sometimes the smartest people are the ones who do ask for help. You have to kind of acknowledge at some point that you cannot do everything yourself and that you need some assistance. So those are my 4 ideas with mentoring: building a rapport with someone, putting in the time and energy to work with them, listening, being a good listener to them. Yes, making sure you are checking on what they need to do. And then also having both sides of it. You cannot just mentor someone. You also need to be mentored. It was actually one of my mentors, who's not here, Al, who helped me brainstorm all those ideas for today's speech, as well as a few of my other friends who are here. So I hope you enjoyed my speech on mentoring, and hopefully you can use some of that information.
Thank you, Kim, for helping us understand mentoring. Our next speaker is Gail Rosenthal, and she has to say, our next presenter has seen a lot: shifting attitudes, shifting salaries, pivot points. She's done so many things. We just call her a Renaissance woman. From a highly technical degree from UCSD to an experimental remote MBA program, law school, graduate finance courses, Gail Rosenthal has amassed a storehouse of knowledge across varied specialties within the field of business and finance. She has spent a significant portion of her professional career supporting others in attaining their dreams. Her personal success beyond measures. On the other side of the spectrum, Gail has always been interested in the human equation. What makes us tick? She has explained religions, customs, and rituals across a grand swath of emotional and spiritual practices, and has delved deeply into NLP, that's neuro-linguistic programming, becoming a master practitioner and trainer to help others achieve their goals and dreams. Her topic is Women in the Workplace, Next Steps. Please welcome Gail.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long day with some fantastic information. I'm hoping I can take some of this information and weave it into some of the things you've said, excuse my thumb, and maybe give you some takeaways for where you want to go with next steps. A little bit about me. I don't have a classical background. I have a pretty scientific, very specific education. And although I've worked in corporate America a lot, I've worked in a lot of small businesses. And I can tell you from March of last year, small business doesn't operate the same anymore. We're living in a different world. And this world is spilling over into corporations. Just by a show of hands or a little hand raise on the Zoom platform, how many of you are working from home? Do you think that's going away? No. Large corporations and small are finally realizing, why do we have to pay rent? Why do we have to rent all this expensive space in these large commercial buildings? We're not going to do it anymore. So although there was a contraction of IBM back about 3 years ago, yes, IBM 3 years ago decided to take their global teams and specifically locate them in centers because they thought that water cooler chatter was going to make people more creative. Ultimately, because this, what we're going to talk about today, some of the trends had already started then, people said, I'm not relocating. I've lived 25 years in Miami or Boston or Paris. Why am I going to move to Austin, Texas? So it was another way to call the herd. That's a corporate viewpoint. Corporations are saying, we're going to want you to work from home. Fantastic. So now we have to come to how organized we are and how responsible we are. I've worked from home for 20 years, and I can tell you that working from home still is not easy. There's only so much that you can do to separate your work life from your home life. And if you have any pets or small children or middle-aged school children or high school children or a spouse or significant other or anyone who delivers from FedEx or Amazon, you cannot plan your entire day. You can only give approximate times to things. So planning your day and being responsible for how much time you spend at any task becomes very important. How many of you would rather spend time in bed on a Sunday morning than up working? Right? And yet these are choices we make. I am very fortunate to have some pretty special clients. And my clients never expect me to answer the phone except when they want to talk to me. Which means that my clients call me at all hours of the day and night. That's okay. That's what Do Not Disturb is for on my phone. And yet I've trained them that I live in California and some of them are 2 time zones away, some are 3 time zones away, some are 8 time zones away. So I have them trained not to call me before 9 a.m. my time, my local time, which was fabulous. And my client in Florida picked up the phone at 11:45 his time, which would have been 9:15 my time, and he called me. And I was working in Hawaii. And I picked up the phone and I said, what? And he said, oh, I said, do you think this could wait a little while? And he said, oh, where are you? And we had a laugh about it. And I still tease him about it today because I appreciated the fact that at least he waited until 9 a.m. Pacific time, or I would have gotten a call at 4 a.m. in Hawaii. My planning, my choice to answer the phone. So we have to plan our own parameters, our own borders, and our own space around ourselves. Because I work for myself, I can actually lay on the sofa on a Wednesday afternoon and watch Hallmark TV if I want. Because when my time deadlines come up, my clients simply expect me to hit the deadline. They don't really care what time I put in as long as it's sufficient time to complete the project. So sometimes I work from 6 in the morning until 11 at night, the last 3 days before filing is due. Okay. And I can take other time off during the week. If the job that you're doing doesn't allow you to do that, you need to plan time for your family and your pets and your friends and you, most importantly, you, around what your job requires. And it's not always easy because it's very easy to stand up to go get another cup of coffee and then think, oh, gee, I should throw a load of laundry in. Oh, the dog needs a walk. Oh, I haven't gotten the mail. And suddenly it's 4 p.m. and nothing has happened. I know we've all had a lot of practice over the last 13 months. It's not enough. It's never enough. There are always things that come up. So the first thing you need to think about is being organized. I would show you my desk, but it's not organized. I like to live in organized chaos, and that works for me. Find something that works for you. It doesn't have to be what your boss wants. It doesn't have to be what your spouse wants. It has to work for you. The second thing, and this is incredibly important, is we have to be responsible for ourselves. I know this sounds like more blah, blah, and all of us are gonna sit around and sing Kumbaya. That's not really what I mean. We are responsible for ourselves. We have to be responsible for the outcomes and for the inputs for ourselves. In other words, we get to choose. And this is a big choice, and it's not what people normally think of as a choice. Honestly, if you go into McDonald's and you look at the menu, you can get a Big Mac or you can get a filet of fish, but you cannot get any kind of Chipotle bowl there. You're not making a choice. You're selecting from someone else's choices. So you have the responsibility to choose for you what your life is going to look like, how you want to work, when you want to work, with whom you'd like to work, and your private time, how you're going to spend that with your family, with your friends, with yourself, whatever that might be. It sounds trivial. I will tell you now that the trend in corporate hiring, unless you work for, and I thought the sports features from the previous hour were perfect. If you're working for a company like the NFL, or you're working for ABC Sports, where you have to be somewhere at a certain time to handle a certain sporting event, then you have to be at a certain place at a certain time. Most of the time in the future and heading forward, we're going to be treated more like consultants. We're going to be expected to manage ourselves and our projects like consultants, not so much like employees. And there may be some blurring of lines because they don't actually have control of our time anymore, do they? They have control over what they want us to do, but not really how to do it anymore. So they're going to be relying on us to provide the expertise and the know-how, or source the know-how, and to be able to manage a project. Even if the project is just filing, we need to be able to manage those things ourselves. So we have to take responsibility for that. It's a little bit different than being at work. Billable hours, exactly, a billable hours mindset. And not only that, because I'll tell you, $50 an hour is $100,000 a year. And that sounds like a lot of money until your federal taxes are taken out and your state taxes are taken out and your state disability and your retirement and your employee contribution to, what do you call that? I'm going to get to Social Security. Yeah, that. And your health insurance and everything else. Once they take all of those things away and you actually look at how much you're making, it's not nearly as much as you think. I know that each one of you has had to work within a budget. And if you haven't seen me, budgeting is a huge pain in the rear end, but you need to know how to do it. But once you figure out how you're making, how much money you're making, if I'm billing at $50 an hour, I can bill $100,000 a year. If I'm getting paid $50 an hour, I'm taking home about $35 an hour. That's a 30% decrease in money coming in. So if I say I'm making $100,000, I'm only getting 70. Think about that $30,000 gap. So we're going to be expected to behave like consultants. And at some point, we may actually opt into becoming a consultant. There's always that option. And you need to know how to handle your money, because taxes and all of that, you still have to pay all those things. The government or your company doesn't take care of that for you. All of that aside, you're going to be acting like a consultant. And the best part of that is, and this is really where we're headed, now personal responsibility, team collaboration. I've been working very at our jobs. I know what Mary Berg went through to put this on today. I know what kind of collaboration she asked for people. I know how she asked people to step up and take personal responsibility, that the responsibility that she delegated to others, and I know the responsibility she took herself. Primarily, she told me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. I'm just looking at the event and saying, wow, she's got an event that's got 800 people at it, and she's got 40 speakers, and look how fabulous the event came off. Absolutely. This is the workplace of the future. We are actually managing our own businesses within our positions within a larger corporation. I'll tell you that I think most people, if they are working from home now, they'll continue to work from home. And that means that there's not going to be any particularly busy time at the grocery store, because when you work for yourself, you can go to the grocery store anytime you need to go. So when I worked for myself and everyone else was in corporate America, I could go to the grocery store at 2 p.m. on Tuesday and no one was in Trader Joe's. That's no longer true, of course. Now I have to go to the grocery store Saturday morning at 8 o'clock because no one else goes then. So your life changes, your plans change, and you have to take responsibility for that. Also, you need to learn how to collaborate within the parameters of being responsible to yourself. What does collaboration mean? Working as a team member to get a project completed. It means that you are once again a cog in a bigger picture, and you have to fit together with others so that the entire picture comes together seamlessly. I would tell you that this is very easy to do, but I would be a liar. And the reason I say this is not because people don't have the skills. I think everybody has the skills necessary to do anything, whether they go and learn them now or they just innately know. I think that the real skills of the future are going to be people skills, learning how to sit down across a Zoom interface or a WebEx interface or on the telephone and key in to how people work in their lives. What do I mean by that? There are a lot of people who are incredibly visual in life. And you would say, but they can't see very well. Well, sometimes they can't, but you can tell by their language. I know you all have one friend who says, look, I want to tell you something. Look, I want to show you something. So there's the big key. Look, they're talking about their eyes. They are a visual person. Perfect. So if you hear them say, look, or I believe I can see what you mean, you hear visual cues of words. Be sure that you mark down either in a notebook or that little filing cabinet in your head that when you speak to Mary, you need to speak in visual terms, because Mary will perk up, clue in, and connect to you if you speak to her in the primary mode that she communicates with. I had a lovely friend. Okay, he wasn't a lovely friend. He was a pain in the ass. He was incredibly knowledgeable. He was a wonderful source of information, but getting the information out of him was worse than pulling teeth. And finally I said to him, look, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I can't seem to get a feel for this. And then he got very quiet and he said, I hear you. And I thought, all this time he's been using all of this visual stuff. He'd been talking to me the way he was talking to his wife, who is very visually focused. He is actually auditory. So he needed the listen cues and the hear cues. Didn't even dawn on me that he had changed his language to talk to his wife. Once he said, I hear you, I switched up my language patterns to tell him a story about things that I'd heard about, and maybe he could help me translate. And all of a sudden, he was the most cooperative guy I'd ever seen or heard, because I got to key in on what he felt most comfortable with. Yeah, I know we all have 5 senses, and the visual sense and the auditory sense and the feeling sense are still the biggies. Let's see, we have feel, taste, smell, touch, and hearing, right? Yeah, we got them all. And then there's all the senses that we don't even have names for. We can't even go there. All you can do is know that it's there and see if you can feel that connection with someone. I'm not going to get ooh, airy fairy or all holistic on anybody. Just know that there are different ways that we connect. And honestly, if you watch people, it's interesting to see how their bodies mirror what they're feelings. So seeing someone on Zoom and seeing someone engaged, sitting close to the camera, watching, even if you're not looking into the camera, but if you're looking down at your keyboard or you're looking at your iPad, we all have visual cues as to whether or not we're listening and we're engaged. All of these things are important to Zoom call and when you're on the telephone. I know it's narrowing down these senses, but you can still get a good sense of someone if you pay attention. And the way to do that is to do sensory exercises. Okay, that sounds really horrible and boring, doesn't it? If you've ever taken a walk before, you've done this, and you probably haven't even realized that you've been doing it. I like to say, today we're going to do green. So next time you're out on a walk, just notice how many different colors of green you see. Just notice and keep count. And the best time to do this, especially in Southern California, is right after it rains, because, you know, we can see grass grow here, right? It rains and literally things shoot up in a million different colors of green. So do green one day, do yellow one day, do pink one day. And I know all of you have done this at some point. If you've wanted something new, a new dress, a new car, a new job, and you decide what you want and suddenly things are popping up in front of you, your subconscious is lovely. It will take what you want and it will demonstrate choices for you. It's not telling you every one of these things is a good thing. It's saying, well, let's try on this. Okay, let's try on that. Okay, you didn't like that. Let's try on this one. Maybe we should move it back a few feet. Maybe we should make it pink. Whatever the parameters are, you have control over these kinds of things. And you need to take these kinds of sensory perceptions, what you see, the musculature in someone's jawline, especially if they're tense or they're nervous or they're angry, the way they hold their body posture. And there's a difference between casual and intense. And I'm not doing passionate. We all know what it is that we're feeling. Look, focus on what you're seeing in front of you to get the cues for what constitutes that emotion that you're feeling. And you'll get to know your coworkers better so that you can actually work more closely with them and get better benefit from your collaboration. Collaboration is a really funny word. I have a good friend who is in graduate school now, and I guess it's bad enough that we're on Zoom, but to top it off, they have to do collaborative projects. Collaborative projects are great. You know, you assign this guy, you assign guy number 1, the first chapter, and guy number 2, the third chapter, and guy number 4, the fifth chapter. And hopefully everybody does what they're supposed to do and it all comes together. And that's a great fantasy, and it never works that way. So while you are working in collaborative teams, it is your job to recognize strengths and weaknesses and to match them up so that they don't sit like this, but they mesh. So you have someone who is fantastic at research, but really crappy at deadlines. Make sure that their research is presented to those people who can compile it and create a document in a timely manner. You know, our world works in funny ways. They like things delivered and they like them delivered on time. In fact, everyone pays a premium if things come in early. Isn't that funny? We give people deadlines and we say, carrot, right? Carrot held out, but we'll give you a bonus if you do it sooner. Time is one of those artificial, weird parameters we have in our lives so that we know we're supposed to be somewhere at the same time someone else says they're going to be somewhere, right? And that's the only thing about time that really matters is when we mesh. But producing a project early seems to be a big bonus. I don't know if you remember when the freeways in LA were under construction. And there was a company who came and bid on one of the freeway overpass repairs. And ultimately what happened was when they took down the old overpass, they destroyed the road underneath it. This was not in the plan. And Caltrans said, great. We're still expecting the project to come in on time, under budget, and we'll pay you $100,000 a day for every day that you can bring the project in early. That project was 10 days early, and it was complete. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. People are motivated by money. How does that translate to individual performance? If you're in a team collaboration mode, it doesn't. So you have to find what's valuable to each team member to motivate them forward. Some people are motivated by money, but let's face it, if you're on a salary, there's not much they can do unless they're going to bonus you. If they don't want to bonus you, find out if there's time that you can take off. Find out if there's a course that you can take that they'll pay for. Find out if there's something on your agenda for you that they will help with, because you're going to be giving up time and energy out of your personally assigned time to create this project for them early. What can they give you in return that's of value? And that's an excellent bargaining chip or negotiation point, if you will. It's funny. I don't know how many of you have looked for a job in the last 5 years. 5 years ago, people were still job hunting in person with a paper resume. That does not happen anymore. People find jobs through LinkedIn. They find jobs through the guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. They find jobs through personal references. If you don't know somebody and you don't know how to present yourself, then you're not going to find a job. And we come back to personal responsibility. I heard Lori Shapiro do a fantastic talk on LinkedIn today. And I remember hearing someone say, well, I always put my resume together specifically for each job. Yeah, but that's not how LinkedIn works. LinkedIn is like a bulletin board. So on one side, there's the jobs that are posted. On the other side are the people who are looking for jobs. So you have to put up your skill set, and then you go looking to see if it matches their skill set. And if they match, you get to applaud. And if they don't match, then everybody goes back to their boards and we move on. That's great. How do you distinguish yourself? Well, you know what you want. And this is also not trivial. If you want to be able to work when you want to work and have project deadlines, please don't take a job as someone's receptionist. If you want to contain your hours to 9 o'clock in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 days a week, and walk away and have no responsibility at the end of those hours, perfect. Do not apply for a job as a senior manager, because these particular positions, you have to have the skill set and the desire that fit together. I thought it was very funny. I know a medical doctor who has a very hard time keeping personnel. She has some people who work in her office. Now, of course, they're all working from home, and that's even better because they don't have to go into the office. And she still has issues with her personnel. Why? Because she thinks that she needs someone who's detail-oriented and a go-getter. How many of you have seen the word go-getter or self-starter on a position that's vacant? Okay, I don't know what go-getter and self-starter is, but I can tell you very much, they do not want that kind of person. That's just there to make you feel good. This particular doctor is very particular about the way she likes things done. She will instruct and guide and actually demonstrate how specifically she wants things done. She doesn't want a self-starter. She doesn't want a go-getter. She wants someone who is extremely detail-oriented and who can follow instructions to the letter. That is not a go-getter, and that is not a self-starter. She kept asking for those people, and she couldn't understand why each one of them left after 2 months. Well, of course they did. No one was happy. And when we finally found her someone, It was a very sharp lady with an incredible sense of humor who said to her, listen, I only have an extra half hour 2 or 3 days a week that I can give you if indeed you need me. My family obligations are from 8:30 in the morning until from 8:30 to 8:30 in the morning, and then after 5:30 in the evening, and I can't be late for those. So if those parameters work for you, you have my full undivided attention during the day. And she whipped her office into shape. I thought it was fantastic. And when she came in to talk to this lovely friend of mine who had created the hiring process for her, she said, how'd you do that? And my friend said, I know you and I know how you work. So in order to get someone to collaborate with her, we had to know what kind of person she was. Did she like a lot of details? Did she like someone to be on time? Did she care if they were late? Did she care if the files were a mess? Did she care if someone's desk was a mess? Was she a control freak? Was she a hands-off manager? What kind of person was she? And she was asking for all of the features and skills in someone that she absolutely detested and did not even realize it. Some of you are nodding, some of you are shaking your heads. This is pretty typical. And I'll tell you that if the HR department of a large corporation is hiring and they're going to do the initial screening, they have no idea whether or not your personal skill set and comfort patterns are going to match with the person you're going to work for. It's amazing to me. I think hiring is going to change as well. I think HR is going to be more concerned with career planning, career advancement, any kind of harassment issues and retraining, and mostly keeping the company moving on a forward trajectory rather than doing a lot of hiring. I know that sounds weird, but I believe that most of the hiring is actually going to be done by the hiring managers. I think that's a great idea. Imagine that you actually get to meet the person that you're going to be potentially going to be working for. Why would that make any difference, right? It seems to me that although I appreciate someone's screening for skills, skills are not the only indication of a person who will fit into a position. And I've seen more and more that a lot of people who work for companies are unhappy because, and this is just a guess, I've seen figures varying from 40 to 80. I'm going to guess 70% of people who work in large corporations are actually doing a job they're not suited for. That's a lot of not very happy people. Happy people make a happy collaborative team, and they make the workplace a happy place. That I'm hoping is your goal, is to be a happy person, whatever happy means to you. To me, it means calm, it means relaxed, it means I can crack a joke or someone can play a practical joke on me, and it's funny. We know we trust each other, and we work together to create a picture, a vision of what we're moving towards, so that when we get there, we all know we got there. And if there are people who are doing research, I trust their research. And if they hand me the research and they say, this has to be put into a publishable form, and I put it into a form and I send it out, I trust those people to read it and to get back to me. I don't care about spelling errors. I got somebody else to look at spelling errors. I want idea errors. I want to make sure the logic flow is correct. I want to make sure that my part of putting together this base document is embodying the collaboration of the team. Why am I talking about team collaboration so much? Basically, we're all on a team. We're on a team of one with ourselves, and I think a lot of us forget that. We're on a team of two, or maybe more in other kinds of relationships, but a team of two with our significant other. We're on a team of however many for the family unit. We're on a team of bigger family unit. We're on a team of volunteers. We're on collaborative teams all the time. And being able to participate in a collaboration and to be able to hold our own as who we are is incredibly important. And now more than ever, I believe that we need to know who we are going forward, what we particularly stand for, and what we want for ourselves. If you go to work for a company, and mind you, hear this loud and clear. This is really important. When you go to work for a company, You are trading your time for their values. If you go to work for someone, be sure that your values are in alignment with their values, because if they're not, you are not going to be happy. My friend used to say, happy wife, happy life. Happy life, happy life. Make yourself happy. Know yourself. Ask yourself the question, what do you want? And write it down. And ask yourself the question again, what do you want? And write it down. And keep asking yourself that question, what do you want? And be specific. A new car is not specific enough. If you want a 2022 Tesla, or these days I'm in love with a Lucid, write it down. Put the details there. I know this sounds like a huge pain, but it's a time for you to fantasize a little bit and get the picture in your mind of exactly what you want. And continue to ask, what else do you want? What else do you want? And I'll tell you, somewhere around question 50, you're going to look at the paper and you're going to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to say, what do I really want? And that's where the rubber meets the road. What do you really want? I would like some peace and quiet in my house. At least that's what I've been saying, but then I got a puppy. So how much peace and quiet do I really want? No, I want the energy and the joy of unconditional love. That's what I want. The peace and quiet might be a benefit farther down the road, excuse me. And in the meantime, I want that crazy energy and that unconditional love and that the warmth of being loved by someone who knows just me and they're good. So what do you really want? I don't know. Excuse me. Whatever it is that you really want. So funny that this is coming out now. Ask the question. Ask the question in a clear voice. What do I want? And write it down on a piece of paper. And keep a list. And keep asking, what do I want? Because things change. And once you get that, whatever it is that you want, check your list, check it off, and tell somebody, even if it's your new puppy, tell somebody that you got something that you wanted. Are you happy? Are you sad? Celebrate it. Celebrate the win. And as you go through some of these other items, you may find that what you thought you wanted is not really what you wanted at all. That's perfectly okay. We're human beings, remember? We change our minds sometimes. And it's okay. That's life. We're fluid. We get to be flexible. We can say, I no longer want a 3-story house with a basement. I think I'd like a ranch house with a backyard. Much easier on the back for not doing stairs. Okay. You can have that. It's okay with me, as long as it's okay with you. And you can create your workspace by putting together in your head the perfect way for you to work. Some people, I know one gal who loves to work from her bed in her pajamas. And she does. She gets up in the morning and she showers. She puts on a clean pair of pajamas and she takes her laptop and she sits in the middle of her bed. And that's where she works. And she's incredibly successful and she is incredibly happy. And guess what? She actually gets her projects done. And the more projects she turns out, the happier she is. She just embarked on a brand new venture. And I asked her why. And she said, it was time to stretch a little bit. So that is the last caveat to the organization, the responsibility, and the collaboration is we have to remember to collaborate with ourselves and to honor ourselves and to take care of ourselves. I am aware that there are many, many people who have not actually been taught how to take care of themselves. And I don't mean brush your teeth or go to the grocery store. That's not what I mean. I mean that it is okay not to want to be somewhere and not to want to be with someone. If there's very loud sound and it hurts your ears, you don't hang in the room, you leave. If something smells bad, I don't know too many people who hang around. They leave quickly. If you touch something and it's slimy and it's icky, you want it off your hands as fast as possible. If you see something that's unpleasant or that scares you or that shocks you, you don't want to look at that either. And if it tastes bad, I guarantee you it's out of your mouth faster than you can blink. So why do we put up with emotional situations that are not feeling good? So make sure that the situations that you choose, the team collaborations you choose, and the responsibilities that you take on are responsible to you. Because it's your environment that's going to generate not only the joy, but the energy to continue. It's exciting to work on something that is fun and that you're proud of and that is forward moving and energizing with people around you who keep you going. And if that's the kind of environment that you want, fantastic. Choose wisely and make sure that you take care of your own personal environment. You need to be organized and you need to take responsibility for yourself so that your collaborations with all of the teams in your lives run smoothly. I wish you absolutely the best in choosing you and your health and your safety over those nasty situations. I told my nephew at one point that if I could give him, it's called synesthesia, if I could make every bad feeling smell bad, I would do that. Because nobody chooses to feel bad. We all choose to feel good and move forward. Never cross that line. Never compromise. You are worth it. And I guarantee you that your collaborations and your personal responsibility to yourself will be not only an awakening for you, but also a learning experience for those people around you. Have the best year ever. Questions? I'm afraid to ask. Mary, you got a question?
Well, no, we got, what, 2 minutes? Jean, where are you? Actually, it's 4 o'clock according to my clock. Lee Lance, are you ready to introduce Serena? Serena, are you ready? Nobody's dancing. I'm ready. Let's.
Okay.
I think everybody better show up if I'm speaking, right?
Well, you're
Really?
echoey. How come you're echoey? Serena, how come you're echoey?
I am only in here once. Maybe it's just this condo. I don't know.
Trina, I hear an echo on my end too.
I can leave and come back. I'm only in once. I can leave and come back. Normally it echoes if I'm in twice, but I'm in once. So I'll leave and come back.
All
See
right.
ya.
See ya. Anybody got a question for Gail? Oh, Julie, talk about what's coming up with. Yes, thank you, Gail. Well done. Well done. I don't know how you come up with so many different topics. You come up with so many different topics. What, one a minute?
I'm a Renaissance woman. I take after you. Thanks for the opportunity, Mary. Thank you very, very much. I'm really honored.
My honor. My honor. When Serena comes back on, Julie, let us know.
Okay.
Gail, did you have a good time?
I did have a good time, Mary. You know what? These days, although I say I don't like doing things, I rarely do anything that I don't have a good time at, because it's my choice to have a good time or not. So of course I had a good time, and I get to spend time with you. I love the glasses. New look for you.
I sat on the ones that I usually use.
I hate it when that happens.
I bent the frames. I cannot put that glass back in, so I have to buy another one. So I now look like Cary Grant, who used to wear bold colored frames so you could see his eyes. I like
kind of
Fran
like them on you though.
style.
I like them on you. I like Franny's too, but I think yours fit your face. And you know, I can't even say I sat on mine. My dog literally chewed mine up.
Oh,
I'm going through so many things that the dog ate. Who knew? Ugh.
ooh.
Yes, I have a 9-month-old puppy.
Okay, I think Serena's back.
Yeah,
Yay,
I'm-
Serena.
Is it better?
Yes.
Yes.
Much.
All right, thank you
Serena,
for coming back. Refreshing. Works
good luck
every
to
time.
you. Have a great talk, Mary. Thank you so much. I'm going to fade into the background and enjoy the last part presentation. Love you all.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock, 4:02 actually, 4:03. So I'm late like usual. And our next
Lee, we
speaker,
can't hear you.
Can you hear? You can't hear me?
Barely.
Okay, is that better?
A little bit.
Okay, well, let's see if I hold this funny, maybe it'll help.
That's better.
You're on, Lee.
Julie, how do we get to him?
Oops, sorry, I was muted. He's unmuted, so I'm not sure why we can't hear him. But I'm gonna see if I can pull up.
It got muted again. Let
Yeah,
me,
I have
it's
Serena's
unmuted
bio.
now.
So let me
Perfect.
introduce Serena, since it seems like we have some audio issues going on. So please
Is this
welcome
better?
Serena today.
Yeah. Wait, Julie, he's talking and we can hear him now.
Somehow I got muted again. Probably deserved it. Serena has been a marketer in the insurance industry for 6 years. She also has an AA in business, a paralegal certificate, an entrepreneurship certificate, and a Distinguished Toastmaster Award. In the numerous jobs she has had, she has steadily received a raise every single year. Would you like to get raises regularly? Our speaker today is here to share her RAISE method with you so you can find the success she has. Her speech is entitled, How to Get the Raise You Deserve. Please welcome Serena McCulloch.
Welcome, everybody. Hello, I see a bunch of shiny faces out there and a couple black screens, but I'm assuming that there are human beings behind these screens. This is a little interactive, so I will be asking a few questions as we go throughout. You can respond in any way you feel. If you want to do a chat or a hand raise or just wave your arms, I'll know that you're answering the question. The first thing that I want to do is ask, how many people here want a raise? Raise your hand, throw it in the chat, scream and shout, anyway that lets me know. Okay, I see a few of you. So at least some of you are here for the right reason. And if you don't think that you want to raise by the end of this talk, I guarantee that you will. I'm going to start by sharing my screen. This is what we're looking at, right? All this pile of money. That's what most people think of when they think raise. I have a little secret to tell you that you've probably never been told. It turns out that a raise is not about money. One of my favorite quotes about money by Oprah Winfrey is, she says, the reason I've been able to be so financially successful is my focus has never, ever for 1 minute been on money. That seems a little odd, weird, right? If you want money and you're not thinking about money, how does that work? Well, I found another quote to explain this to you. Earl Nightingale says, money is the harvest of our production and service. We, in turn, use it to obtain the production and service of others. I think those two words are very key here, production and service. Now think about those two words as we go through the rest of the presentation. We heard a lot of incredible women talk today, and many of them mentioned that there is a gap. It's something that we're all familiar with. Men make $1, women make 80 cents. But I'm going to share a second secret with you today that you may not have heard. All women are not equal. Now, what do I mean when I say this? Let's look at this gender wage gap. These are all different women making 97, 80, 66, 58%. It's incredible to know that even till this day, women are not just judged based on being women, but also based on their ethnicity. And that can make a big impact in what you're earning. So if you think that you're not earning what a man's earning, what if you're not earning what other women are earning? At this point, you're probably thinking, okay, I get it. This is ridiculous. I want to close the gap. I want to be on the same level playing field. How do we do this? Let me introduce you to my method. The RAISE method. What is this? You've probably never heard of this, but this is something that has worked for me. It consists of 5 pieces. And if you have the handout, all of this information is in there, so you're more than welcome to take notes, but you can also relax as well. First, R stands for being responsible. A is abundance. I is irreplaceable. S is self-confidence. And E is everyday. So how do we employ these? What do they really mean when I say these words? Essentially, if you want to raise, you have to be responsible, focus on abundance, become irreplaceable, and grow your self-confidence every day. Now, again, what does that mean? So we're going to talk about 3 things today. First, we're going to talk about mindset, and then we're going to talk about thinking, which is the questions you should be asking yourself. And third, I'm going to introduce you to some actions that you can take now, going forward, that will give you the raise that you're looking for. First, changing your mindset. Being responsible. A lot of people in life think that a raise is something that is given to you. But the truth is, it's not given to you. It's something you have to reach up and take for yourself. Abundance. A lot of us are told there's not enough money. The economy is bad. It's not good for the company right now. We just don't have a position. Honestly, there's more money to go around than you would like to think, than they want you to think. Irreplaceable. You are irreplaceable. And if you don't consider yourself so, then you should make it so. Self-confidence. You have to grow your self-confidence and know what you're worth. Several women talked today about finding out what you get paid, what a job in your description, what they actually are worth. If you don't have that information, how do you know if you're getting paid the right amount? And every day, you have to focus on these ideas every single day in order to create change in your life. Now we introduced you to the mindset. The second part is about the thinking. So what questions do you need to ask yourself in order to grow in these areas? Change your way of thinking. Let's start with R, responsible. Take stock of your work. Ask yourself what you're really doing. What are your numbers? Are you producing enough? Are you doing it in a timely manner? What could you do better? Abundance. How many companies can you actually work with in the entire world? Okay, maybe that's a little big. Start with your city, then your state, then your country. You'll start to realize that there's actually quite a few job opportunities out there. And as we learned today, even if there's not technically an opportunity, you can make an opportunity, make a hole for yourself if you want it bad enough. irreplaceable? What makes you unique? What skills set you apart from other people? And of course, self-confidence. You learn this in Toastmasters, but it's important to make sure that you know what you're worth out in the job market. That will give you self-confidence if you don't already have it or you're looking to get more. And lastly, every day. What exactly are you doing each and every day to work a little closer to your goals? So now we're going to deep dive. I wanted to set the stage, but now we're going to deep dive into each of these segments. First, responsible. We learned today about LinkedIn. Not everybody is on LinkedIn, not everybody has it, but the truth is social media, and this is a very busy slide here, I understand, but the social media is becoming more and more important. It's more prevalent. It's how people connect with each other. It's how people look for jobs, how people reach out for potential new clients. Without using the resources that we have today, we're not going to be able to meet the standards. We're not going to be able to set ourselves apart. We're not going to be able to be as responsible for our jobs as they grow and change as we would like to be. And this slide here, just to point one number out, number of people on social media, this was taken, the survey was taken, this is for July of 2020, 3.9 billion individuals are operating on social media. So just an idea, learning new things and not to avoid procrastinating learning these things could set you apart and give you that raise that you so rightly deserve. You also should be consistent. I found this statistic very fascinating to me. 92% of sales pros give up after the fourth call, but 80% of prospects say no 4 times before they say yes. Well, what does that tell you? This even is true in my own job. And one of the reasons that I was able to take my company from 500,000 to doubling it to 1 million, because I didn't take no for an answer, because I didn't just make 4 calls. I would make 10 if that's what it took. I actually saw an incredible TED Talk where this woman basically said, if you want something, ask for it 10 times. Not just once, not just twice, not even 4 times or 5, 10. Make 10 real attempts to go after what you are passionate about. And if by that 10th time you haven't done it, I would be shocked, because most people in the world, honestly, they don't even make 1 or 2 real attempts at what they're wanting in their life and in their goals. If for some reason after 10 it doesn't work, call me, because I guarantee you that 10 will work for you. And if for some reason you don't get that client that you're looking for, the lesson and the information you will have learned will be so far valued to you that it will help you go into the next realm of your job. Let's look at the next step. Abundance. I know a lot of people are thinking 2020, oh, everything was closed down, COVID, everything was ruined. There's no way, I lost my job. What am I going to do? Did you know that more businesses were started in 2020 than 2019? Just let that sink in for 1 minute. More businesses were started. How is that possible? How are they getting the loans? How are they getting customers? How do they stay in business? Well, all those questions are not necessarily to be answered in this talk. They're good questions to think about. But just the fact that that many people decided, millions of people decided that 2020 was the year for them, should give you an indication that there's constant growth and opportunity out there. That means more people were looking for employees to hire necessarily than people might have been laying off. Everyone likes to focus on the bad news, and the TV shows and the radio tells us all the bad things in life, but it's important for us to recognize that there is constant growth, that it is happening, it's all around us, and there's no reason why we can't go out and seek the job that we want and ultimately the raise we deserve. When it comes to abundance and you applying this to your raise method, what I want you to focus on is under-promising and over-delivering. It's one of the #1 things that I followed that worked with me. For example, I had a new client when I first started. I actually spent 3 hours on the phone with her. To understand why that's significant, let me tell you a little story. When I first started, I was told by my boss that I would spend no more than 10 minutes per person per call. They said that it was better to call more people and spend less time than actually making sure that you're going to get that deal. Well, it turns out that those 3 hours still 6 years later have given us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, was the 3 hours worth it? Absolutely. But what my boss thought was, no, you shouldn't waste your time doing that. No, you shouldn't spend time on someone that actually might be interested. So what I told her was that we could actually do things longer than we could. And what I told her is that it would take more money than she thought. Somehow my negotiation skills were above par, probably because I was channeling Christine, and I was able to get her to agree to this deal. We signed a contract, and 6 years later, not only through our over delivery, but also through our incredible service, they have not only given us a good amount of business, but it has gone up every single year. Because of that, I was able to get a raise. Now you're probably starting to think with how this could affect you and help you in getting your own raise that you deserve. I love this quote from Grant Cardone. If you don't know him, he's very famous in the world of marketing and sales. What he says is, if you come from a place of abundance, you will attract abundance. If you come from a place of lack, you only get more lack. Well, what does that mean? Probably put two and two together. If you focus on how much each and every customer might be able to give you, and you, instead of focusing on the amount that you can give them and the abundance of things that you can give them, then you're going to end up getting that back. That's what happened to me, and I believe that will work for you as well. I is irreplaceable. This is something I find absolutely fascinating, and it's more applicable today than ever before. I'll tell you a little story. When I first started, I knew absolutely nothing about the insurance business. In fact, if I'm being really honest, don't tell my boss, I didn't even know what my own insurance was. I know, you think that's pretty much crazy. Well, don't worry, I know what it is now. But at the time, I was so clueless and so out of the loop. I had to Google words that I didn't know, which were super basic, like what exactly does a policy mean? And what exactly did the rates are? And what do we do? And how many companies do we work for? It was pretty bad. But I learned really quickly that if I was going to make it in this, then I would make a point to be irreplaceable. So I made sure that I did extra. I stayed longer. I put more time and more effort. And my favorite thing was that little personal touch. While a lot of the other marketers were just making phone calls and sending emails, what I did is I made little gifts, little packages, little surprises, and I would go in person to deliver these to our clients as a thank you. They were not only so shocked and thrilled that somebody took time out of their day to make these little contraptions and little goodie bags for them, but honestly, in the insurance business, which was pretty depressing as it is, think about all the phone calls they get, that it brightened their day, made them more enjoyable to be around. And the managers were telling me, thank you for making their employees happy. That meant that the manager told another manager, and we got a second, third, fourth, fifth branch to be working with us, not just the one. Not only can being irreplaceable affect you in your current position, but it can actually make an impact on your clients, and it can help grow your business, which makes you even more irreplaceable. When it comes to skill sets, we all like to have different skills. We all start out with something when we come to the work world. But in order to grow them, what we should really focus on doing is expanding them. Find those mentors, as we learned today. Find those people that know what you want to know and make a point to make them your absolute best friend. What I always like to say is most people would love a free cup of coffee or a dinner. If you can, I mean, right now it's a little more difficult, but if you could offer somebody a little bit of advice and all it took was a cup of coffee, would you do it? Most people would. Yeah, why not? I'll take my coffee. I could always use some extra pep in my step, but I really would love to relay my advice to you. That's what I have found 99% of the time I have asked. The 1% ends up being that they're just a little too busy. They have a little too many things going on, but even still, they will typically refer me to somebody else to talk to that knows something in that arena as well. Offering that advice is beneficial, but asking for it can literally change your life. When I first started in my job, again, I knew nothing about what I was doing. So what did I do? I had a manager that lived a little far away. Okay, she lived an hour away and I lived half an hour away. So that's a whole hour and a half, 3 hours round trip driving. I'm sure most of you wouldn't jump up and down to drive 3 hours just for a cup of coffee. But I made a point to take that drive. And I made a point to ask her everything that she knew. Why? Because I quickly found out that my manager had not only brought in the most amount of money, but the biggest client that our company had ever seen. Now, I can't tell you for confidentiality reasons who that client is, but let's just say it's one of the biggest names in the insurance business. Knowing that she had brought them in, I recognized immediately that I wanted her to be my mentor. I was so lucky that she happened to be my boss. Not all of us are that lucky, but I implore you and encourage you to take that little effort to get that cup of coffee. Okay, maybe have it virtually, and to take that moment to make that connection with whoever you think could inspire you. Then your skill set will grow, you'll become irreplaceable, and you will be one more step on your way to a raise. Self-confidence. It's a very easy topic to talk about, right? We all have it. We're all perfect at it. Okay, maybe not all of us. It's something that's taken me years to develop, and I know that I'm not perfect. Not everybody has self-confidence. It's a little hard to get mentoring about it, but there are a couple things that you can do, 2 in particular. And both of them, I try almost every day to do these things. Though, again, you should always try every single day if you can. First, you may have heard of it, Toastmasters. Sometimes we get a little nervous giving our presentations. Oh man, I can tell you when I first started, I was practically quaking in my boots. I remember seeing Roberta Perry, who's a past international director, sitting in the 3rd row on the far right. I was freaking out. My heart was pounding. I couldn't quite think straight. And you know what I was talking about? My experience in soccer at 12 years old. I felt like so insignificant next to this incredible mentor, or eventual soon-to-be mentor for me. But I recognized that talking about things, standing up in front of people, taking risks in life is what made me the confident person I am today. Okay, maybe just a little more confident than I was back then. You don't have to just do this with Toastmasters. An incredible exercise I learned that also ties into negotiation that can boost your self-confidence and only cost a few bucks is go to the neighborhood yard sale or garage sale and barter. I know, sounds a little nuts. Maybe you're thinking, wait, I'm gonna leave. This lady is crazy. But it actually does work. If you go there, you know that they're probably expecting not for you to pay the full amount they're asking. And honestly, it does help you in being able to test your skills out a little bit. Know what you're willing to pay. Go in with the idea that you're probably going to pay a little more until you get the hang of it. But most of all, relax and use your Toastmaster skills, and you will do perfectly fine. I found when I started doing this, just negotiating a little bit here and there. Sometimes it's dinner. Sometimes it's when you're going to meet up or when you're going to have that cup of coffee. But using your Toastmaster skills and your negotiation skills will help you with your self-confidence because you will be able to handle any problem that comes your way. The second thing I'd like all of us to do, you're welcome to turn your cameras off if you want to, is the Superwoman pose. Okay, you probably can't see me. I'm going to attempt this, but you basically put your hands on your hips. And if you stand like this every morning, research has shown that it actually does improve your self-confidence. Posture, expressions, gestures, all translate into how you're feeling today. So if you could improve those things, you would end up improving your self-confidence. And over a long period of time, you would start here and end up there. If you don't believe me, try it out for 30 days and then tell me that you don't feel more self-confident. Every single time that I get up, sit up, stand up, put my hands on my hips, just for 30 seconds, I feel stronger. So let's all do this. You're probably thinking I'm a little nuts, but try it out. You can turn your video on if you want, but stand up, put your hands on your hips, smile, feel like you own the entire world, because in this moment, that's what you do. You own the world. All right, you can all sit down. I know, little interesting, little different, but again, just a small little thing that you can do to boost your self-confidence. And the last, eat is every day. We all have things we do every day, right? We eat every day. We probably read something, even if it's a magazine article or just a text on our phone. We probably sleep every day, at least a few hours. But there's other things that we should do every day to help us grow. And once we grow, we're going to be feeling like we can ask for that raise and we will get that raise. When you have experiences in your life, make sure you write it down. If there's something that impacted you, if there's something that made a difference in your life, a person you met, a quote, a book you should read, write it down. Not only will recording these impacts be something you'll want to reflect on later, but in writing it down, research has shown that it will sink into our subconscious. And that way, somewhere down the line, when something relevant hits us, that quote, that thought, that person, that book will come back to us in that moment. The more often you write things down with your hands, pen and paper, here's what I'm talking about, not texting or typing, though that's beneficial too. It's been shown to have less benefits. So I always suggest have a pen and a paper, some sort of notebook, and take a note because it will have more of an impact on you. The second thing is to keep it up. Whatever it is you've decided, if you pulled anything from here, if you want to do the Superwoman pose, if you want to have a mentor, get that cup of coffee, make sure you do it consistently, because doing things consistently is what's going to make us change and grow over time. You probably all had that experience where you tried something once and maybe it worked, maybe it didn't, and then you never did it again. Well, what does that do? We haven't actually had that change internally. We haven't decided that we're going to make the change. But if you do it for long enough, they say 21 days creates a habit, then you actually will have a change. One great way to do this is to find a buddy to hold yourself accountable. I think it's a really good idea to find somebody maybe in your industry or the industry you want to be in, your mentor, your mentee, anybody you like, just to make sure that you have somebody who will be there and hold yourself accountable. There's a great story I have here. Again, working at my lovely job, when I was sitting there one day, I was thinking, I really want to get my numbers up. They're down and I don't know what to do. I've done the personal touch. I've been persistent with my calls, but it's frustrating and hard. And between doing all the things I have to do, I just don't feel like I'm doing enough. So one thing that I did with my boss, we had a fun little contest. We decided that both of us were going to do X number of calls, X number of visits, X number of meetings set for clients. And then after 30 days, whoever won, they would take the other out to lunch. Putting a little skin in the game makes you actually hold yourself accountable, because we all can make a promise when there's nothing to lose, right? I mean, granted, having lunch wouldn't really be something of a loss, and the $20 is not painful per se for some people. But for me at that time, since I had just started and I had just gotten out of college, it was not necessarily the easiest thing for me to know that I would have to pay that $40 for both of us to go to lunch. So I put my nose to the grindstone. I made more calls, reached more people, asked more times, would you like to try out our services? And wouldn't you believe it, I won. Not just by a little, by a landslide. The big difference actually was that I set my numbers lower than my boss set hers. I planned to make 10 calls a day. She planned to make 20. The difference is that after the third or fourth day, she stopped making her 20 calls. But I consistently, every single day without fail, made my 10 calls. Every single day for 30 days. That's 300 calls. She ended up scaling down to 10, then scaling down to 5. And then towards the end, she only had a handful. She probably got 30 or 40 to my 300. What's the magic here? The magic is not necessarily that I'm more charismatic. It's not necessarily that I happen to call the right people. Just my consistency led to reaching more people, which ultimately led to more yeses. If you want more yeses, you got to be consistent. As this great quote from Dwayne Johnson says, success isn't always about greatness. It's about consistency. Consistent hard work leads to success. Greatness will come. One day, maybe I'll get to the greatness part, but for now, I am thrilled just to be successful. And I think you would be too. Another incredible quote from Albert Einstein says, it's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with the problems longer. And I love this because we can learn to stick things out until we find a solution, despite the fact that a lot of others might have given up already. We all know him as a very smart gentleman, but I'm sure that there's some people out there that just stuck it out. Think about it, if he had given up halfway through trying to solve one of the most complicated problems known to man. Maybe we don't have the most complicated problems to solve, but we definitely have a few difficult ones. And if we stick it out, don't give up, do what we're supposed to do every single day, then most likely we're going to come out on top. Thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
What a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Serena.
Bravo.
Yes, bravo, Serena.
Very nicely done. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, that's the last person that I have on my agenda, so I think I'm done. Mary?
Mary may be away from her phone. Oh.
Aha, there I am.
There you are.
No, I was someplace. Well, let's give everybody a round of applause. Didn't you have a good day?
Yes, a wonderful
Yes, great day. A lot of great speakers.
Julie Murphy, did you get a chance to check to see if we had a calendar date in November for the district?
I have not, but I will follow up with everybody on a November date so you can save the date. I did not get a chance to look at that, but I did send, and I'll send it again.
And we have a question.
We have a question? But we don't have to wait until
Who has a
November
question?
to
Say
talk
it
about
again.
this, because we can start a club. So I will throw that link in the chat again, and I will also follow up with everybody about a open house for our new club in November.
Okay, perfect. And if people are asking, like Roberta, who can't be here, like other people who can't be here, like other people who can't be here, how are you going to set up hearing the recording or seeing the recording? Are you going to give that job to your husband?
He'll edit the video because he's my video editor. But then, yes, we'll send it all uploaded to YouTube, and I'll send it out to everybody.
Oh yeah.
Give me a time frame.
Let me check with him because I don't know what else I have on his plate. So within, I would say, like the next couple of weeks, he should be able to edit it. But I do have to double check with him.
All right. Perfect. Everybody, raise your hands and say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye.
Bye-bye.